all I'm saying is, wetlands are very much important in talking about the global biodiversity framework on biodiversity, the Paris Agreement and the climate change, the SDGs, and also looking at the land neutrality targets under the UNCCD. So all of these are very much critically intertwined and very much closely linked. And that's, it's a little bit noisy, that slide there, but I'm hoping that my slides can be shared. And in this slide, really what we demonstrate is that the Convention on Wetlands is very neatly linked in all of the 17 SDGs. And you can look at all of those. You can look at gender, for example. You can look at life on land. You can look at SDG 13 on climate. Everything is interlinked and very intersectional to wetlands and to very much our lives. When we improve wetland ecosystems, we're also improving the life of girls and women. When we look at the institutional framing, and we've seen how peace, for instance, in the Lake Chad is very intricately linked, because Lake Chad is one of our largest transboundary wetland systems, and as you know, it has degraded very much. The peace conversations there are very much around the wetlands system. How do we talk about wetlands, peace, strong institutions, both traditional and otherwise? So that picture, what is normally referred to as the layer cake of SDGs, as you can see at the very bottom, the bigger ring there is the ring on the biosphere. Nature really is what provides what we see in society at the social level and in the economic driver. It is the basis and fundamentals of the very solutions that we need, the very nature-based solutions that we're talking about. And as a result, wetlands are also very intricately linked to what I'll be referring to as ecosystem services that make up the very nature-based solutions that we require, be it cultural, as we know in many of our traditional systems, our food systems, our recreational, our spiritual spaces, educational, our traditional knowledge systems are very much linked to these ecosystem services and wetland systems. The same way with provisioning, the tourism, the water, the food, climate, and all of this. This is things that you are extremely familiar with. So within the multilateral space, it's very important to also note that multilateralism is very critical in how we share experience, but also talk about why nature-based solutions matter. And for us as a convention, we do not see ourselves as in isolation. And one of the resolutions that came out of COP14 here in the Wuhan Geneva COP was very much looking at synergies. How do we synergize with the United Nations conventions? How do we synergize with other conventions outside of the UN system like ourselves? How do we synergize with many other partners who are doing a lot of work on the ground? And this is why the multilateral space is extremely important and very critical. So in essence, I want to just really touch a little bit on having been in New York and Dr. Kalisti Ndimgaya and many colleagues there that I met in New York. In 2023, March, 46 years later, the world hosted the UN Water Conference. And it was a bit of an interesting dynamic, because we're discussing a water agenda, and that's very important liquid that really sustains our planet. 46 years later, imagine that. And all table, but also what was a little bit, daunting for me is that there were over 700 international commitments agreed at that conference. What does that mean? And some of the elements that I picked up from there, and having spoken at that event, was that wetlands are very much important in the urban and sanitation world, and water supply in reducing vulnerability to climate change, but also well-managed wetlands can provide a buffer from flooding and disasters. You saw how the disasters hit East Africa and Uganda in particular in 2021, just when COVID hit. It was a shock. That was the 100th year flood that happened. One disaster in the health sector is happening, and another disaster is happening in the natural world. And we saw how that matters. So how do we talk about the very element of intersectionality, and how our nature-based solutions that the wetlands provide are very, very much important, particularly in cushioning us from disasters? And which is why this year, World Wetlands Day, and really this is usually a campaign for a year, focuses on wetlands and human well-being. We cannot disassociate ourselves from these vital ecosystems because these are very much our lifelines. Wetlands and people are life interlaced. We need to care, to nurture, and to support these important ecosystems. I want to provide some examples. So when I was landing in New York in March 2023, the first site that I saw in Hampstead outside of Manhattan, as you can see on the edge there, is the seagrasses. Now, what people do not realize is that the Atlantic Sea is one of the most boisterous and problematic seas. And for New York not to flood, those seagrasses have to be intact because when the waves come, the sea waves come, they're what cushion and stop the city from flooding. And people do not realize the importance of those wetland ecosystems and seagrasses. The same happens in winter. They manage the temperatures so that it does not freeze over extensively. And so you begin to see how coastal wetland systems are very much important as the nature-based solution to cushion a mega city like Manhattan and even the outskirts of the city right there. I was in Costa Rica last year in February, standing in the field. We're standing in the field. So what you begin to see is where does, food systems, business, and also nature intersect? And behind this, and what was very interesting in this, by the way, Costa Rica is the first country in our convention to design a blue carbon strategy. And this blue carbon strategy covers all the elements of the global biodiversity framework, the land degradation neutrality targets, and also covers the Paris Agreement. And because of the findings of how much carbon is stored in this ecosystem, they're able to also inform the NDC of the UNFCCC on why this matters, or this particular ecosystem. And when you see it from above, just behind us where we were standing, this is what the ecosystem looks like. This is the lifeline of many communities. Most of the fishing communities are dependent on the mangrove ecosystems, as you can imagine. They use this for wood. The Gulf of Nicoya is very much dependent on the tourism that comes into Costa Rica, and also as a natural buffer to any disasters within the Caribbean, especially when there's storms happening. So you begin to see how wetlands provide this cushion and solution as a natural base in this space, but also providing livelihoods in this space. When I went to Shenzhen and Hong Kong for the first time, you do not realize how two wetland sites are swaddled between two megacities. What you see in the background is Hong Kong, and this is the Maipo Ramsar site. And what you see on the background is Shenzhen City, on the Fushan Ramsar site, on two sites. And in between these two megacities, which also is a flyway, part of the East Asia Australasian flyway. And the black-faced spoonbill, which was an endangered bird in the region, flies all the way from South Korea into China, where it breeds and feeds. And then you begin to see the connection. But what I found very interesting in this particular area was that in both South Korea and in China, the role of citizen science. How are people engaged? You do not realize is that there's a lot of invasive species in this particular wetland area. And these invasive species were very problematic for a very long time. So the government of China worked with schools, with women's groups, with just the general community, the fisher folk, to manage the removal of these invasive species so that the system could be resilient and also could be providing the very services, the natural services that it can be able to provide. And because of that, when I just arrived, a few days before I arrived, the otter was spotted for the first time in 25 years. This also very much speaks to the recovery of a system also implies that certain species will return. And this we have seen in Kigali, which is a wetland city. Some birds that were not in Kigali for the last 30 years or so are finally back in Kigali city because of the restoration of the city and the wetlands in the city. So there you see the otter, and it was spotted for the first time, and now a brood of otters have arrived and they're breeding in the Maipo and the Fuchan wetland system. Now, what does restoration look like, and why is restoration very central to the role of nature-based solutions that wetlands are? Restoration involves people. It has to be fair and inclusive. It's a continuum. It's a continuum of practice. You know, how are people practicing it? What are they seeing that is recovering? The impact and the necessity of recovery. The specific vegetables, for example, that you eat in Uganda that can only be found in wetland systems. And when they disappear, it's an indicator that something has gone wrong within this ecosystem. So how can the recovery be helped? What are the drivers of degradation? Is it pollution? How can that be reduced? The role of the local context. The contextuality of a wetland system in Entebbe can be very different to Nogabo, because in most parts along Entebbe, you find that these are peat wetland systems versus slightly higher up in other areas. What does that mean? The type of knowledge systems, the traditional knowledge, the other knowledge systems, scientific knowledge systems, how does that all come together in the element of restoration? And the support systems, how do you have support systems to be able to really help? But I also want to talk to the issue of goals, defining the goals. What do you want to restore, and how do you want to really make sure that the ecosystem is intact? Because the intactness of an ecosystem from a nature perspective is also good for the social, but also good for the economic. And I'll provide this example very quickly. And this is why intact and resilient ecosystems matter. And they matter because what we begin to see, or what we've seen in many places, especially across Africa and many global south regions, is that disasters, when they hit, tend to be extreme. And also when they're extreme, they're very problematic because you see the damage immediately. And in other instances, there are slow onsets, like what we've seen in Chad. And this is why I'm speaking to the issue of restoration and why restoration matters. And this is why, as a convention, we are part of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. And there is a link there to the website. And this decade is a decade for everyone. Businesses, individuals, schools, governments, champions, everybody in the world. This decade is a decade that was passed as a UN General Assembly resolution on the 1st of March 2019, and to cover everybody. And as I spoke about disasters, Uganda, you're very familiar with what happened not very long ago with the destruction of wetlands. What happens is also the destruction of infrastructure. And there you have a road that has been destroyed. And so you begin to think, and when I was in Uganda last year in May, it was very daunting, because when I asked a few people here and there, just even the cost of matoke went up, spiked, because the transportation system was cut off. So any supply that was in Kampala, that's, obviously, the economics, that meant that the supply was even lower. So how do you deal with even these economic dynamics and complexities in the midst of disasters when nature manifests this way? The same way we have seen in the Lake Chad region, which is one of our largest transboundary Ramsar site. This is an ecosystem that has shrunk 95% of its original area. And what we've seen in this region is also a manifestation of insecurity. We've seen a manifestation of complexity, but also what has happened very neatly and rather importantly is engaging indigenous peoples, going to the governance systems of our peoples. How do you involve the emirs? How do you involve traditional rulers? How do you get everybody involved in dealing with a recovery and restoring of an ecosystem, but also the sharing of resources in a space of complexity? Because in this region, what you may be aware of is that the over-obstruction of water, agriculture, fishing resources has created such complexity. You see, there are 4 or 5 countries there. The complexity on the Cameroonian side, complexity on the Nigerian side, on Chad. But how do you get, this conversation going in a way that is coordinated and helpful, and making sure that people speak and talk together in relation to making sure that, the restoring of these ecosystem services is vital. Lastly, but not the least, I just want to speak again to the necessity of multilateralism and why it matters. And in closing, I just want to say wetlands are very central to our lifelines. They're very intricately linked. And we need to start thinking now, because 2030 is not very far, and beyond the horizon of 2030, we think about wetland ecosystems and the role they play as nature-based solutions to our planetary health. And how do we take them as solutions that matter for us, for nature, and for other species that we share this planet with. So I will end there and stop sharing my screen. And thank you very much.
A bigger round of applause. That was a marathon, but a very extensive and enlightening presentation about the role of wetlands as nature-based solutions. They are priceless. People must be involved, and also multilateral collaboration is very key. I will allow 2 questions for Dr. Musonda, and then we close this session. Any 2 questions, clarification? You have the floor. Please put up your hand if you have a question. Okay. We seem to be good to go. We are still internalizing. We will have to let Dr. Musonda go because she has another engagement. To Dr. Musonda. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll go to the next segment. I would like to invite the Permanent Secretary to give an award to Dr. Musonda.
Thank you, Dr. Musonda. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. On behalf of the team here in Uganda, who have benefited from your professional work within our wetland system and now at the helm of RAMSA, would like to say thank you for really opening up this session, because this is a day where we are going to look at really issues to do with the ecosystem, and wetlands is one of them. I know we'll have another engagement on peatlands this afternoon, and the whole day we are going to focus on this very important nature of ours as a solution. So on behalf of the Minister of Water and Environment, I would like to present to you this plaque. It will be delivered to you, and to say thank you for supporting us today and since your days in Nabugabo. And we look forward to further support from RAMSA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS, for that. The first session is now concluded, and I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Kiza, to take on the next segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lucy. A big round of applause for her. And we also want to thank Dr. Musonda. She has set the scene very well for us for the next segment. This next segment is going to be a panel discussion based on what she presented on wetlands as one, or wetland restoration and management as one of those approaches to nature-based solutions. But we have a panel of eminent experts that are going to discuss this topic further. And every time, for example, I hear about nature-based solutions, I always, most approaches to problems, humanity's problems, they give you you have one problem and one solution. But nature-based solutions, these nature-based technologies and everything, they tend to be solutions to two very, very important problems that we face in our time. One of them is, of course, the climate change problem, which is actually the thrust of the discussion today. Because through implementation of these kinds of technologies, you find that you can mitigate climate change, you can sequester and store carbon and keep it out of the environment and reduce the heat waves that we are having this week, for example. But it is also a solution to ecosystem degradation, which is another big problem that we deal with. And it has been very well elaborated. So without further ado, I'm going to request the panel. I'll introduce one by one to come and take up the seats here. First, I'll invite Mr. Frank Triatunga. He's an environmental professional with a lot of experience. He's a former director of Africa at UNEP. And he has a wealth of experience in environmental matters. And we are very, very happy to have you, Frank. Please come forward. The second panelist that will join Frank is Mr. Tom Sengalama. He's a team leader on nature, climate, energy, and resilience at UNDP. And he's an environmental economist with over 25 years of experience. And he's here to share with us all that experience. You're welcome, Tom.
Provide our agricultural production that sustains our livelihoods and our economies. And so, in terms of our economy, we rely on nature. However, as we do this, we also experience severe environmental degradation. In Uganda and in Africa and other countries of the world, we seem to be obsessed with raising our GDP. The gross domestic product will measure the output, but it does not tell you that in producing timber for export, how many trees did you cut and what is the impact of the trees you cut in order to post that growth. And so we report growth of our economies, but we do not look at the externalities, the pollution produced by industry. And we are expecting to have also in oil and gas these kinds of challenges, because every Ugandan seems to think oil and gas, when it starts flowing, is the one which will pick us up to a fast economic growth. So we need to be able to not only look at the externalities of our economic growth, but we need to invest in keeping nature so that it can continue to provide the goods and services that are the pillars of our economy. So in short, I think that nature-based solutions are the major solution to our challenge of climate change, of water resources degradation, and so on. And that does not negate the contribution of other solutions, such as engineering solutions and other technical solutions, but it is a major component. And we need not only to invest in protecting nature, but also in restoring nature using these nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. In other words, as we strive to increase our GDP and increase the economies, we have to protect the environment because it is what gives us the resources we need to continue growing. It's not just a one-way or one-dimensional problem that we have. Thank you. After the input of the two gentlemen, I want to move to Laura, our climate activist. And the request here is the role of the young people in all this, endeavor. What role do you think young people can play in advocating for and implementing nature-based solutions to address water, environment, and climate change crisis in Uganda? Can you share one or two inspiring stories of youth-led initiatives that have made a difference in this regard? Over to you, Laura.
Thank you, moderator. Well, I'll start by saying that young people and children are the most vulnerable to the climate crisis. And Uganda, like many other countries, faces significant challenges when it comes to water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change impacts. And I think the role that youth can play is number one. Uganda's population is highly of youth, and I feel like youth can, the number one thing that youth can do is raise awareness about the climate crisis, water and environment issues in the country to their peers, to their friends, and to their communities. One of the ways they can do this is through the utilization of media, right utilization of media. Any youth out there, if you have social media, utilize it the right way so that we can all be able to know about climate change, for it knows neither rich nor poor, nor educated nor not educated, because if it's to affect, it affects us all. Then some of the inspiring stories or stories that I can share are Sustainable Scholars. This is a youth-led initiative that is led by me, where I raise awareness about the climate change crisis in schools and communities through cleanups, tree planting and growing sessions, sensitization sessions, and I'm hopeful that when I continually do this, I feel like the children that I talk to, when they grow up, there won't be a need for climate change activists like me, because the people in that generation will know how to protect the environment. I, for one, do not want to protect the environment, by the way, but I want to create a world where the environment does not need protection. Then I'd like to appreciate a project of Vanessa Nakate's solar stoves, which is mainly or commonly known as VASH Green Schools. This is a project that aims at providing renewable energy in rural schools through solar energy and eco-friendly institutional stoves. And these stoves have actually been installed in over 25 schools here in Uganda. Then lastly, I would like to share that Youth Go Green, in partnership with Oxfam, held an African climate caravan in Mbale, where we were able to visit several people that had been affected by floods that hit in Mbale in 2022, mid-2022. And through this initiative, we were able to hear from the people on how they had been affected by the floods that happened there. And while we were there, we were able to carry out sensitization sessions, tree planting and growing sessions, and to hear from the stakeholders as well. And while we were doing this, we wanted to carry a message for the people and take it to the COP27 that happened in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. You make a good case that the youths are better at communicating to other youths. It's not us, the old men, that should be doing it. The language you use, for example, on your social media, some of the people here, my age mates, may not understand it, but the youths will understand each other very well, and they can influence the actions taken by them. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for the work you're doing, you and your colleagues are doing, because obviously you are the future, and if you can take on this environmental protection and climate change adaptation message, then you can actually have a bigger influence on the course that the world takes. Next, let's move to Mr. Tom Sengalama, the team leader from UNDP. Nature-based solutions are cost-effective approaches for ensuring resilient water supply systems. However, land use and land use changes have impacted water catchments, threatening the future water supply. Climate change is likely to further change the landscape dynamics and increase vulnerability to stable water supply. To address this requires a combination of policy shifts, active community stakeholder engagement, and strengthened partnership at both catchment and international levels. How do you propose, or how is UNDP supporting these kinds of initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you. This is working. Yeah. Yes, as you have read in the preamble, one, nature-based solutions are very cost-effective means because nature does its part. God's functions come when you interfere with them and all the natural. Oh, I don't know what's happening. Okay, thank you. I think this is much better. So what I was saying that nature-based solutions are some, or if not the most cost-effective means of maintaining our natural processes and maintaining our water supply systems. But because of human activities, we have seen the functions of nature being compromised and raising costs of doing business, raising cost of water supply. Realizing the importance of nature-based solutions, the global community has come together and established a number of frameworks. The Global Biodiversity Framework seeks to implement actions to sustain the functions of nature and ecosystems in supplying the ecosystem services that are very, very important. At national level, the National Biodiversity the National Biodiversity Action Plan that Uganda has developed seeks to achieve the same. And there are many other policies and guidelines at national level. But the question is, why do we continue to see nature suffer and natural functions get compromised in the form of wetland degradation, destruction of lake shores and riverbanks, the pollution from the cities? I think this boils to three major things. One is the gap in knowledge, gap in skills, and gap in governance. And that's what UNDP in Uganda seeks to address. One, we are working with government institutions to support the restoration of critical ecosystems, the wetlands. We are implementing one of the biggest wetland restoration program in the country. We are working with the government institutions to streamline the implementation of the National Biodiversity Strategy. And we have three key biodiversity financing solutions that we think, if were implemented, would support in strengthening the role of nature-based solutions. One, we are looking at how do you finance, how do you measure the conservation impact of the finances that go at local government levels through the ecological physical transfers that one, government gives, but also the future financing that we are going to give. How do you measure the impact, and how is this contributing to biodiversity conservation? And how is it building the skills and and bridging the gap between the policies that exist and the practices that are on the ground. We are also looking at how do you strengthen the issue of stewardship that Moses raised. How do you make the communities who are the owners of these lands better manage the lands for the future, for the continued supply of ecosystem services? What are the financing options? At global level, the Paris Agreement's Article 6 articulates different financing mechanisms, the carbon markets and others. But we also have guidance on payment for ecosystem services. How are they being implemented and how are they supporting better management of natural resources? How are they stopping deforestation? How are they stopping degradation of water catchment areas? How are they supporting the management of lake shores and riverbanks? How are they supporting the management of the wetlands? And what skill sets do we need to achieve this? So if we can bridge the knowledge available and how communities understand it, if we can have skills in place, and if we can have governance systems pay attention and to the gaps and help communities to better understand their role and to better access resources for conservation, but also for managing their own needs, then we are likely to have a better conservation of these ecosystems, and we are likely to have cost-effective means of accessing water and other ecosystem services. As you said, nature-based solutions, unlike other technologies, provide multiple uses. When you manage your land well, you increase productivity because you have reduced erosion, but you also protect water catchments. In the end, you are providing clean water to yourself and to your communities. When you manage a wetland, you control floods, you protect biodiversity, but you also access clean water, but also you manage the microclimate around your land and you are able to achieve. But how do people appreciate this? Do they understand them? When you talk of conserving an otter, what does it mean, for instance, for a community? What are the incentives for them to continue supporting them? So those are the areas that we try to address, bridge the knowledge gap, bridge the skills gap, and work with government agencies to bridge the governance gap so that the global and national policies can be effectively implemented for nature-based solutions to play their role in providing cost-effective supply of ecosystem services, water and other ecosystem services alike. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. You bring up some very, very important areas where we can improve the issue of measuring impact of the finance that is given to nature-based solution skills improvement, governance issues. These are things that we should be discussing on how to improve. And in a way, it links to the question I'm going to ask to Dr. Fred Kimaite. Because for sure, a lot of these approaches to nature-based solutions have always been small scale, that kind of scale. And upscaling them to national or otherwise is always a big challenge that we have. So, what innovative approaches or technologies can be used to upscale this, and how can development partners play a role in the adoption of these kinds of solutions in Uganda? Over to you, Fred.
Thank you, Michael. I think a lot has been said about the importance of nature-based solutions and why why are nature-based solutions all of a sudden becoming or gaining visibility in this time and era? Of course, we know in the past, we relied on artificial solutions to several of the problems, including flood control, drainage, and so on. And we have reached a point where the grey infrastructure has reached its limit. I think all of us see what happens in Kampala when it rains. The drainage channels that were constructed several years ago when the city was still small can no longer cope with the floods that are generated whenever it rains. And of course, the temptation is to keep widening the channels, so get more money, widen the channels, and so that they carry more water. But again, we see that that is not a sustainable solution because we have tried widening the channels over and over, and still the problem doesn't seem to be resolved. So I think this is where now we fall back to Mother Nature and try to see how we can integrate these green solutions into the existing grey infrastructure that we're used to. So number one is there has to be a mindset change because for those of you who are engineers here, from the time we were at university, we are told that for you to control floods, you have to design a channel and the water will go. So if we are going to rely on the same engineers who for time immemorial have known that for you to control floods, you have to design a channel, then something has to be done differently. There has to be a realization that we cannot do business as usual and that we have to tap into this natural asset that can help us, address the challenges that are before us. But most important, Mr. Moderator, is the issue of collective action. I think it was mentioned a bit by Dr. Musonda. The government, I can imagine, has done a lot in terms of setting the policy framework, the laws, the guidelines, standards. We know protecting wetlands and prohibiting certain activities in wetland areas, riverbanks. These laws are there, the policies are there. We have even gone an extra mile to create an environmental police. On Monday, the PS was asking the guest of honor to fast track the establishment of the environmental court. So you can see how desperate the situation is getting, But I would like to say that whether we have an environmental police or court, this is not going to solve the problem. I think the problem needs collective action. And we have to make it everyone's business to adopt or to embrace these nature-based solutions. And we have to make it known what the benefits of these solutions are to the different sectors of society. As GIZ, we initiated a small project a few years ago to address this issue of collective action. You will be very surprised that the private sector and the local communities are very, very willing and ready to help with addressing some of these challenges that we are facing, especially if you give them the necessary information, if you explain to them the role they play in creating the problem and what role they can play in addressing the problem. I remember when you created this platform that brought together private sector, local communities, government, and so on. The first question we asked in our first meeting was, we asked the private sector, so who causes these floods in Kampala? And they said KCCA. Okay, that was very good. And then we asked the local communities, some representatives from the slum areas, who is to blame for the floods in your areas? The government. Okay, so that's the understanding of the people out there. And we had to explain to them. For example, some very good gentleman, entrepreneur who owns a factory, we told him, look, do you know that you are part of the problem, you know? We asked him, where do you live? I live uphill in Naguru, you know, on a 1 acre piece of land, which is fully paved, very nice, you know. And when it rains, of course, I've channeled my water, it goes out, I don't know where it ends up. And we told him that, do you ever imagine that when you drive from Naguru and you reach Chambogo and you find that road flooded, do you ever realize that you are part of that problem, that you created that problem by paving your entire compound and letting the water flow? And that started sinking in, you know, that, oh, okay, so I'm part of the problem. And we told him that, do you know what you can do to be part of the solution? He said, no. We said, if you converted your very nice paved compound into a permeable compound and let most of the water that falls on your property sink into the ground, you could be part of the solution. And imagine if 10, 20, 100, 1,000 more people of your type did that, then we would not have the road flooding at Chambogo or your factory flooding. And from then on, they became very supportive of this initiative, and they are very willing to contribute in terms of resources and time to implement certain pilot measures within the city. So for me, the issue of collective action, giving information to the different stakeholders to understand that they are part of the problem and they can contribute to the solution is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. You bring up some very, very important issues to think about. And I think you started with the one I think is the most important, the issue of mindset change. It's always the problem that we have, that people are stuck in the way they've always been doing things, and getting them to think about some of these innovative approaches to solving our problems is sometimes a problem. But bringing them on board, collective action, are all very pertinent issues. Well, when you mentioned Kampala, it had me thinking, because some years back I was working with KCCA, and I was in fact the manager for drainage. So a lot of those drainage channels that are not working, I was part of the teams that designed and constructed them. Why am I saying this? Why I'm saying this is that there are other dimensions that are very important. If you have money to solve a problem, but, for example, you don't have access to the land that you need to implement this project, you know, Kampala land ownership, that's a problem. If people are already living on the land which you would need to implement, for example, sustainable urban drainage systems. So there are regulatory issues that need to be thought about. The legal framework about having access to these, using these technologies. Land use issues, controlling development, where do people develop? If people have already occupied a wetland, you remember the presentation of Dr. Musonda. If people are already living in the wetland and no one has the political will, or the government is not willing to engage in moving them, then any project on restoring that wetland is bound to fail. So mindset change is very important. Awareness is very important, because actually once people know that they are part of they are actually the problem, then discussing the solution, you can sit down and discuss what needs to be done. But if they are blaming someone else, then the solution has to come from somewhere else. So these are very, very important. The panelists are doing a good job. We have Julie Mulonga online, and the next question is going to be for Julie. I hope Julie is still with us. And the question is, how does Wetlands International collaborate with government agencies, local communities, and other stakeholders to promote the conservation and restoration of wetlands as nature-based solutions for water storage, flood regulation, biodiversity conservation, while supporting livelihoods and sustainable development. Julie, are you with us? Julie? Julie? Maybe we are having, yes.
I can hear you.
Please go ahead. Did you hear my question?
I should have gotten at least the last part of it. I'll try to answer it as best as possible.
Thank you.
My apologies, my background may be a bit noisy. But indeed, when you look at wetlands are very key. And I'll start from that backdrop. So Wetlands International is actually dedicated to safeguarding and restoring these wetlands. And indeed, to achieve certain impacts, that these wetlands are healthy, that we have resilient communities, and also the reduced climate risks. Now, a lot of this may
Hello, we have lost you. Huh? Hello? Julia? Okay. Maybe she's having some issues. Okay. If she gets back online, we will we'll use the opportunity to listen to her. But now we've heard from all the panelists that we have here. The next segment is to engage the members that we have in audience. We have around 20 minutes for this. So what we'll do, we'll give maybe the first round of about 5 questions or comments, and then we shall allow the panel to respond. And if we have more time, we shall have another round of questions. So I'll open it up now for the audience. You can ask questions, but you can also make a contribution to this discussion. You try to use 1 minute maximum for your submission. Do we have someone to move the mic around? Yeah, the mic is coming. You can give your name and the organization you come from. You can also choose to direct the question to a specific panelist, or you can make it general.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I would like to thank the panelists for the discussion. Mine is on wetlands degradation. In relation to mindset change, probably the ministry should forgive me. I was of the view that probably the mindset change should begin from the ministry level. Because if you look at most of the wetlands degradation that are happening, you realize that it is the rich, they have it, that usually damage or degrade these wetlands. Look at the poor populations that are occupying these wetlands. Probably the amount of damage could be minimal. But when you look at most of these companies, I mean, most times you see NEMA chasing away the local communities who are trying to get a livelihood, probably through yam growing and all that. And then replacing them with big companies. We've seen this in wetlands in Wakiso and the rest. So the question is, whose mindset should be changed first? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whose mindset should be changed first? We can get the second question.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, the panelists. My name is Henry Mbo. I work with the aid environment. To complement to the discussion, most of the issues which we are seeing in our country rotate around the policy, the leadership, and the governance. Whatever is being done is influenced by the policy, is influenced by the governance. When, as my sister said, the degradation of the wetland has an influence, and you find that most of the wetlands are being encroached and degraded by the elites, by the affluent. So now the question is, what can we do? Because the poor people have no issues, but the people who need to be managed and guided are the affluent, are the elites, so that we have a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, members. I'm called Jamulilo Samuel. I am a PhD student in environment and climate change, Kesmons International University of America, USA. And I would like to answer or respond or give my view of what my sisters just raised of the rich degrading our wetlands as a best practice. What are they doing? Now, development and degradation of the wetlands go hand in hand. We are aware that we have to develop, this is a poor country, but at the same time, we have to conserve the environment. Now, what the developed country is doing is that it is true, they also build in the wetlands, but it's upon the building plans that the two coexist. Now, take an example. In China or in the US, what they do, take an example like this building can be allowed to stay in the wetland, but the building is on top, but the water is down. So that the factories can produce or develop the economy at the same time they are conserving the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Namsitu Agnes. I chair the national organization which is called Nile Basin Development Forum, that is in Uganda, and I sit on the board of Nile Basin Discourse, that is the regional one. I thank Laura for her braveness. Thank you so much. You are too young, but you are very bold and determined to achieve. I thank you and I encourage you to continue encouraging the younger generation to be climate change resilient. And I think it is high time for us, both civil society and government, to start investing in the young generation from the schools, right from the schools, because they need to grow up knowing the importance of keeping the environment and even protecting the environment, because that is the gist of the matter. That is where all our livelihoods are derived from. Short of that, this Uganda, the ecosystem, all this, whatever we are enjoying, will be no more. Secondly, basing on what we are seeing and the trend of the way things are being done, especially here, we can see policymakers are now no longer all that vigilant to see that they enforce the policies and laws they make in regard to wetlands protection, environment protection, but instead they embark on their destruction. And I think how we see things moving, I wouldn't hesitate to say this could be some top officials' project. I come from the areas of Masaka. When you look at Luela is one of those biggest areas which form the catchment area for not only River Nile, but the Lake Victoria Basin. But the level at which the sand is mined in that area, every now and then you see that road. It is the only connection from the city, the central Uganda, to the western parts of the country. But we keep on being cut off whenever we get those rains, the floods, and whatever. Now, what do we do? When we started talking about rice growing, because keeping the environment is something which we shouldn't joke around with. Now people are growing rice there. They distract the waters which were settling properly and safely in their wetlands. But now they keep on putting those trenches to guide their water according to their own interests. Now the Indians, the Chinese, whatever, they are busy also mining. What are we going to do? As policymakers, my sister put it right. Yes, we want to change the mindset of the communities to make the communities realize their role in the environment protection. But still, the question comes back. Whose mindset should we change first? Is it the people, the population? Can you change the mindset of the communities without you, the policy implementer, the policy enforcer, to change your own mindset, and you keep on issuing licenses to people whom you know very clearly that they are going to distract what should be kept or protected? I thank you so much.
Thank you. We can have two more.
I'm called Satima Chirunda from Uwewk Green, a university student at Victoria University doing a bachelor's of tourism and hospitality. Here I am. The fact is, it begins with me, then to you. I have a project we are doing with other students all over universities in Uganda. We are recycling plastics for plastic trash bins, and then we're also making plastic bricks. So this is also to us, because an environment would not only affect the government or any other person, it will be general. Imagine, what if our temperatures rose and we are all told with colors that go back home? Am I affected? Like River Katonga flooded, who was affected? Everyone. So environment is for us. Actually, you and I, you are the environment. So in case I say you change without me changing, I'm lying. Let's change, but I am the start. So I hope I've answered the questions that whose mindset changes first is me.
Thank you very much. And a round of applause for you. Accepting responsibility is always very hard. So let's have one more, and then the panel will respond.
Thank you so much. I think my question goes to Tom. Tom, you presented what you are doing at UNDP and the approaches that you are trying to adopt. Maybe I didn't introduce myself. I'm Rose Namara from Uganda Management Institute. But you left me thinking about these issues. For instance, what are the incentives for me to adopt stewardship? What are the incentives for me to do that? And then you also left me asking myself, why is governance not paying great attention to these issues of nature-based solutions. You left me also thinking about what can be done. But this morning, I got a WhatsApp message from my uncle. My uncle told me, if I can read it verbatim, when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in society, over a course of time, they create for themselves a legal system, an institution system, a technical system, and a moral code to glorify it. So we are in the world of plunder, where a group of men have created themselves protection. When Katonga was cut off, and all of us were redirected to use the longest way to our homes, others in a few days were allowed to use Katonga. When I'm driving in the right direction and border borders are almost knocking me, others are driving in the other direction and are being protected by the same police that is supposed to protect me. So the answer, I want answers from you.
Thank you for that input and the message from your uncle. Eh? So let's get back to the panel. Only one question was directed to Tom. Others, I'll request the panel to choose and answer as you wish. But just to summarize, the questions, many of them rotated around the issue of the mindset change, whose mind should change first, and several alternatives were given of what should happen, but we'll listen to the panel. There was the input on what happens in developed countries when it comes to building in such areas. Maybe for this one, Fred, you might help and address. There was also one, it was applause directed to Laura, thanking her for investing her time as a young youth to advocate for environmental conservation. And there was the issue of the issue from Timothy. I think I liked that. It begins with you, and you gave the example of the projects that on plastics and bricks that you have. And yes, so maybe I'll request Tom to go first, but then we go through with the others because you have a very tough question to answer. Over to you, Tom.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thanks very much, Rose, for the question. Your question is definitely tough, and I will request other panelists and probably the audience to come in, but I will keep it very short. One, you asked about what do we need to do to enhance stewardship. I think stewardship comes from, one, appreciation that what you have is valuable. What you have has value for you and for society. And having adequate knowledge to know what to do to sustain it. But also balancing between the need to sustain what you have in form of a natural resource and your livelihood. Because a person will not sleep hungry when all the children sleep hungry when you can cut a tree and burn charcoal and sell and make a living. A person will not leave a wetland if that is the only land he has, and that's where he gets livelihood. So that's where the question of thinking through incentive mechanisms and balancing between the value of the incentives given and the need for people to live comes in. And that's where at international level, there is a thinking around different incentive mechanisms. For instance, I talked about payment for ecosystem service. If I am managing a very valuable ecosystem, how do I get paid or how do I get economic benefit to maintain it in order for it to continue serving the common good? That's one. Two, the international community is looking at, and the global markets are now looking at carbon markets. How do we support communities to keep their wetlands, to keep their trees, and they get paid for keeping them because they are serving the global good? So once those incentives are sufficient enough, then the communities will see the value of keeping the natural ecosystem, and they will have a sense of ownership and a sense of responsibility for them. So those are the complex questions we are still grappling with. I don't think we have cracked it yet as development partners and as a development community, but we are going towards that. That's why you see there's now carbon trade. That's why you hear of ecotourism. And actually, I want to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment because they are now thinking of establishing eco parks to support the conservation of urban wetlands, creating other incentives to leave the wetlands intact, while people who live next to them gain from ecotourism and other social services that come with the development of such sites. So all those are initiatives that are being thought about to really enhance stewardship, but also ensure that communities gainfully benefit from keeping, maintaining, and sustaining these ecosystem services. I think that's how I can answer it, but my colleagues can chip in and clarify further. The other one was on governance. I think there are laws and regulations, there are policies and guidelines that both the communities, the business community, and the government agencies need to follow. I don't think we need to discuss that further than that. I think there are systems for them to be enhanced, and the government is there to make sure that those systems are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom, you're re-emphasizing the issue of stewardship, ensuring that people benefit from these initiatives and laws and governance. I'm told that Julie Mlonga is back online. We'll give you an opportunity to complete your submission that was cut off. And then we come back to the panel in the room. Julie? Julie? Okay, so as we wind up, we are coming towards the end. I'm going in turn to request the panelists to comment on these questions raised, the ones that Tom may not have answered, but we shall conclude with Frank. Frank will give some wrap up at the end before we request the permanent secretary to come in and handle the final remarks. So maybe we start with Laura. You got compliments, but maybe you also want to say something about the youths and stewardship and who is responsible.
Thank you, moderator. When it comes to the issue of mindset, in my perspective, I believe that everyone should have an intentional mindset. You cannot go around preaching the issue of plastic pollution and flooding and the environmental degradation, but yet it begins with you and you do not even know how to take care of your environment, but you know how to tell people what they should do. So like Timothy said, if I got the name right, it starts with you. Then my message to the youth and everyone out there is to do what they can do in their own capacity to save the planet, for we have no planet B. And I'll say it one more time, that we, the youth, and the generations behind us, we are the most vulnerable when it comes to the climate crisis. So everyone should take urgent action when it comes to the climate crisis, water scarcity and environmental degradation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Laura. Next, we move to Moses. You can handle the same questions, but also comment about the issue of the economic activities that go on in wetlands and such ecosystems that are not consistent with environmental conservation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. I want to start from the conclusion. I've listened to what most of the people have raised, and I think there's a general sentiment around governance, around rule of law, around equity. And for me, coming from a cattle keeping background, I always look at life from that perspective. And, you know, when there is always a saying, until the cows come home. We need to be careful that we are not taking the path of focusing only when the cows come home. Because when the cows go out, there are quite a number of things that happen. There's a time for milking. You have to take them to the right pasture. You have to carry a stick to avoid any risks that may happen when you're looking after them. So there are quite a number of things. What am I trying to say is that even despite the challenges that we could be facing as a country around some of the natural resource management, we don't want to take the lamentation path because we will do it until when the cows come home. That being said, to me, I think the solution lies around, you know, when you look at the principle of integrated water resources management, it is really, you know, when you look at the 3 E's, and I always look at it as a triangle. The 3 E's, economic efficiency being one of the bases of the triangle, equity, which speaks to governance, being the other base of the triangle. And then at the top, you have environmental sustainability. So the 2 base E's, if not managed well, make the environmental sustainability come down. So we must, whatever we do as a group, as a people, as a country, must look at these 2 bases and say, how do we integrate economic sustainability in all the programs and initiatives and efforts that we do? And then bring in the equity, the aspect that people have been talking about, you know, the poor versus the rich. How do we bridge that gap to ensure that whatever programs or policies we are designing must look at it from an equity justice angle to ensure that it is in for all of us. And that's what inspires stewardship. Because once I feel that there's an economic gain I get out of it, but also there's equity, there's justice, then I become a steward of the environment, or the 3rd E, which is the natural resource. So once we embrace and really strengthen our understanding and approach around the integrated water resources management approach, I think it can be a solution. And it is a journey that we need to walk. It won't end today. But I think I can already appreciate that through, especially led by the Ministry of Water and Environment, we are all walking this path. And it is a journey that we will all commit and get to the end of it, at the end of it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses, for clarifying this further and bringing in the issue of equity as a driver for stewardship. If you feel like your part, your interests are taken care of, then you will be you'll take more care for the environment. So we move. Time is running out, but now we move to Fred. You can also handle the same issues, but also address the issue of, there was this issue related to, yes, what happens in some of the other countries when they make developments in wetlands and they are able to conserve them, and yet for us we destroy them along the way.
Thank you, Michael. the environment is as good as development. Anyway, we cannot stop development. You know, development has to go on, but it has to go on in a manner that is not at the expense of the environment. And there are global practices. I mean, we've seen in many parts of the world how entire cities or communities are designed and built very well knit with the environment, you know. We've seen green buildings all over, big complexes in many of these cities that are designed in a green manner. And so maybe from the perspective of, say, the DPs and those who are supporting NBS programs, I think sharing some of these experiences and best practices elsewhere in the world could be of help. I think there's a program going on in Dar es Salaam now of greening Dar es Salaam. It's a very good example. It's supported by GIZ. And so to demonstrate that development can be in harmony with the environment, I think that's the message that we have to send out, not to stifle development to keep the environment, because a hungry mouth cannot listen to all our environmental rhetorics. But Michael, if you can just allow me to summarize a few things that came to my mind as I listened to this. True mindset change is for all of us, you know. And for me, I know we keep thinking that it's the local communities whose minds have to change. No, I think in my work I've done, the least informed and most impactful segment in this work would be the private sector, you know. You will be amused how ignorant these people are about the connection between what they do and the environment. Long ago, I used to think these people who go to build industries in wetlands are doing it intentionally, until I interacted with them. And the truth is, it's not very easy to make that connection, you know, until you get the information. So I think we have to be very intentional in making people appreciate that the actions they make have certain consequences and impacts, and we shall realize that, you know, many of these actions are done in ignorance, you know. So information dissemination and engagement with these different segments of community, you know, to raise their awareness about some of these challenges is very critical, you know. And then the other thing is, for those who intentionally do this, if the law can make environmental crime very costly, you know, maybe that would be one way of trying to, you know, put some deterrence in this. Because I don't know what the current penalties are. If I know that if I'm caught degrading a wetland, I'll go to court and pay 2 million shillings. I will take my chances, you know. But if I know that if I'm caught, I'll go to jail for 14 years, I'll think twice, you know, before. So let's make environmental crime very costly for whoever engages in it. The other point is, I think the PS mentioned it on Monday, on valuing the environmental services. I think, again, our environmental services are grossly undervalued. And I think that's why people degrade the environment and get out with it. I think if we attached some realistic value to these environmental services, then even those who are licensing these activities in these areas maybe would think twice and say, look, I cannot license a factory which is going to bring $1 million to destroy a wetland which provides $1 billion, you know. So I think that gap also has to be addressed, of valuing our environmental resources, you know. And then the other one is, if there's anything that we can do, PS, as a beginning, let's save the few remaining spaces, you know, because I think that current trajectory is very dangerous. If we are going to wait until we destroy all, then we begin restoring, that is that's a very difficult path to go. So if we can save the few remaining spaces as we put our house in order and begin the path of recovery, I think that would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred, for responding to the questions, but also summarizing the session for us. Yeah? You bring out some very, very important points. I'm not going to belabor them because Frank, who is our elder on this, yeah, having also been the director at UNEP, will do the summarization of the session and the outcomes very briefly as we conclude. So Frank, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I beg you to allow me to make two observations before I conclude. The first one is, listening to discussion, we all leaned towards wetlands. So let me take the opportunity to inform you that as far as nature-based solutions are concerned, for water, for climate change, for the environment, conservation, protection, restoration of forests is also important. That grasslands are very good, play a very critical role in the environment, including in ensuring the quantity and quality of water resources. That we have mountain ecosystems which equally need to be protected, conserved, and especially as they are coming under threat due to extreme weather events and the kind of landslides that we are seeing, and that they need to be kept intact if our communities which live in those ecosystems or near them are to survive. That rangelands and drylands are equally important, and that urban areas also deserve to be looked at. I guess you are shocked, as I am, that Kampala has totally built its green spaces. The only green spaces remaining in Kampala in our compounds, but as somebody said, we've turned those even into concrete jungles. It's not a surprise that we are having a lot of heat within Kampala, because there's nothing that is helping in capturing that heat and containing it. And it's going to get worse as climate change also rolls out. So that's a reminder. The second observation that I needed us to be aware of is that just like other solutions, nature-based solutions, if wrongly applied, will have negative consequences. 2 or 3 examples. One, I'm shocked when I was in my village, I come from Kanungu district, I came across people who are buying carbon credits from farmers, but they only buy carbon credits from pine plantations. What they are telling our farmers is that cut down your natural forest, plant pine, then we'll give you money. The benefits of monoculture plantations, which are themselves alien, are very limited compared to our natural ecosystems. That is a wrong application of nature-based solutions, and I hope that as we roll them out, we don't make these unintended consequences to become the play of the day. The second one we have to be careful about is, there are some people, protected or not, point noted, madam, who will then engage in the business of nature-based solutions. But this may involve land grabs and the disturbance of local communities, denying them their rights to land. We must also be careful to make sure that nature-based solutions do not lead to land grabs and the abrogation of land rights. Finally, we must be sure that our development must not degrade or pollute nature. We know we have to develop economically, but as I said at the beginning, our development relies on nature. The PDM relies on nature. It assumes the soils are going to be good, The rainfalls will come, the sun will come when you want to dry your crops, and you'll make surplus and sell. That is what the PDM is saying. What it is not saying is how do we ensure these continue to be there? Those who do research, please research into the environmental dimensions of PDM. What is missing out of that picture if ours is an economy and our poverty reduction measures are those that rely on nature? So I thought I should bring those up. By way of conclusion, and I was told late, so I wasn't making notes from the beginning, but I will summarize at a higher level. One, to note that nature is the pillar of our economic development and must be protected, conserved, restored, and sustainably used. And that the poor appear to be and actually are more vulnerable to disruptions in nature. So for our economic development to be sustained by nature, we need to focus on restoration, sustainable use, protection, and conservation. Second, that nature-based solutions have a significant role to play in addressing water, climate change, and environmental challenges. And that's not to say that technological and engineering solutions do not have a role to play. They do, but nature-based solutions have a significant role to play. There are certain challenges we didn't get to discuss them, but sometimes for people it is easier for one to do a channel of water, as the engineer said, than plant trees whose impact in terms of reducing the flooding is going to take 2-3 years. So sometimes we are very anxious for very quick solutions, and we tend to go towards engineering solutions, which then quickly get overwhelmed, instead of investing more time and patience in letting the nature-based solutions begin to take effect. Third is that our country has adequate policies, laws, and institutions. In some of the legal framework, they have gone up to regulations and even guidelines. And there is enough to foster the application of nature-based solutions if implemented. The problem appears from the discussion that we need to have serious, fair, and I emphasize equitable application of these policies and legal frameworks, as well as making sure that our institutions are facilitated to play the role that they were put in place for. There was a mention that perhaps using the new structures of enforcement, the environmental police, the coming information environmental court, and making crime very expensive might be one of the sticks that could be used in making sure that nature is protected and conserved, but that nature-based solutions can also be applied to address the challenges we have. It was said severally that mindset change is important in promoting nature-based solutions and other solutions to all other challenges that we face, and that it starts from each one of us, but should go to the highest levels of government, including those charged with upholding the law. Fifth is that government institutions and development partners are available to support the country in rolling out nature-based solutions. And lastly, I think the general feeling was that let us walk the talk and let us act now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful summary of what has been discussed. A big round of applause for the panelists. I think many of us are living better informed about nature-based solutions to address climate crisis in Uganda. We are living better informed about this, and I hope it will impact on how we do our work. I wish to thank my co-moderator. Thank you very much, Lucy, and the keynote speaker for a job well done. Dr. Msonda sent us very well on the path to this very, very good discussion. And finally, of course, we thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for organizing the Water Week, where it gives us this platform to have these kinds of discussions. And on that note, I will request the Permanent Secretary to come over, give some remarks, and he has some messages.
Thank you. I think you can do it from up. Thank you, Lucy, and thank you, Dr. Kisa. Thank you for the moderation. This is always a very emotional subject matter. I normally want to allow people to say whatever they want to say in this kind of forum because we get to know more and also learn. But the also opportunity to probably correct one or two things. Katonga, sand mining has been blamed for sweeping that bridge. I think Dr. Kalisa has a paper that he wrote. But it is true. It is because we ignored nature. Because of climate change, our infrastructure should be climate proof. What actually happened in Katonga, there was, what is the name of that river, Dr. Kalis? There's a swamp. There's a swamp which is about 4 kilometers also in radius. And they built a road, but with very tiny culverts. It created a dam. And that dam could not hold the water. It eventually swept that small little Maram Road and also came and what? Swept our Katonga. But everybody thinks it is what? Sand mining. Again, if you look at the law, there are what we call wise use of wetlands. And in the law, there are certain activities that are permitted sustainably in the wetlands. And these are done by way of issuing permits. And these permits are subject to annual audits. If you violate them, but like any other activities in this country, there are people who do things illegally. And illegality, to redress them, let us not leave it for government to take action. It is upon each and every one of us. And that is why I like what Frank and Mike said, that, and the young man, that, and Laura, this is a responsibility for all of us, And I think it is my sister from Lokere, of all places, who said we should start by changing the mindset of the ministry. But I'm the one who invited you here. I am working with you in Lokere. I am the one who has said this, so I should change your mindset instead, not the one of the ministry, but really at the highest level. I don't think you have had in all national events, for example, any speech of the president when he does not talk about degraders of wetlands and forests and telling people to move away. So for us, the advantage we have it at the highest level, there is the political will, but we have issues with enforcement. I agree. The people who are actually causing problems in urban areas are the educated and they are the elite. No peasant can go and get titles in wetlands or forest reserve. They don't have the money anyway. So it is the people who have the money and educated. But again, they have the means of also going to seek redress. We have more than 600 cases. We have already canceled more than 600 titles, I think, in wetlands and forest reserves. But we have, not even 600, more than 1,000 cases pending. NEMA, NFA, and also some of us as individuals being sued because we are trying to stop them from getting into that. So this is something which government is tackling at all levels. We have legislation now which is actually quite punitive. Some of these activities will land you a bill in billions of shillings. And I think the express penalty that NEMA announced in the regulations is just an example of them. For wetlands specifically, we have already gazetted. Actually, we have gazetted wetlands. It was one of those actually natural resources that did not have a legal instrument protected. So we have gazetted it. We can now go against some of these environmental criminals with the proper support of the law. But it should not be the law. Some of these things, it should be you. Nobody should tell you this is a wetland. You see, it is a wetland. Nobody should tell you this is a forest. But you still want, if I'm not caught by the law, then it's okay. So I think that is where the mindset issue comes into play. And for me, the people who are getting titles and settling the forest, it is not out of ignorance. Those are deliberate, these are criminals, and they should be punished. And if we get strengthened, our weakest point right now is enforcement when it comes to the preservation. If we get the enforcement right, we get the numbers. 160 is too small for the entire country. We are looking at 2,000. If you get to that level, most of these pains you're feeling should not and will not happen. Thank you. Now, to what I'm supposed to do here is to say thank you to our moderators and the panelists for a job well done and really for stimulating us this morning. And we have many more sessions. I urge you participate because from those sessions, we are going to get resolutions that help us to manage the natural resources better. So the first person I want to recognize is Mr. Ivan. Where is my reading glass? It is right here. This is not you. Have you given the
Thank you, everybody. We are first honoring the keynote speaker, was Dr. Msonda. Although he has left, we think that Madame Lucy can take the certificate. Thank you. Then, sorry. Then as a moderator, you can also have yours at a go. Madame Lucy can have yours as a moderator. Then since I've started with the moderators, you can have Dr. Michael Chiza as a moderator. Thank you. Then I go to the panelists. I will start with Dr. Chimaite Fred. Then I let the young lady, activist, Miss Laura Mwanguzi. Mr. Tom Sengalama. I think Miss Julie was online. Miss Julie Malone.
Julie, we shall give you online.
Mr. Frank Tulia Tunga. Then Mr. Moses Egalu. Thank you. Excuse me, can come in for our group?
We can come in for group photos here, all the panelists. And for your information, we are actually going to have 5 green and wetland cities in this country. It is a program we are on for the next 3 years. Thank you. the background light.
Thank you for attending this morning session of the dialogue. But we have more sessions this afternoon and this morning, the mid-morning. We have paper presentations. They're in the third floor. We have got other side events which are taking place on this floor, down floor, and the training on the ground floor. And other side events are taking place in IREC, National Water and Environment, National Water and Sewage Corporation. Please attend these side events. We are going to have a side event here in this auditorium, and it's going to be the launch of the Water Resources Institute, Water and Environment Mentorship, Internship Placement Program. You are all invited to attend, and all of you, you are invited also to have break tea, which is down level. Thank you. I think the panelist, Engineer Annette Nantong, will guide you where you're going to have your breakfast. Engineer Annette Nantongo, she's here. Oh, Charity is here, okay. Charity, come see me. But I want.
The panelist, keynote speaker, commissioners, assistant commissioners, we're having the break tea at 4th floor.
A land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, the land of contrasts, where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic...
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with a concrete plan on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following:
One, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. Two, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with concrete plans on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. One, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. Two, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. One, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. Two, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
A land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes and mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with the environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be evicted, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. Said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish pond, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and cancelled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change. The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the Ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the Ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale, and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises, and youth school debates took place.
We are having a special event for people who have retired. We call them water and environment elders. These are people who have made the sector what it is. Many of them retired a number of years ago, but we have brought them. We have also a half day where they are going to be engaging with us so that the young people can actually get to know them. We call it greet and meet the water and environment elders. We want people to get to know them, but also we want those elders also to get to know the young people so that the interface and also motivate them, share with them the progress of the sector, but also for the people who have retired, also to get to know how the sector has grown.
This year's event running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes, which are designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges, outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events.
The theme is basically challenging the status quo. It is telling us, think outside the box. With these challenges, are you doing enough? So we want the debate to reflect, to revolve around that. What more do we need to do to strengthen our action so that to address these challenges? So
there are professional, there are technical papers that are going to be presented, but also going to be very simple technologies that are affordable but very relevant at individual level that will be showcased. And I would like to invite the public to come and participate and also see what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing to conserve these resources that we have been entrusted with by the people of Uganda,
which seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040, will also be used to commemorate 3 international days, which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's the World Forest Day, which falls on 21st, the World Water Day on 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day on 23rd of March every year.
We are rich. We should really be proud of our country. We should protect what God has given us. We should be a solution to the global problem of climate change.
Star DJs. Star DJs on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
I'm Florence Grace Adong, Director for Water Resources Management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. As a directorate, our main responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner and to ensure that we have water available for the present and future generations. The beginning of the thought on the Water Resources Institute goes back to 2003 when the Water Resources Management Reform Studies was undertaken. During that reform studies, a number of investigations on the challenges and opportunities available to improve on the water resources management and development came up. One of the key areas that was identified was the issue of human resource capacity in management and development of the water resources, as well as lack of awareness on water resources management issues in this country. So benchmarking and with the local problems that we are facing, it was very necessary that we have a one-stop center where we can bring the different water users and stakeholders to either dialogue or discuss issues of water resources development and management so that we have sustainable development of these finite water resources. So we are happy that this time the Water Resources Institute will be launched on the 21st of March 2018. This is going to be a very important institution and will also create a good platform for think tanks water professionals, environment professionals, economists, to come and exchange views on how best to manage and develop our water resources.
And we have worked with a number of partners to move this idea forward. We have worked with WaterAid, we have worked with FAO, we have worked with World Bank, and they have supported us to get the idea into concrete action. And the Institute is going to be looking at 4 things. Basically, we will be looking at applied training, we will be looking at applied research, we will be looking at dialogue, and also be looking at outreach and documentation. We don't have mechanism right now for dialogue with people outside the sector. We don't have mechanisms for putting all the information about the sector together and making it available to the users, the stakeholders. We have also not been having mechanisms for undertaking research that is targeted to our needs and concretizing the research ideas into action. Many people do research, they do applied research, but this research doesn't inform policy.
The Water Resource Institute is the point that brings us together, to kind of bring together applied research, to combine that with applied learning, capacity development within the sector. Sector, I mean the ministry, the private sector, and also us as the NGOs, and make sure that all our efforts are leading us to realize the SDG 6 aspiration, where everyone, everywhere, has access to water, sanitation, and hygiene.
The trainers will be people from ourselves, they will be people from the civil society, from the academic institutions, from the private sector, and from relevant government agencies. As we enter into partnerships with organizations outside Uganda, it will help us to bring in international best practice and concretize the idea of the institute. We have created a space for people who have retired from government, from NGOs, from the private sector, academic institutions, to come and contribute. We want to have a partnership arrangement where any partner can come and actually utilize the facilities of the institute and be able to conduct the trainings, conduct applied research, conduct dialogues, and also even utilize the information that we have in the sector. We have an online water quality monitoring equipment set up in this building that people will look at as a training event. We are also setting up a modeling unit in here. But around here, we also have a meteorological station, which people will actually use. We have a groundwater monitoring station that people will use to run issues to do with groundwater. Then close by, we have a surface water monitoring station. And not far from here, we also have a meteorological training center that will be accessible. We also have the national water treatment plant where they are pumping water close by. And we believe that this will enable us to save costs on hiring hotels, but also enable to train more people at a reasonable cost. Once we have the institute up and running and people are taking advantage of it, the sector will not be the same. We want to call upon other partners out there that can support the institute to become more operational. You come and join us. The space is open, and we believe that all of us will benefit, and will make Uganda a much better place to live in. We will position water and environment and give them these resources their rightful place through improved capacity, increased research, dialogue, and outreach. Thank you very much.
Land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts, where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes and mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they're also filters and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be effective, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood so that we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and cancelled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change. The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale, and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises, and youth school debates took place.
We are having...
Where every drop of water tells a story about its journey, its health, and the health of our planet. Today, we unlock this hidden language with a powerful tool. Welcome to the Water and Environment Information System, also called as WEES. The WEES is a web-based system with help of offline tools that provides storage, analysis, and dissemination of information on Uganda's water and environment resources. It is made up of three major components. 1. Databases that store data for different hydrometeorological and environmental parameters. 2. Processing tools that are used to process and analyze the data. 3. Facilitating BI dashboard to track the progress of the Ministry of Water and Environment through respective KPIs.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with a concrete plan on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1. Integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2. Allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the station, and conduct field visits and checkups of the station regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
Rockstar DJs.
In a world facing unprecedented challenges, humanity is turning to nature for solutions. From the towering mountains to the depths of the oceans, our planet offers a bounty of resources to address the pressing issues of water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change. Bamboo forests, for example, known worldwide as an excellent means of soil erosion control and slope stabilization, shielding communities from the wrath of increasingly frequent extreme weather events, such as landslides. Renewable energy technologies, inspired by nature's efficiency, offer a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels. Solar panels harness the sun's energy, while wind turbines mimic the gentle power of the breeze, reducing our reliance on polluting energy sources and mitigating climate change. In agriculture, embracing nature-based solutions can yield multiple benefits. Practices like agroforestry and regenerative farming not only improve soil health and crop resilience, but also sequester carbon from the atmosphere, helping to combat climate change. But to fully harness the potential of nature-based solutions, we must invest in scientific research and conservation efforts. By studying ecosystems and understanding their intricate workings, we can unlock nature's secrets and develop innovative strategies for sustainable development. Ultimately, addressing the water, environment, and climate crises requires a collective effort. Whether through community-led initiatives or international cooperation, we must work hand in hand to protect and restore our planet for future generations. In the face of adversity, nature offers hope and resilience. By embracing nature-based solutions, we can pave the way towards a more sustainable and harmonious relationship with the planet we call home. This year's event, running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Nature-Based Solutions to Solve Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis. The sub-theme will assist in broadening the understanding of the importance of nature-based solutions which have emerged globally as one of the sustainable and cost-effective ways to fix the broken ecosystem and ultimately integrate communities, nature and heritage.
How are we taking advantage of nature? Actually help us solve the problem. If we are having flooding, for example, and we are destroying the wetlands, we making the situation better, we are making it worse.
The sub-theme will assess progress in promoting nature-based solutions in Uganda and globally to enhance water harvesting and storage, integrated water resources management approaches, and protection of ecosystems. It will also assess the need for research and innovations to develop and strengthen climate adaptation strategies, and development of several specific approaches that can close the implementation gap for water, sanitation, hygiene, environment, and climate change. The sub-theme will further identify innovative approaches and solutions for scaling up nature-based solutions for ensuring resilient water supply systems, livelihood improvements, job creation, and accelerating water and environment business incubation and entrepreneurship. In a world facing unprecedented challenges, humanity is turning to nature for solutions. From the towering mountains to the depths of the oceans, our planet offers a bounty of resources to address the pressing issues of water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change. Bamboo forests, for example, known worldwide as an excellent means of soil erosion control and slope stabilization, shielding communities from the wrath of increasingly frequent extreme weather events, such as landslides. Renewable energy technologies, inspired by nature's efficiency, offer a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels. Solar panels harness the sun's energy, while wind turbines mimic the gentle power of the breeze, reducing our reliance on polluting energy sources and mitigating climate change. In agriculture, embracing nature-based solutions can yield multiple benefits. Practices like agroforestry and regenerative farming not only improve soil health and crop resilience, but also sequester carbon from the atmosphere, helping to combat climate change. But to fully harness the potential of nature-based solutions, we must invest in scientific research and conservation efforts. By studying ecosystems and understanding their intricate workings, we can unlock nature's secrets and develop innovative strategies for sustainable development. Ultimately, addressing the water, environment and climate crises requires a collective effort. Whether through community-led initiatives or international cooperation, we must work hand in hand to protect and restore our planet for future generations. In the face of adversity, nature offers hope and resilience. By embracing nature-based solutions, we can pave the way towards a more sustainable and harmonious relationship with the planet we call home. This year's event, running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Nature-Based Solutions to Solve Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis. The sub-theme will assist in broadening the understanding of the importance of nature-based solutions which have emerged globally as one of the sustainable and cost-effective ways to fix the broken ecosystem and ultimately integrate communities, nature and heritage.
How are we taking advantage of nature actually help us solve the problem? If we are having flooding, for example, and we are destroying the wetlands, are we making the situation better or are we making it worse?
The sub-theme will assess progress in promoting nature-based solutions in Uganda and globally to enhance water harvesting and storage, integrated water resources management approaches, and protection of ecosystems. It will also assess the need for research and innovations to develop and strengthen climate adaptation strategies, and development of several specific approaches that can close the implementation gap for water, sanitation, hygiene, environment, and climate change. The sub-theme will further identify innovative approaches
Now I request that we take our seats.
scaling up nature.
We're already doing badly with time. Let's take our seats. Let me recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, and UNHCR representative in Uganda, and all of you ladies and gentlemen, your various capacities. We are having a session to launch the Water and Environment Graduate Mentorship, Internship and Placement Program, and it is being done during the Uganda Water and Environment Week. This session is going to take us to lunchtime, and we are going to have a few presentations on what this program is about. We'll also be having some experiences on what is happening on the ground, and after that, it will be launched. So this program has been designed collaboratively by different partners, and it is building on the work that has been done, as you will be informed. So our guests will launch the program will be the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, representing the Minister of Water and Environment, and also the UNHCR representative in Uganda. So without much ado, I would like to request that we get a short presentation from Gwendolyn on the background to the Water Resources Institute and Internship Program, after which we shall have the WASH Mentorship Internship Program presentation by Engineer Simon Odong. So Gwendolyn, can you take the floor?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I wait for the IT to screen my presentation, welcome to this Uganda, the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. My presentation is here. I'm going to present briefly on the background of the Water Resources Institute and origin of this program that we're launching today. Next. Can help me? Seems the technology is not working, okay? The Water Resources Institute is about 6 years old now. It was launched on 21st March 2028, and it was launched during the first Water and Environment Week. We are celebrating the 7th Water and Environment Week. It was launched by the then the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Rakana Tugunda. And it was the reason why the institute was launched, or where the institute is in the Ministry of Water and Environment, it was after a range of studies, reform studies that happened in the water subsector. They recommended establishment of the Water Resources Institute to look at how the waters are being challenged through pollution, water variability, demands for water use that have grown with the industrial growth of your country, Uganda. And our mission is Uganda's water resources need to be optimally utilized for all users. One of our sub-themes to this 7th Water and Environment Week was utilization of the water and environment resources. So under the same sub-theme, you can see the impact of the vision of the Water and Resources Institute. The mission is to be a center of excellence that provides cutting-edge applied research, training, a neutral place for dialogue and outreach, as we are doing now. Professional skills developed across all levels of water resources management and development, and to influence practice and policy for sustainable social economic development of our country, Uganda. Next. We have 4 focus areas. We have 4 thematic areas of the Water Resources Institute, and these are called applied training, applied research, dialoguing, and outreach. We are using the word applied, knowing very well that the institute come here to bridge between theory and practice. We do always study a lot of theory when we're in our colleges or universities. But when it comes to the environment of work, our work environment, we find what we studied and the practice that is being applied to implement water and environment resources management and development. It needs some hands-on training. So the institute looks at how to hands-on training to do implementation of the water and environment resources activities. And we also target research. Our research is targeted. Our research is research that helps in decision-making, that research that is focused on challenges that are happening in management and development of water and environment resources. That's why we are using applied, the one which is already in application due to the delivery of the service from water and environment resources. The dialoguing, those who are here in the morning, you can see we've been dialoguing on the second sub-theme of this 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. Naturally, we used not to dialogue in past days, in past years. We are looking at supply management of water and environment resources. But now we are allowing a sector, or rather a segment of dialoguing to dialogue on issues of water and environment that affect the country, that affect the communities, that affect stakeholders, and affect our development. Outreach, we tend to spread our wings to get our partners, our stakeholders, our communities to get involved into the management of the water and environment resources. Also themselves to go beyond and attract and make aware of the communities they are living in to order to manage the water source in a sustainable manner. The applied training, so far what we've covered, I'm summarizing what we've achieved since the establishment of the Uganda Water Resources Institute, that is 2018. So far we've had about 83 applied trainings. We've trained about 3,000 plus professionals, and these professionals are all from all the sector. We are not only dealing with the water and environment mainstream, but we train sector professionals, meaning that whoever impacts on water, whoever uses water, has access to come and be trained in the Water Resources Institute. And the training is not only for the nationals, but we have trained regionals, we've trained national trainees from across the country and across the region and across the continent, Africa. We received funds from World Bank through Korea Trust Fund, and we developed some modules which are already developed, and we are developed with the support of K-Water. K-Water is Korean water company. These trainings, we look at them, I've already said the participants are across the globe. Since the COVID, we adopted a physical and online training, and sometimes hybrid training. So COVID brought in a new aspect of training. We do hybrid, and it can either be pure physical, it can be pure online, or it can be a hybrid training. These trainings are conducted in collaboration with partners. Almost every program in the Water Resources Institute worked on, developed, delivered with partners. As we see, as we launch this program, we are launching this program with partners. Even the trainings within the institute are done in partnership with our stakeholders, both national, regional, and international. We have so far trained 180 researchers. We train them on how to write an abstract, on how to write papers, on how to present abstracts, on how to present, how to do PowerPoint presentation, and how to do poster presentation. So far we've done around 180 researchers, and with this one we do it in collaboration with other partners, Mackay University mainly, and other private sector or consultants that do help in training paper writers. And through this training, we've had so far, through the 6 Uganda Water and Environment Weeks, so far we've had 436 paper presentations with paper researchers, and these are either scientific, policy, or practice. As we go on around, when we look at the program, they're still having papers being presented. Then we also have monthly webinars where researchers, where practitioners, where students can present their studies, can present their research. And so far we've had at least, 7 is wrong. So far we've had about 13 webinars. Sorry, I didn't edit this one I forgot to edit it. But so far we had more than 13 webinars, and we do them on the last Friday of the month. Every last Friday of the month, we have a webinar presentation. Dialogues, as said, we are already having dialogues. I haven't included these ones of today. We have had so far 30 dialogues, and these main dialogues can have dialogues within the framework of the Uganda Water and Environment Week, and we have also dialogues outside the framework of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. We have got dialogues, we have got roundtable discussions, and these ones also we do them in partnership with our partners and other sector players. Next. Outreach. One of our outreach tools, one of our outreach activities is the Uganda Water and Environment Week. I think you agree with me when you're holding the Uganda Water and Environment Week. It is not only the Ministry of Water and Environment, professionals, staff, political leaders are involved, but this Uganda Water and Environment Week is open to all sector players, the students, to the private sector, to CSOs, to both national and international. So this is one of our elements of outreach, but it does not only mean that outreach is done only through the Uganda Water and Environment Week. As one of other outreach, we have gone far to include other prayers. For instance, we have got traditional, what we call cultural institutions, we've got religious institutions, we've got academia, we've got youth, we've got media, to expand onto the activities and also to enlarge on the knowledge and dissemination of the activities of the Ministry of Water and Environment. So far, we've had 6 Water and Environment Weeks, and so far, these are the only ones that we have captured. Don't say this is small number. This number only indicates of the people that always attend the national event. But we always have regional events. So far, we have 6 Uganda Water and Environment Week, I would say mini Uganda Water and Environment Week that are done on our regional concentrated structures. We have got 6 regional concentrated structures. Those over here on Monday, you saw the people presenting of the outcomes of the regional activities. So the number is bigger than what you see on the board. And through these ones, we went through the marathon activities, dialogues, debates, symposiums, tree planting, environmental installation. So many activities are done during the Uganda Water and Environment Week. And even after Uganda and Water and Environment Week, we work with partners, Rotary Club, to do tree planting, to do marathons. We work with UBL, to do all those things that reach out to the communities and in a point of sensitizing communities and allowing the communities to understand the water and environment aspects. Next. Outreach, I was talking about outreach. We have done 6 walks. This time I've included the work that has already completed. Why I included it? It is complete. So far, we have done 6 walks. We started our walks in 2019. 2018, we didn't do any walk. And so far, we've covered, under the framework of the Uganda Water and Environment Week, we covered about 2,400 kilometers, and we redo the work. And through these walks, we do environmental restoration. We meet the political leaders along the route. We meet the government officials. We meet communities. We meet community leaders as we walk through the routes that we do. So far this year, we did a walk of 518 kilometers that started from Fort Portal City, through Kasese, through Bushenyi, through Mbalala, Masaka, and then here it ended last week on 14th March. So that's the region. To expand our wings through the outreach, as we said, we naturally used only to be water, Ministry of Water, water and environment. We say no, the water and environment does not only impact on us, it impacts on everybody, industry, communities, cultural institutions, religious leaders. We all have impact on water, neither negative or positive, but impact on the Water Resources Institute, rather on the water and environment. So far we've signed framework contract or MOU with the traditional cultural institutions, so far 3, but we are also in touch with other cultural institutions across Uganda to make sure we bring them on board to assist in outreach and also manage the water and environment resources. Not only do we do at cultural, we look at religious institutions, we look at academia. So all these ones, we are having a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Water and Environment as target groups to target their communities. Because if you have a cultural leader, if you say, please stop encroaching on the wetland today, I know all the subjects will hear and oblige to the cultural leaders call to stop encroachment on the wetland. As we do enforcement, we also have to make sure we look at ways of how people can stop encroaching on the ecosystems. Every year we publish a water and environment magazine. Even now, if you look on our tables or just there, you'll see the 7th edition. So far we've had 6 Uganda water and environment magazines, and these are published and they run the whole year. We put them on our website. We put them also, we have got soft copies which we share with our stakeholders. Then you can easily understand what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing for the whole year. We hosted the first Great Lakes conference on catchment management. And that was done in 2019 with a partnership with Makerere University, and about 200 participants attended. We always develop publicity and communication materials as an element of outreach. Next. We not stop only being innovative at the Water Resources Institute. We are always innovative. New ideas come in and we grab them, use them to the benefit of the sector. We have got retired professionals. Those of you here on Monday, I think you saw a line of our senior citizens, and they talked about the experience, and they still have a lot of knowledge. So that rich knowledge, as we have as Ministry of Water and Environment, we want to tap into it to groom the young ones to continue growing into the sector as we deliver the services to our communities. We have got about 50 retired professionals. Of those, 37 have signed a framework contract with the Ministry of Water and Environment that will allow them to be used at a minimal cost to support the sector. We are engaging with these retired professionals, as I said already, on being engaged. Even you as our sector players, even you as our sector partners, you are free to tap into this knowledge. You can go through the Ministry of Water and Environment and be able to give in the list of these retired professionals. You use them whenever you want. As we are using them, they are also open to be used to our stakeholders. I said we are so innovative. We started on a mentorship program. Please, I want to understand, don't confuse this mentorship program as the mentorship, internship, and placement program we are launching today. This, we are mentoring the professionals, both male and female mentors. The third circle are going to be graduated tomorrow in the afternoon. But so far, we've had 3 circles of the mentorship program. And the main objective of this mentorship program, which is under the Water Resources Institute of Ministry of Water and Environment, we want to develop career, and it's a career development fellowship that seeks to mentor young professionals, both male and female, in service and those coming into the sector, to look at how they can improve their skills through leadership skills, communication skills, ethics and values, and any other professional skills that will help us as the institute, will help us as the ministry to deliver on our services. So far, if you hear one of the testimonies from our mentees whom we trained, who did mentorship, we started it in 2021, you can see that we have benefited through this program. But this one, I'll reserve it for tomorrow. So I invite you, don't miss tomorrow's graduation, attend the graduation, and hear the testimonies from these mentees. So far, we've had 146 mentees. So the 146 are ladies. We started with ladies. And then we are now expanded our mentorship to include male. This year we mentored 45 males. And we hope that it's not going to stop within our sector, within our Ministry of Water and Environment mainstream, but we hope to expand the mentorship program to include our partners, to include our sector players, so that they can also take an advantage to be mentored in the other aspects. This mentorship program doesn't talk only about water environment. Water environment talks about a range of professionals, a range of aspects that do affect human nature, that do affect our performances, that do affect our plans, that do affect our goals. So it is very wide, and it gives you an opportunity to interact with our mentors. So far, we had about 25 mentors. We draw these mentors from the academia, from private sector, from retired professionals, from within the sector itself. Next, thank you. Next. So this what has brought us today here. I'll just give a brief introduction of why you are here today. And we are going to launch the Water Resources Institute, which is going to be water and environment internship, mentorship, and placement program. This one, we've had 2 extra words added to it. It had internship and placement. This one has the mentorship. This one, as we say, we are going to focus on both male and female professionals. Simon will give you a history of where it came from and the experience that we've gone through to come up with this final mentorship, internship, and placement program. And being the water and Minister of Water and Environment, I saw that water and environment impacts on each and everybody. So we are not going to be only focusing scientists, engineers, chemists, environmentalists, foresters. We are going to look at even beyond the science aspect and look at also non-scientific professionals. As you know, in that this ministry, as you look at now, we have a range of professionals or disciplines. We have got economists, social scientists, we've got communication officers, we've got IT officers. So all these ones together, they impact on the implementation of the sector objectives and goals. That's why when we're looking at this internship, we are going to look at all, both non-scientific and scientific. And we are looking at both male and female. We are not starting with only male and female. We are looking at a range of all male and female, knowing that it's not only ladies that perform or deliver on the services, even do male perform and deliver on the services, and male and women work together wherever they are. Next. Objective, just those are some pictures of what we've so far done. We've mentored, Simon will give you a big number of what those who have been mentored are also placed in different aspects, different companies or different organizations. The main objective is provide fresh graduates and early career professionals. We are not only looking at only fresh entrants or fresh trainee graduates. We are also looking at those earlier career, meaning those who have not gone beyond 2 years. You are going to ask me what is early career, but we shall define it later. And an opportunity to put into practice skills and knowledge they have acquired while in school. Earlier I said we at the institute look at applied training applied research, meaning that we are bridging theory and practice. That's why one of these program of the institute is looking at how to bring people from the schools, bring them down here and attach them to different organizations where they are going to build their capacity to understand the work environment, to understand the practice, and what they learn to school to be applied on ground. Next. The specific objectives, the range of specific objectives. We are developing personal brand. Those of us who have attended a mentorship program, we talk of personal brand. You need to have a brand. Don't say the brand has to be Coca-Cola, the brand has to be Colgate, the brand has to be Naira Breweries, but even ourselves, we need to build our own brand and also to increase networks. During this program, we shall provide opportunities to improve and gain value at workplace, support fresh graduates and early career professionals, register with professional bodies, for instance, Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers. There are so many institutions that are professional institutions. There are some which for health, there are some is for teachers, there are some is for every. So in this program, we shall support them to register with those professional bodies. Then we shall develop a list of professional courses. They will not only be attached to the organizations or carrying out the internship, but through that program, they will be open to come and train at the Water Resources Institute. Even if the training is not done at the Water Resources Institute in Tebe, it will be done under the framework of the Water Resources Institute. Because some trainings are going to be practical, some trainings are going to be conducted by our partners, some trainings are going to be conducted in the regions where the training is needed, but all these trainings we hope to be conducted under the framework of Water Resources Institute. Shall have periodic online and face-to-face career seminars, also to develop our trainees. And this can be starting. We are starting with universities, but they can trickle down later to secondary schools. Give fresh graduates and early career development a taste of what a professional is like. What a profession is like. If you're a profession, what are you? What are you? It is not a matter of me standing and talking, but I have to act professionally. Then so can help them to build their resume and meet people who can help them. Next, I'm trying to be, time is getting it. That is the flow of how it will work. And these are, we will recruit from universities and fresh graduates from universities across. Simon, do it. Next. The approach is going to be recruiting, as I said, and pressing them in our organizations. And this Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Water Resources Institute, we shall enter into partnership with other partners. You will see them as we will see them on the poster. And this will be able to expand knowledge to fresh graduates. And this partner organization will be able to develop a program that will help to build the capacity of these trainees. Next time. Expose them to early career professional and to new tasks. Then we will also help them, graduates, to master professional skills. And also these ones will be able to achieve their goals. Every graduate that will be recruited will set their own goals before he takes up the internship or mentorship and placement exercise. Next. I will let the next to explain the details of where we came from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwendolyn. Sorry we had to rush you. We don't have much time. I would like now to invite Engineer Simon Odong, WASH lead at UNHCR, to come and share with us the WASH mentorship internship program. Simon is one of the champions of the internship program. And I think as he comes present to us, I know he will do it with passion, and he motivated us to take it up so that we can scale it up at the national level. So Simon, over to you.
Thank you very much. In the middle of all these heat waves, there are people in the settlements that are sitting and waiting at a water source for more than 2 hours. And by the time we finish this session, I'm sure that some of them would not have tested a drop of water, simply because we don't have enough. Part of it is because we cannot fund the people who are in the front line to manage the water systems. And that's why we need these credit mentors. We need them to be able to take on the role of professionals at a little bit cheaper cost than we can manage right now. I'm just trying to wait for the slides. And as long as they take, I will continue speaking to you about what is happening. Okay, thank you very much. I don't know where to point to. I should point the sky. Okay, just to give you a quick update on what's happening in the settlements. We have 13 settlements in the country with some other sub-settlements in Germany, a population of around 1.6 million. And in this, there are people who are coming in every day, more especially to the southwest, and some are coming from the north. Oh, I need to request someone too. Okay. Uganda is hosting the largest number of refugees in the whole Africa. And I'm not sure if we should be proud of it, but I think we should, because we are generous. This is because of the open door policy of our land. And we are still having a lot of movements. So it means that we cannot settle to do things in a particular way. While you are doing a development approach, there is also an emergency approach that we need to put in place. And we have them scattered north, southwest, and in the Midwest. So the geographical coverage is very wide, and that poses a lot of cost, including logistics cost, and there's a lot of movement, and it makes the operation very expensive. And we see that the assistance that we give is mainly focused on social services, and then also providing protection services to them, either being protected in the country or they're given an opportunity to go to another country as one of the solutions to protection. We have a lot of challenges when it comes to, if the services are not enough, we find that the refugees and hosting community would have some friction. In 2019, there was a lot of conflict, more especially in the north, because of lack of water. And I remember that we lost around 10 refugees because there were a lot of conflict and there was fight. But since then, we have not been having any challenge, and we are still managing. The geographical spread, I said, is high, is wide, and the model that we're using in Uganda is a settlement approach. So that means when you come in, you settle as any other Uganda in a village approach. It's not like other countries that gives you a camp setup and you are confined. You are not allowed to move. You are not allowed to walk and work in any other place. But in Uganda, it's a little bit favorable. You can go and work. You can decide to live in any part of this country as long as you are registered. This is what we have in numbers for WASH. We have 225 motorized systems of varying sizes, and some of them are quite big, to the extent of 50,000 liters per hour of pumping. And all of this, but 8 needs to be having solar. The rest have solar, so that's why we're promoting a lot of renewable energy. And the hand pumps that are in the country, in the refugee settlements, are around 1,100. That represents only about 0.8 of the total hand pumps in the country, which is not a big number. 3.2 megawatts of solar power is what is being used right now. We produce a lot of water. Every day is around 23 to 24 million liters to the refugees that we have. And to them, each one is receiving around 17 on average, 17 liters per person per day. And this is not adequate because the standard is around 20, and that means we have a lot more work to be done. Hygiene promotion is promoted through the VHT, the Village Health Approach, Village Health Team, and we have close to 2,800 village health teams that we are supporting. The trend in funding, I just wanted to flag this for you. In 2018, UNHCR used to spend $27 million every year to supply water and sanitation services. But that trend has reduced to about 3.7 million. This year, we only have around $2.8 million to supply water at about the same rate. So that means something must be done differently for us to use the available resource and yet provide the same amount of services without causing disease outbreak and without causing tension within the community. This 27 was mainly used for water tracking using water trucks. But since then, when development partners came in and started developing infrastructure for WASH, we have been able to reduce that requirement by over 10%, over 100+%. So it's important for us to note the importance of development actors in this work in the refugee settlements. And without them, I don't think we are going to manage, because when you look at the settlements in the north, most of the systems that are constructed eight years ago are now dilapidated and requires some bit of funding, and of which we do not have that in the humanitarian sector. I know you want to hear more about what brought us today. The mentorship program, it was one of the factors that we had identified to reduce cost reductions, because we realized that funding was going down. Professionals are very expensive, those who are experienced. I give you an example of an officer that cost 4.5 million Uganda shillings every month on average, and then an assistant engineer who cost around 2.5 million Uganda shillings, and then we have more than 200 of them required to run the systems and to manage the settlements, and that's quite a lot of money. So we thought that if we could reduce the assistants to be graduate trainees, instead of spending 2.5 million, we would spend around 750,000 shilling, and that is 3 times less than what we could cost. So that alone has given us a 30% reduction in staffing that has improved. And yet, the assistants and the graduate trainees do more or less the same kind of work. We just needed to train them a little. So there is also gender imbalance. We took a study in 2020, and we noted that 1 in 20 engineers were female. And then in the public health sector, 1 in 15 were male. So there was an imbalance. So we thought that when we started the graded training with engineers who are ladies coming in, then we designed that the first 3 years, we shall only bring engineers who are trainees, who are female, and then the male would be the public health promoters. So by the end of the 3rd year, we had to balance it to a 40-60. If you go into the agencies right now, you'll find that there are actually more engineers who are female than male. So in the next cohort this year going forward, we'll be able to again try to balance, bring in some male in the engineering field. We were only building on what Gwendolyn has presented right now, so that once it took over and it started working well, we will then hand it over to the ministry. So we were only doing a proof of concept. We were only doing a pilot from 2021 to now. So, and we have a good impact that we will present to you today, and you will hear also from them. And we thought that with the retired professionals, we could use them as consultants at cheaper cost in terms of going to supervise and give them hands-on experience at a cost that is cheaper than any other professional consultants. The idea is to have yearly courses, she has spoken about it, and then to have a program that is systemic. I remember when I left the university 22 years ago, some of you are calculating my age now, 22 years ago, I just stumbled onto a man who ended up taking me as a trainee. So I thought, is there a way that these people should not just have to stumble? Should they just have a professional way, a way that they can get to it, knowing that it is there, you need to just compete for it, and this is now what we are having. So we have many graduates who are not engaged. You know how many people are not working. Even if you are engineers, in our times when you are an engineer, someone will just pick you up. They just come to the university and pick you. But right now, you find many engineers are hanging on. You find many professionals in the field of health are also hanging on. So this is one platform that will give us an opportunity. And again, the funding constraints was one of the driving factor to this program. The objectives is to have a bigger WASH training program, water and environment training program. This thing is playing games with me, but I'll speak about the slide I left behind. The vision is to have a center for excellence at the Water Resources Institute. With funding coming in, we should be able to have a global center for water and environment where we will bring people from different parts of the country and the world to come and be trained on the professional courses that Gwendolyn talked about. We are compiling those list of professional courses, and we are about to finalize in the concept note. This is the numbers since 2021. 84 of them, 47 are female engineers and 37 are male public health promoters. Good. Thank you very much. So these are the numbers in engineering, public health, and environment. Environment is just joining in this year after the ministry has advised that we should add in the numbers. So these are the numbers, and they are in the system. Some of them are employed, some of them are still in the training. These are participating universities. Chambog has given us 45% of those 47 engineers, followed by Makerere. And in public health, it is Makerere followed by Lira University. And we're going to be giving feedback to the universities on the quality of their graduates. And we're very excited about this because we have compiled quite a bit of those feedback. You told me to point anywhere in the face of the audience and it will work. But now I think you're looking at me too much and it's not working again. Okay, the process she has talked about. Also this she has talked about. This is the process of admission. It's very systemic. It's being managed right now by a consulting firm, which is HR consulting firm being paid by one of the partners. And the process is very rigorous. This year, for the fourth cohort, we have received 1,200 applications. Last year, we received around 250 applications, and this is because we did some workshops at the universities. So it's becoming very popular, and we hope that the process will be a lot more competitive. So there is a committee called Selection and Assignment Committee that comes from different partners, and they come and do the recruitment. The adverts are there. This is the impact since the 2021 cohort. 100% are retained. They are all recruited and they are in operation in the field right now. 2022, all of them. We're talking about 23, 24 numbers during those times. The one of 2023, they are still finishing their training in June this year, and some of them will be speaking to you today. And if you have any opportunity, you should be able to recruit them because they are really good engineers and public health professionals. We have gotten a 24% reduction in staffing costing, and also there is a full-time presence. With the settlement, you cannot say no one should not be there. Someone should be there at the settlement at all times because water systems break down, and these refugees don't have enough storage capacity for them to wait without pumping water. So pumping water is constant, so we need someone there. And you know how energetic the young people are. They can decide to stay away from their parents for 6 months because they have been with them for the last 21 years. So they are helping us a lot. And within the partners that we have placed these graduate trainees in, there has been important reductions in staffing, which is not a good thing for those who are in the system already, but for those who have just come in is welcome news. So overall, 24%. And because the funding has reduced, we're talking about 2.6 million Uganda shillings right now within UNSCR. Okay, those are just the faces of the third cohort, and some of them will be speaking to you today. We will have a few voices from the field for those who are not able to come. We'll expect that maybe we'll find time and we play them for you. It's just around 5 to 6 minutes, all of them combined, just for you to hear something. At this moment, I think it's going to be important that you hear from those who are finished who have finished, but I'll leave this to the moderator to guide us in the process. So we have people from the first cohort, second cohort, third cohort who will be speaking to us in about 3 to 5 minutes, so that they can give you some feedback. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening for me, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Another applause. You could see passion in Simon's presentation, and indeed, the testimony given by Simon is going to also be emphasized by the people on the ground. Of course, this program has been undertaken by a number of partners. And I remember when we had discussion, we realized that different organizations are doing something like this in different ways, but we wanted to get coordinated so that we can harmonize our approaches. So we are going to have experience sharing, and I will be handling this session with Simon. We are going to get water mission. Mr. Lawrence Otika, if you can come forward and in a few minutes just give us your experience. If you can do it very fast, and then Davis and Shatips, Patrick, be ready. Then we shall have Nsamizi, Godriv, Ninsima, then Steadman, Rachel, again you tell us, and then we'll move on to the beneficiaries.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. I am Lawrence Otika, the Humanitarian Response Manager working for Water Mission Uganda. Water Mission is currently the implementing partner for UNHCR for the WASH lead in Rhino Camp, VP, and Bidibidi Refugee Settlement. Up to last year, we were as well working in Chiriandongo. About the graduate training program, the mentorship, Water Mission got involved in the program in the year 2022, and I think that became the second cohort that we got. We had about 10 graduate trainees, 5 graduate trainee engineers, and then the 5 graduate training public health promotion officers. A lot has already been said about the process of onboarding, getting them on, but also I would want to briefly take you through how, as Water Mission, we welcome the graduate trainees in our system. After the formal processes that is jointly conducted, when they are deployed in the field, we take them through detailed orientation, because as an organization, we have our values that we want for the time that the graduate trainees are with us, we want them to live with. So we take them through the detailed orientation, as well as detailing how WASH implementation is in refugee settlements is done. We as well fully integrate the graduate training in all our activities. We involve them in all processes of the project cycle. For example, raising the requisitions, concept note, developing concept note, and as well as the key aspect of the implementation of WASH activities in refugee settlement. That is the coordination, that we very much work together to ensure that they participate fully in this coordination meeting. At first, they will move in the field with our established staff or the mentors. But also as time goes on, you will find that they take on some of these coordination activities single-handedly at a zonal level, which is a plus. We also, on a monthly basis, we hold one-on-one sessions with each of them to understand how they are progressing and how they are understanding, picking up the whole concept, the work in the refugee settlement. And then also support their participation in centrally organized trainings. From time to time, Ministry of Water, UNHCR organized trainings for these graduate trainees. And so we support their participation to ensure that they take part in this training. As organization, these are some of the positives, the advantages that we have seen with the graduate training program. From the time we started having the graduate training. This has broadened our workforce. Just like Simon has said, with the dwindling funding, it meant we also had to reduce the number of our staffing. But having the graduate trainings with the positive energy coming into the team has actually broadened our workforce. We have also seen aspect of efficiency that is doing more with less. Just like Simon has said, they are paid a relatively modest cost compared to the other regular staff. So, and yet to a bigger extent, they almost do the same thing. So to us, that is a positive. We are also glad to be supporting the nurturing of talents in the work sector for refugee. And then having the graduate trainees has supported and helped us increase our presence in the field. Because with the continuous breakdown of systems, the conflicts that comes within due to lack of water and all that. So if you have somebody who can respond to needs and provide feedback immediately to the community, that in a way you would have done a big service in reducing the conflict within the community or the refugees. Basically, that is what I have to present. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. We will invite Davis and Shatcliffe to just speak to us about 3 to 5 minutes about the program. And I know they have their own internal program and we want it to be combined into this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Simon. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Mufoya, the Managing Director for Davis and Shatcliffe, Uganda. It's a pleasure to be here to spend a few minutes just to talk about how we are participating in this program. Of course, we know Davis and Shatcliffe Uganda is part of the Davis and Shatcliffe group. In Uganda, of course, being about 27 years in this market, and the Davis and Shatcliffe group has been in existence for 77 years within the group, within the region. So that therefore tells you that it's a very well-established company doing quite a lot within the water and sanitation sector. Just before I talk about this, just of course for the purpose of highlighting, just for clarity, of course the company operates or deals in products within certain segments, about 7 of them. That is water pumps, borehole equipment, solarization, renewable energy, which we are talking about today, water treatment, wastewater, irrigation, industrial products like chemicals, swimming pools, and of course generators. I think it's important just for purpose of background. So of course, because we are a company that value people a lot, and we want, one of our core values is continuous improvement. We want to improve, and for us to be able to improve, we feel that people are at the core, at the center of all things that we do. And without people, without developing people, then we cannot have the future of even the company. So because of that, we want to develop resources within the spaces where we are working. So this internship and mentorship program, of course, we were invited to participate within this framework that's existing last year, and we are fully supporting it. We've participated in a number of sessions. So I just want to talk about what we've done exactly within this space of mentorship and internship program. In 2022, January, we brought on board 6 interns who were fresh from university, and they did their internship program for about 6 months. At the end of the period, we retained 4. So 2 of them left for one reason or another, or they did not qualify, because it's a program also where we also want to see what the various people can do. So we retained 4, And I'm happy to say that all the 4 are still with the company even today. And actually 3 of them are now managers. That tells you that it's quite a rigorous program they have gone through. In August 2022, we brought on board 14 interns, fresh from university. Out of the 14, we confirmed 10 after 6 months of training. So those 10 joined the company now. And out of those 10, 8 are still with us today. They have therefore joined the workforce. In 2023, that is last year, February, we brought on board 12. Out of the 12, we confirmed 8. And I'm also glad to say all the 8 are still with the company today. In November last year, just before the meeting that we had at Chamboko University, we had brought on board 15. And those 15 are all still with the companies today. They are therefore, it is the latest cohort of internship program that we are having. So they are yet to do their 6 month. Then after that, we will be able to pick at least 12 and retain them. Then during that event, Simon, allow me to mention this. Simon asked that we randomly pick some students who expressed interest, who would like us to pick. And I picked 2 from those who lifted up their hands. So we brought on board those 2 and gave them a normal industrial attachment because they were still students, industrial attachment. So which they completed. We took them on for about 2 months. That is January and February. And I'm glad to report that those 2, we've retained them. So they have now joined the conventional internship program, which is going to run for another 6 months. Basically, what this means is that within these 1.5 years that I've just explained, we've brought on board a total of 49 people through the internship program. And at the moment, of course, a few of them have left, as I've explained. But you can see that the retention number is very, very high. And so for us, we feel that this is one way in which we can contribute, one, to the community. And of course, as Simon mentioned, a lot of people are leaving university and they do not have something to do. So we bring them on board and we pay them as well. We pay them something. We do not want them just to work for free. Just something to mention again, as far as Davis and Shadif Uganda is concerned, we have a total staff number of 70 today. And out of these 70, 41 are graduate engineers. And this excludes the interns, by the way. So that tells you the number is a little bit much bigger. So we have 41 who are engineers and 29 are for the other departments. We call them the support teams. And of course, now, since we are also careful about the gender issues, Simon talked about this and Gwendolyn, out of these 70, 19 are ladies and 52 are male. So we are doing something about that. That's about 27% for the female. But we really want to, of course, the current proportion that we have of the interns of the 15, the female composition of that is quite substantial. So the numbers here are therefore likely to tilt a bit. So we are quite keen on that. So just quickly now, how we run this program, we bring on board most of the time fresh university graduates, or at most 1 year. We want to because we feel like it's one way of bringing people on board who maybe do not have employment, or do not have some source of income, but who also want to develop themselves. And we also want to participate in imparting knowledge among these people. So we bring them on board. We put them on a 6 months program. The first month, we just bring them on board, assign them a department or a branch or something, just to be there to learn from others for a full month without too much whatever, just for them to appreciate the system. Then after that, for about two weeks, after that 1 month, for 2 weeks, we bring them at our head office here at JR Complex, and we put them in a classroom where we conduct a training, academic kind of training, right from first principles, right from the basics. So we take them through 2 weeks of training. Then after that, we then release them now and redistribute them to the branches and other business units where they can now, we have a program we call a buddy program kind of, where we attach, we say, you'll be working under so-and-so, engineer so-and-so, then that person is responsible for supporting you in that department for about 3 months. So after 3 months, we do an assessment. So that is how we run our program. So of course, as time goes by, we'll see how we can maybe take a few more people who are coming out through this program, or those that have also gone through our program, we can as well give out some, depending on the requirements. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have been given this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Patrick. Division Shativ has helped us in training of this cohort. We did not have to pay them. That was part of their support to this program. Godlive will be coming. We thought that the program was getting bigger and we needed someone to coordinate the program. We also want to advocate to the ministry that should be a position, a graduate mentorship coordinator, somewhere in the Water Resources Institute. For now, she is with Nsamizi. She's coordinating the program, and we hope that from this launch, it will be a program that will be within the ministry. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nisima Godlive. I'm the WASH Mentorship Coordinator, and I work with Nsamizi. I want to thank UNHCR and Ministry of Water and Environment with the Water Resources Institute for this program. And I coordinate this program in the humanitarian setting in the Southwest operation and the West Nile operation. And my role is, after recruiting these trainees, we attach them to different organizations that operate in the settlements in the Southwest and in the West Nile. And we guide the trainees to form their objectives. What do you want to achieve as a trainee? You're coming in a different environment. Refugee camps are different from the environment here. You're going to meet the Congolese, you're going to meet the Sudanese. You don't know the language, you don't know how they behave. How are you going to work with them? We take them through all that process so that they understand how the humanitarian work is in those settlements. We do switch them. If you're put in the Southwest, let me say Nakivale, you're in Nakivale or Rechinga for the 6 months. After those 6 months, we switch you to the West Nile so that you get exposed to different settlements and different people. If you're in the Southwest, you're dealing mostly with the Congolese, the Rwandese, and the Burundians. If you move the other side, you're going to experience the Sudanese and other tribes so that you get exposed to the work environment that we deal with. We also do supervision. They do report on a monthly basis with the help of their mentors. Each person has a mentor. And we follow up on the objectives that they set. If you said, I want to achieve this, how far have you gone? Do you need more support? What should we do for you to help you achieve what you want? We also talk about the coordination bit of it. Under the settlement, we don't work alone. You have different partners. You work with OPM. How do you work with OPM? How do you work with UNHCR? How do you work with the DLGs, the district local governments? Because they're also our partners and our hosts in those districts. So it is a very great program. And we receive young, energetic people who are eager to work, eager to explore, and they help us a lot. So with that, I want to thank you very much, UNHCR and the Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you very much for this program.
The next should have been Stedman Global, who is the partner, the human resource partner supporting us in the recruitment process. They do not decide who is recruited. They just help in sending sending adverts and collecting them and then sorting them doing the first long listing, and then we do the short listing within the group, the selection and assignment committee group. They were not able to come. I'm not sure if they managed to. So they just go through the process that was shown in the workflow process. And they have been doing this since 2021, and it's being funded by one of our partners, Water Mission. It's not very sustainable to use the humanitarian, the HR farm. We know that once it is fully established within the ministry, we will be able to have people who will be going through those applications. Now we will go into hearing from the beneficiaries, not a very good term, but those who have benefited from the entire program, starting from the first cohort. Each of them will speak to you for 3 minutes. The first cohort, Glenna Nabagere, she will be coming to speak to us. How they were selected to come and speak to you, each one of them were allowed to send an application letter, and some of them were allowed to send a voice video recording of what they want to come and speak to you about. So it was not randomly picked. They had to apply, and they were selected through a process. So each of them who has come today, they have competed to be here. And I want to assume that they were the best among the list. Glenna?
Good afternoon, everyone. Globally, we do have only 14% of female engineers in the whole world. I am so happy that I am among those, but I give all the appreciation to the WASH mentorship program. I joined the WASH mentorship program back then in 2020 as a WASH engineer, and I was attributed to Oxfam International, where I worked at Chaka refugee settlement. Trust me, the people that are here that have worked in the refugee settlements, all that are still there, you know what it means. Fresh from campus, you're being taken to a refugee settlement. It is never easy. But I had the best mentors, I would say, and I'm not bragging. I had the best mentors, and I was with some of the best WASH organizations. And my career growth today, I really attribute it to that. At the moment, I am the WASH engineer with LWF, and I have also worked with Oxfam as a staff. Right now, as Engineer Simon said, you've seen all the numbers of the graduate trainees that are being taken through the whole system, and the numbers are so low. And yet, it can be so hard for a fresh graduate to actually compete for certain roles, because through this WASH program, we do gain advanced skills, we get hands-on experience, we get exactly what you need to be a WASH practitioner. Guess what? This is not taught anywhere in any of the universities. Now, as I conclude, this is my humble request and appreciation as well to UNHCR and the Water Resources Institute. I pray that we get more money, or at least we can channel some funds, at least to support this program more. If we get that, we shall have many people gain the advanced skills, and also, as UNHCR has already said, it will also reduce on the expenditures. I conclude by appreciating each and every one that is here, and I pray that God blesses you abundantly. I remain Glenna Nabagere. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenna. We will have a male this time from the second cohort, Norman.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Norman Otim. I work with Water Mission Uganda. Already, Water Mission has had a representation here. Our manager, Lawrence, has already spoken about Water Mission in detail. And so, as much as I've been tempted to say more things about Water Mission, I will not speak about Water Mission. I am here on behalf of the second cohort of the graduate trainees. And on their behalf, let me pay tribute to the Water Resources Institute under the Ministry of Water and Environment, and to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, and to Water Mission Uganda for availing a platform where young people like me, like all of them who have come before me, have a chance to speak and to contribute to solutions to sustainable development in Uganda. The graduate trainee program, as it was advertised in 2022, we had the opportunity to apply, and we were rigorously vetted for the program, and we were chosen, selected, based on fair parameters to serve in this program. I was first posted in Kiriandongo Refugee Settlement, where I served for a period of about 8 months. Thereafter, an opportunity happened to occur within the organization where I serve for a WASH officer position, where I was encouraged to apply. And again, after another rigorous interview, based on fair parameters again, I was selected to serve as a WASH officer. This time round, I was posted in West Nile to serve in Rhino Camp Refugee Settlement, where I currently serve. So I am here to dissect mainly the merits of the graduate trainee program. I have offered my salutations to those who invented this program, and I am encouraging them to do more for this program because the merits of this program are glaring for all to see. The mentorship by sector experts that the graduate trainees benefit from is impacting a lot of the graduate trainees in as far as capacity building is concerned. Many of us, when we joined this program fresh from the university, we didn't have a lot of field experiences, but now we are having mentorship at micro, at macro levels. And here I am glad that I am seated in this room with the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment. This is not something that we cannot fail to clap for. Ladies and gentlemen, we have opportunities where we interact with people like Simon Peter here, who has a vast experience in the field of WASH and in the humanitarian field, all due to this program. The other thing that I wanted to really point out is that this program has enabled not just the sectors where we serve in, but Uganda as a country to also leverage the youth effort or the youth energy in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And specifically, we are looking at Sustainable Development Goal 6 for the context in which we operate. We are saying that refugees who are now 1.6 million in number, and Uganda being the largest refugee hosting country in Africa, must have equitable human resource base that are committed to delivering WASH for these refugees. And this program is delivering upon that promise. And so I want to thank again Simon Peter, the UNHCR, the government of Uganda, for introducing this program and for continuously supporting this program. This program has also offered us opportunities to be employed based on the potentials and the personal attributes that we all have. When we join this program, we join it fairly. And while we are there, opportunities happen anytime, and we are able to compete. Like Simon Peter alluded to it earlier, Uganda is a country where graduates are being churned out in thousands on an annual basis. And to get employment opportunities, it is a struggle in this country. But through this program, many of us, the young people, have been offered the chance to be employed fairly. And here we are. I am now formally employed with Water Mission, and to me that is a very big testimony. And so many of my colleagues from other organizations have also attested here that they have also been employed by the organizations with which they were posted. And that is also a testimony. All of this we attribute to the graduate trainee program. So we are here standing on the shoulders of great men and women who have come before us, such as those from the humanitarian sector and from the development sector. such as those from the government ministries who have made it possible for us, the young people, to also come up. And I know that with all this, the future of this ministry, the future of the WASH sector in this country is very bright. Aluta continua to the graduate trainee program. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Norman. One thing that I also wanted to tell you was that you learned how to speak in the graduate mentorship program. So you can clap better in that case. Thank you. We have just 2 more in the 3rd cohort. We wanted to be very, very gender sensitive. We'll have 1 male and 1 female in the 3rd cohort. That is the current cohort. And their mentorship will go on up to end of June this year. Then we will have the 4th cohort continuing. Aujat, Martha, please may you come and take the podium and speak to us. Thank you very much. Just 1 more, don't worry. It is not easy to sit and wait and look at students speak to adults like you.
Thank you so much, Engineer. A good afternoon to you all. My name is Aujat Martha, a graduate trainee engineer. I graduated from Busitema University with a bachelor's degree in water resources engineering. I graduated last year, 2023. I heard about the WASH mentorship program from one of my colleagues after my graduation, saw that as a great advantage as a young engineer trying to venture into the field. I applied, and after an interview, I was privileged to be among those who were selected. We were then invited for an orientation at the Water Resources Institute, where we guided and later deployed to the different settlements. I was deployed in Nakivali refugee settlement. From there, we filled in the objective setting forms that guide us on the goals that we have to achieve at the end of the mentorship program. This mentorship program has really been gender sensitive. As a female engineer, I'm really privileged to stand here because of the WASH mentorship program. It has really supported gender equality in the fields of engineering, public health, environment, and energy. Regardless of our gender, we are treated fairly, with integrity and decency, and that really makes me happy as an engineer, a female engineer. We also have knowledgeable and skilled mentors who guide us in developing our career paths. They really give us insights that are so invaluable that we get from nowhere else. They share their personal experiences, and we learn from their successes and also the disappointments that they face. And they also guide us and give us these insights that as we face the field, we are able to use them as a roadmap. This is a great advantage to us that other graduates do not get outside there. We also have personal development individually at individual levels, where our mentors guide us into knowing our strengths and our weaknesses, and they also encourage us to face our blind spots, be able to seize opportunities, and advance beyond our limits. This mentorship program is really so insightful because we achieve our goals. The objective setting that we feel at the beginning of the mentorship program, we are able to evaluate, and we are guided on how best we achieve them. We attend seminars, we attend trainings, we have hands-on experiences in the field there. We know how best to deal with a different kind of environment, and being energetic and so eager to learn, we really get what we want. We know how to apply what you get from school, what you get from the universities. We apply them in the real field as we so desire. Come end of June, the 3rd cohort of the graduate mentorship trainees are getting outside there, fully baked, well prepared, so deployable. I kindly urge you to reach out to our mentors like Engineer Simon, our coordinators, and all the rest to get employees for your different companies and organizations, it would be of a great opportunity for you and also for us. Great appreciation goes to the ministry, to the Water Resources Institute of Ministry of Environment, UNHCR, and all the other implementing partners who are collaborating to make this program a success. We are really so grateful to the fourth cohort incoming. Be open-minded and teachable. You will not regret, for this program will help you discover what you have in the inside of you to accomplish your career paths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of my OBs is wondering if we got this opportunity 24 years ago when we were just coming out of the universities, I think we would be a president of one of the countries in Africa right now. We have only one more left. Jarius, please come and speak to us. That's the last of the third cohort. The last of the third cohort. I'll request that the person in the machine start looking at what the videos have given you so that you play them while we come to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Simon. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, UNHCR representatives, the Coordinator, Water Resources Institute, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome you with great enthusiasm and yet with honor to the launch of this mentorship, internship, and placement program that is happening today. Biole Jairus Wangsa is my name. I graduated with Bachelor of Science in Public Health from Lira University, currently serving as a trainee in WASH, in a Kriandongo Refugee Settlement, and a Lutheran World Federation. I would begin by thanking the initiator of this idea, thanking Water Resources Institute, UNHCR for funding this program, implementing partners currently participating Water Mission Uganda, SAMIZI, and LWF for supporting us, giving us a platform where we can exercise our knowledge as young graduates. While in 2023 last year, feeling hopeless, confused of my next steps on what to do after graduating, wandering in wilderness, I received a flyer which came in my inbox by my former lecturer, who sent me a flyer of an advert about this program. And I got the opportunity to apply, grabbed the opportunity, and I was selected among those to be interviewed. Some of us underwent one interview, others underwent 2 interviews to ensure that you are really eligible for this program. And I was so happy one fateful evening I was called and I was informed to attend the orientation, having been selected to participate in this program. And I was so happy. After orientation, I was placed to begin working in Changwali Refugee Settlement. But today I'm proud working as a trainee in Lutheran World Federation. This program has enabled me to have hands-on experience in water and sanitation. I've been able to interact with various stakeholders, including country representatives of different organizations, IRC, Water Resources Institute, among other coordinators, and have taught us a lot of things to do with water and sanitation. We have also had the opportunity to understand the concepts of donor funding and pitching. We have been taught issues related to proposal development. I assure you I can develop a proposal which can be eligible for funding today. We have been able to participate in various meetings. We have gone through they have shown us different platforms of material nature. We have learned and got certificates where which have increased our knowledge. And also, we have had the opportunity to exercise our knowledge which has been imparted unto us in classes in a real practical field. Today, while working in a field which is limited with resources, but at the same time, we're able to deliver results which are similar to host communities. It gives us great opportunity to have experience. This means that a great niche of young graduates who have knowledge have been created. The current experiences we're experiencing an increase in climate change as observed with the challenges happening currently in South Sudan, where schools have been closed. The challenges we're having, where we're having a lot of stress on our current existing water systems, we graduate trainees have been given the knowledge through our mentors, through our organizers, UNHCR, and we are able to promote these activities that can alleviate these challenges within the settings we are working in. I would encourage as parents, encourage organizations to continue supporting and funding this program to reach greater populations, whereby instead of recruiting 23 graduate trainees, we can be able to have over 100 trainees across different organizations doing the same and growing like some of our members who have been here before. I want to thank you so much for this opportunity credited to us. And I want to welcome the graduate trainees who are coming forth that be open-minded and learn. And your future is bright. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'll just request Emmanuel and Ronald to stand. They were the runners up in the application for those who are supposed to come and speak. So we thought that not to bog down their morale, we make them come and see what happens when you're rubbing shoulders with the PS and the Minister of Water and Environment that you just missed narrowly, and I'm not sure you will miss. The PS is doing something about that. So I will invite back moderator of the day to take over from here. Thank you very much. Yeah, the video, I'm not sure if they're ready. Maybe we can hear them after the representative.
All right. I've gained confidence to the river activities, knowing where all my position within the project, like in terms of what to contribute, which activities to the river, which targets and goals can we lead to as a project or as an organization. So I believe I've gained much more knowledge and skills in terms of behavior change communication, and with that, I believe I'm more competent to deliver and be a good public health promoter in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
So far,
Let's have this later. Can we stop this so that can move on? We are not doing well with the time, but we play the video even for the others who will be coming in. But let's join our various speakers who share the experiences. Let's give them a big applause. Very, very insightful, very, very interesting. And of course, because of these good experiences, we called upon other partners to come and then jointly develop a program. And we have many partners. I think on my list we have already 17 partner organizations that have been in discussion with us. Of course, UNHCR, UNICEF is also represented here, Oxfam, GIZ represented here, Aid Environment represented here, KFW also here, Water Aid, Davis and Chatrips, they spoke, you saw them, Uganda Red Cross Society, with us, Engineers Without Borders, they are here, IRC, Water for People, WASINET, Water Mission, Samizi, Lutheran World Federation. So a whole big team of stakeholders, and we had some discussions last year, and I think all of us realized that this is a good idea. And we agreed to come up with a framework. And that framework basically was saying that when you take on graduate trainees, we want them to run. So we agreed on the content, so we have agreed on the training program. All of them will have to go through. And we said that every 3 months they will come to Water Resources Institute. And again, Institute is not Entebbe Institute. We even find you in Arua. So it's just the framework so that we get people to be trained in various areas. We also agreed on facilitation. We said we don't want people to be taken there and really struggle even to survive. So the team agreed on some minimum facilitation. And we said, of course, you can give more, but we wanted people to be able to survive, and also some other facilities that would be provided. And also agreed on how they will be followed up, and that's where Simon mentioned already that we will be using retired professionals and people active to monitor. And we already started the field visits last year. We had a team that moved all through the various refugee settlements see how people are being actually mentored and trained. And we do hope that people will benefit a lot by learning from all of us so that they can turn their theoretical knowledge into practice. With those, I think it is time for us to invite our bosses. The two main bosses are here. And again, as you have seen, really this has been a brainchild of UNHCR, and we are privileged to have the UNHCR representative in Uganda. I would like to invite you to come and speak to us, after which you will invite the permanent secretary to speak on behalf of the minister and formally launch this program. Let's give him an applause as he comes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment, Commissioner for Water Resources Management, partners here, including partner UN agencies, and then colleagues at the ministry. First of all, I would like to use take this opportunity to congratulate the ministry and the government for celebrating this. This is a theme around which, or a subject matter which must be celebrated. The importance of water and environment cannot be overemphasized. Those of you who are a bit current with the news must have heard from the Secretary General when he said yesterday that 2023 broke all the heat records in the world. This is really dire. The situation is dire. Therefore, placing emphasis on the importance of water and energy and the environment, should be a priority. This is an area that cuts across continents. If there is a problem with the environment here, it's not only Uganda that suffers, but the whole world suffers. So I am very, very happy and pleased that UNHCR has had a very reliable partner in the ministry. We've been collaborating very, very well. And as I listened to the graduate trainees, those who have benefited from this program, I was telling the permanent secretary, there is a lot of future and hope for Uganda, that you have such brilliant youngsters who have had or have benefited from this program. And it reminded me of my own experience. I know we are about 1 hour late, but let me share my own experience several years back when I graduated from the university. I thought I had done everything right. I studied, came out with flying colors, very high GPA, and all, and roamed the streets of Accra. I come from Ghana looking for a job. Those were the days that we didn't have internet nor mobile phones. So what I did was I would always walk several kilometers to the British Council where I could get free newspapers with adverts, and then copy the adverts, write the applications, roam the whole of the streets of Accra, delivering them from office to office. Well, I wish boda bodas were available in Ghana at the time. It could have been helpful. They were not there. It took a lot of efforts and miles. I don't know if I had a speedometer on my legs. I don't know how many kilometers I would have clocked doing that. So fast forward it to 2021 here in Uganda when this program started. Fellow beneficiaries of the program and everybody, I hope you don't take this for granted. Some of us would have wished to have this opportunity whereby you just apply, you are interviewed, and there you are. Shortly after graduation, you land a job. So I'm very, very pleased and very happy that this program started. And Simon, my colleague in UNHCR, I understand, has been a linchpin when it comes to this initiative. As I listened to the graduates, other ideas came to mind, and it's in line with the theme for this year's celebration, which talks about innovation. also. So I was thinking that can we even expand this project beyond and have excellence awards for beneficiaries of this program who in the course of their traineeship are able to come up with some innovative ideas so that we celebrate this as well. We have some excellence awards year after year to encourage the youngsters to really think outside the box. I mean, studies have shown that the best time for people to invent, have very inventive, creative ideas is when they are very young. By the time you clock 35 on, you have other issues that bother on your mind. You may have started a family, you're already thinking of paying the nursery fees, and so on. As you go older, I don't think you become very innovative. So let's take advantage of the youthfulness of the trainees and expand this program beyond this. I was also thinking that why can't we do this for other ministries as well? We have a lot of graduates who would require or who would need placements. So with the support of the Ministry of Water and Environment and the experiences gathered here, I would also explore, UNHCR would explore further opportunities with other ministries as well, whether we can, again, organize such mentorship programs. As the saying goes, that a society that does not invest in its youth stands to perish in future. So it's a wonderful thing that is being done, and I applaud it wholeheartedly. I would also wish to see a permanent secretary that if in future we can include refugees as well in this program. Refugees, out of the 1.6 million refugees who are here, the majority are the youth, women and children. And I also like the fact that affirmative action is taking place where women engineers are encouraged and even given opportunities as well to participate in this program, because it's an area which is dominated by men. I didn't even know that there were so many women engineers, so I was very glad to hear from some of the women engineers as well. And then finally, to the trainees, your qualifications, your application and how you defend yourself in the interviews are what has opened the door for you. But whether you'll be retained beyond is attitude. The way you approach your work is very, very important. Beyond this level, after having your foot in the door, attitude is very, very important, very crucial. So I will encourage you to take advantage of it, learn from the best, and also, when it is your turn, you also do it and multiply the effect for others who would follow. Thank you very much, and then I wouldn't want to stand between you and lunch. So now, it is my honor and privilege to end here and then hand over to a permanent secretary for the next stage of the activity. Thank you.
Thank you. The UNHCR representative in Uganda, Mr. Matthew, heads of various government agencies here, representatives of development partners, the civil society, the cultural institutions, private sector, academia, the professional bodies, staff from the relevant government agencies and partner organizations participating, the graduate trainees, our beloved guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to officiate at the launch of the Graduate Mentorship, Internship, and Placement Program. Ladies and gentlemen, water and environment resources are key strategic resources that are vital for sustaining life, promoting development, and maintaining the environment. You may, however, all be aware that water and environment resources are under pressure from high population growth, climate change, migration, and also irresponsible actions by all of us, the citizens. We therefore need to build capacity of all the stakeholders, and especially the fresh graduates, so that they get the right skills to contribute to addressing these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the Water Resources Institute of my ministry is working and operationalizing its strategic plan, and one of the key areas is internship, attachment and mentorship of fresh graduates and early career professionals to the partner organizations and stakeholders, with the sole aim of providing them with opportunity to put into practice the skills and knowledge they have acquired while in school. This program will supplement an ongoing internship program within the Ministry of Water and Environment, which unfortunately takes on a few graduates and deploy them in the Ministry of Water departments and projects. And we are limited to, I think, not more than 100 every year. Ladies and gentlemen, such a mentorship program has been piloted by UNHCR in collaboration with Oxfam, Water Mission, Samizi, Division Satliv, and other partners with great success. I understand that the graduate trainee program has been in since 2019, but the representation of the females, especially in the field of engineering and public health, from various public tertiary institutions have been limited. Hence, the drive to recruit and deploy them where we believe they can get the best exposure. In this case, the refugee settlements. Based on the success of the first pilot exercise, the Water Resources Institute, in collaboration with all the aforementioned partners, proposed a mentorship and internship attachment program that started with 15 graduates in 2022 and 25 in 2023, under the second and third cohort respectively. The results from these cohorts were impressive, thus compelling the Ministry of Water and Environment to scale up the program. And you have heard for yourself what these young men and women are today. I'm also happy to note that this graduate mentorship, internship, and placement program will be implemented in partnership with several partners that include the NGOs, the civil society organizations, private sector, government ministries and agencies, international bodies, academia, and development partners, as enumerated by Dr. Kalis. After this launch, the mentorship, internship, and placement program will focus on female and male professionals in all fields related to water, environment, and climate change, such as social scientists, economists, engineers, hydrogeologists, hydrologists, chemists, biochemists, foresters, environmentalists, climate change specialists, computer scientists, accountants, human resource specialists, and all other relevant disciplines. In short, we'll be expanding the program. Given the need for integration and holistic management and development of water and environment resources, all disciplines are therefore relevant for this program. I'm therefore very happy that my Ministry of Water and Environment, working with key stakeholders, has developed this graduate mentorship, internship, and placement program. This will certainly contribute tremendously in enhancing the performance of the sector, but most importantly, in skilling the young professionals that we shall engage. The idea of establishing the Water Resources Institute to be the center for innovation and partnership under the 4 core areas of applied training, applied research, sector dialogue, and outreach is therefore the basis for this innovation. The Water Resources Institute is spearheading a number of innovations. Since it started, many partners have come on board to implement the various programs of the Water Resources Institute. And one of them is the Uganda Water and Environment Week, the applied training courses, the dialogues, and the new innovations on mentorships, internships, and retired professional schemes, among others. I therefore call upon all the stakeholders and partners who are not yet engaged to come and support the innovations that are being churned out of the Institute. I wish to assure you of my ministry's commitment to bring these innovations to the attention of the whole ministry, government, and other stakeholders, and integrate them into policy and practice of my ministry for the wider adoption. I am very certain within the next 1 or 2 months, I'm going to call upon one of you, the graduate trainees, to come and address the permanent secretaries forum the way you have addressed them today. I'll actually call upon 2 of you. I have earmarked 2 of you. And what the UNHCR representative has mentioned, certainly they need to hear, buy in, and implement. The Graduate Trainee Innovation Award, Dr. Kalis, it should be a permanent feature of the Uganda Water and Environment Week. And from next year, we should start, and we should have sessions specifically for the graduate trainees and the people who have graduated. It is now my honor and privilege to formally launch the Graduate Mentorship, Internship, and Placement Program for God and my country. Thank you so much. This I say on behalf of my Minister for Water and Environment, who was not able to be here with us because he is engaged on an assignment that he has been delegated by the principal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give another applause to the Permanent Secretary. And we would like to request PS and the UNHCR representative to come and append your signatures there. And we have also recognized, of course, the various partners. So we are going just to sign on that. Can I request Yes, so Permanent Secretary can start, then followed by the UNHCR representative. Again, so really an indication of commitment to move this agenda forward. It's for all of us. Okay. All right, so the PS is endorsing as a sign of commitment to this program. Yes, so PS has signed. Then we are going to have the UNHCR representative to sign. We have been advised that we have them come one by one. So, can I request UNICEF? UNICEF, can you come forward? Thank you very much, Engineer Wilberforce Kimezere. Yes, then after that, we shall have a group photo for all the partners of this program. So, UNICEF, can I request GIZ, Engineer Fred Kimaite, GIZ, Oxfam, can you come forward? Aid Environment, Evelyn. Thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Kimaite. Aid Environment is coming over. Davis and Sutcliffe. Patrick. And the document that really is guiding this program has been developed jointly by all of these partners. And the training programs they are having in their various organizations have all been integrated so that we can get our young people to get holistic skilling and capacity building. So yes, Patrick shared his experiences, what they are doing a great job, as you must have seen. We're all impressed by what Davis and Chatrips is doing. Let's skill Ugandans. Can I get KFW, Fred? Engineers Without Borders, Peter. Can you follow Fred? Thank you very much, Fred. IRC, Engineer Wilbrod was there. I know there are some sessions that are running in parallel. I know Water for People was also here, but they had to catch up with another program, so they may not be here. Do we have WASINET now? Probably not. Water Mission. And in Samizi. So if you can, in Samizi, if you can follow Water Mission. Then Northern World Federation. So I hope I have not missed any other partner. But these are the initial partners. It doesn't mean that this is an exclusive club. These are the initial partners, and we would want to encourage and request all the other partners. Simon, I hope we have not left any other partner. Simon, yes, come, of course. You and Gwendolyn, you come and be here. And fortunate, where are you? Water for People. Water for People. Oh, yes, yeah. Graduate trainees, you come. Water for People, I think Yvonne had to catch up with another program. Dr. Amadei, come and join here. You come and join this photo. PS, we are having Engineers Without Borders. Actually, what he does, Dr. Amadei, his interest is in capacity building. And one of the things we are discussing with him is see how the Engineers Without Borders USA to come and support this program. Join there. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. So, sorry. Water aid, yes, Charles, I hadn't seen you. Sorry about that. I was actually wondering whether there's anybody who have sorry about that, Charles. Peter has signed. Let's have some people go up so that we are able. Yeah, Charles, let's go up. Yes, the young people, let's go up. Huh? I think that's better. Yes, for you, come here. Yes. He was a panelist yesterday, and one of the things he was highlighting is your capacity building. So we would want to take advantage of Engineers Without Borders and their network so that we can be assisted. Joseph Epitu, I forgot you. You come. Ruse, you come. Yes, so, you come. And the team at the institute, you come and Joseph, you have been keen in this. And you'll sign here. Ruse, you come. Let's come. I think it's a memorable photo. Let's capture it so that we can keep remembering. Some of you, team from the institute, you can go up. Joshua, where are you? Okay, so you can take the photo. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for this activity. Let's clap for our guests. We are now breaking off for lunch. We are already entering into time for the other session. I would like, fortunately, you come and lead the team over to the 4th floor for lunch. We are going for lunch, so you lead the team, you and Rachel, and we'll go and take a quick lunch, and then we return. We have sessions going on in here and other rooms, as you see in the program, so we want to encourage you to take lunch very fast and come. And those who are interested, the young people, you can sign there as well. So the board is there for you.
In the project, like in terms of what to contribute, which activities to deliver, which targets and goals can we lead to as a project or as an organization. So I believe I've gained much more knowledge and skills in terms of community behavior change.
I want to remind you that we have exhibitions down there. So can I request that as you go for lunch, these very, very interesting exhibitions, after you finish lunch, pass there. And as you go for lunch, pass there. Very, very interesting innovations. Thank you.
More than what I expected, because first and foremost, I set goals as a trainee, but then I achieved something much more than what I thought I would achieve, or I didn't even think of. And if I may say it, during the training, I got so much involved with the water engineer, and I was working closely with her. So in situations where she went on mission or she was off, I was thrilled that I was the one put as the officer in charge. The lunch is, I'm someone who is a bit shy, but I've reached a point where I can chair a meeting. So at least I've built confidence. I can chair a meeting, I can mobilize, chair a meeting, and then I also learned some languages like Swahili, and then I'm learning Lingala. This is something I didn't know that I would learn. I also learned how to carry on with the different tasks at a go. Like take for instance, when I was left as the officer in charge, in the whole camp, I was wondering how I was going to do it. But then it looks like my mentor had that trust in me. So what I did is, what I could do is to divide work among people. Like take for instance, this section has a bus, the other section needs cleaning. So I don't gather everyone in one position. I make sure I distribute in all the positions so that at the end of the day, I shoot many birds using one stone.
In a world facing unprecedented challenges, humanity is turning to nature for solutions. From the towering mountains to the depths of the oceans, our planet offers a bounty of resources to address the pressing issues of water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change. Bamboo forests, for example, known worldwide as an excellent means of soil erosion control and slope stabilisation, shielding communities from the wrath of increasingly frequent extreme weather events, such as landslides. Renewable energy technologies, inspired by nature's efficiency, offer a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels. Solar panels harness the sun's energy, while wind turbines mimic the gentle power of the breeze, reducing our reliance on polluting energy sources and mitigating climate change. In agriculture, embracing nature-based solutions can yield multiple benefits. Practices like agroforestry and regenerative farming not only improve soil health and crop resilience, but also sequester carbon from the atmosphere, helping to combat climate change. But to fully harness the potential of nature-based solutions, we must invest in scientific research and conservation efforts. By studying ecosystems and understanding their intricate workings, we can unlock nature's secrets and develop innovative strategies for sustainable development. Ultimately, addressing the water, environment and climate crises requires a collective effort. Whether through community-led initiatives or international cooperation, we must work hand in hand to protect and restore our planet for future generations.
Let us plant trees.
In the face of adversity, nature offers hope and resilience. By embracing nature-based solutions, we can pave the way towards a more sustainable and harmonious relationship with the planet we call home. This year's event, running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Nature-Based Solutions to Solve Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis. The sub-theme will assist in broadening the understanding of the importance of nature-based solutions which have emerged globally as one of the sustainable and cost-effective ways to fix the broken ecosystem and ultimately integrate communities, nature and heritage.
How are you taking advantage of nature to actually help us solve the problems? If we are having flooding, for example, and we are destroying the wetlands, are we making the situation better or are we making it worse?
The sub-theme will assess progress in promoting nature-based solutions in Uganda and globally to enhance water harvesting and storage, integrated water resources management approaches, and protection of ecosystems. It will also assess the need for research and innovations to develop and strengthen climate adaptation strategies, and development of several specific approaches that can close the implementation gap for water, sanitation, hygiene, environment and climate change. The sub-theme will further identify innovative approaches and solutions for scaling up nature-based solutions for ensuring resilient water supply systems, livelihood improvements, job creation, and accelerating water and environment business incubation and entrepreneurship.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with concrete plans on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
I've gained confidence to the river activities, knowing where or my position within the project, like in terms of what to contribute, which activities to deliver, which targets and goals can we lead to as a project or as an organization. So I believe I've gained much more knowledge and skills in terms of behavior change communication, and with that, I believe I'm more competent to deliver and be a good public health promoter in the future.
Experience so far, it has been more than what I expected. Because first and foremost, I set goals as a trainee, but then I achieved something much more than what I thought I would achieve, or I didn't even think of. And if I may say it, during the training, I got so much involved with the water engineer, and I was working closely with her. So in situations where she went on mission or she was off, I was thrilled that I was the one put as the officer in charge. Learned is I'm someone who is a bit shy, but I've reached a point where I can chair a meeting, so at least I've built confidence. I can chair a meeting, I can mobilize, chair a meeting, and then I also learned some languages like Swahili, and then I'm learning Lingala. This is something I didn't know that I would learn. I also learned how to carry on with the different tasks at a go. Like take for instance, when I was left as the officer in charge, in the whole camp, I was wondering how I was going to do it. But then it looks like my mentor had that trust in me. So what I did is, what I could do is to divide work among people. Like take for instance, this section has a bus, the other section needs cleaning. So I don't gather everyone in one position. I make sure I distribute in all the positions so that at the end of the day, I shoot many birds using one stone.
In a world facing unprecedented challenges, humanity is turning to nature for solutions. From the towering mountains to the depths of the oceans, our planet offers a bounty of resources to address the pressing issues of water scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change. Bamboo forests, for example, known worldwide as an excellent means of soil erosion control and slope stabilization, shielding communities from the wrath of increasingly frequent extreme weather events, such as landslides. Renewable energy technologies, inspired by nature's efficiency, offer a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels. Solar panels harness the sun's energy, while wind turbines mimic the gentle power of the breeze, reducing our reliance on polluting energy sources and mitigating climate change. In agriculture, embracing nature-based solutions can yield multiple benefits. Practices like agroforestry and regenerative farming not only improve soil health and crop resilience, but also sequester carbon from the atmosphere, helping to combat climate change. But to fully harness the potential of nature-based solutions, we must invest in scientific research and conservation efforts. By studying ecosystems and understanding their intricate workings, we can unlock nature's secrets and develop innovative strategies for sustainable development. Ultimately, addressing the water, environment, and climate crises requires a collective effort. Whether through community-led initiatives or international cooperation, we must work hand in hand to protect and restore our planet for future generations.
Let us plant trees.
In the face of adversity, nature offers hope and resilience. By embracing nature-based solutions, we can pave the way towards a more sustainable and harmonious relationship with the planet we call home. This year's event, running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Nature-Based Solutions to Solve Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis. The sub-theme will assist in broadening the understanding of the importance of nature-based solutions which have emerged globally as one of the sustainable and cost-effective ways to fix the broken ecosystem and ultimately integrate communities, nature and heritage.
How are we taking advantage of nature to actually help us solve the problems? If we are having flooding, for example, and we are destroying the wetlands, are we making the situation better or are we making it worse?
The sub-theme will assess progress in promoting nature-based solutions in Uganda and globally to enhance water harvesting and storage, integrated water resources management approaches, and protection of ecosystems. It will also assess the need for research and innovations to develop and strengthen climate adaptation strategies, and development of several specific approaches that can close the implementation gap for water, sanitation, hygiene, environment and climate change. The sub-theme will further identify innovative approaches and solutions for scaling up nature-based solutions for ensuring resilient water supply systems, livelihood improvements, job creation, and accelerating water and environment business incubation and entrepreneurship.
Ladies and gentlemen, each year, the government of Uganda, as a party to UNFCCC, joins the rest of the world in the annual conference of parties to deliberate on the global developments, challenges, and solutions related to combating climate change.
Uganda is a very rich country in terms of resources. The water problems in Uganda are not water. The food problems in Uganda are not food. They are about water management, energy management, and that's a big difference between essentially putting a pump and managing the resources essentially so that they are sustainable.
In the National Development Plan, that should be quantified, strategic analysis, and coming out with a concrete plan on how to utilize efficiently the available water resources.
This year signifies a key milestone as we celebrate 25 years of the Nile Basin Initiative, marking our collective journey towards sustainable water management and transboundary cooperation.
It's my humble request that the Ministry of Water and Environment actively take up the following. 1, integrate the network stations as part of the country monitoring system. 2, allocate resources to support the national team in field operations and maintenance of the stations. And conduct routine visits and checkups of the stations regularly, as well as implement standard quality assurance to ensure that the data is reliable and can be used by very many stakeholders.
I've gained confidence to the river activities, knowing where or my position within the project, like in terms of what to contribute, which activities to the river, which targets and goals can we lead to as a project or as an organization. So I believe I've gained much more knowledge and skills in terms of behavior change communication, and with that, I believe I'm more competent to deliver.
Shitimoto-san, Agitega, Agito, Rameno Tam-Tam, Agenda, King.
Greatly honored and privileged today to welcome you on behalf of the Nile Basin Initiative to this important historical event of the Nile Basin countries. Your Excellency, the Nile is a transboundary resource which crisscrosses 11 countries of Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. It offers opportunities for shared growth through cooperative planning, optimization, and pooling resources together for investment, for transformative socio-economic development, and improved livelihoods of the citizens of the basin. On 22nd February 1999, while in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, the Council of Ministers responsible for water affairs from 10 riparian countries of Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, the then Zaire, Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, with Eritrea as an observer, through collective wisdom and foresight, established the Nile Basin Initiative to foster cooperation and sustainable development of the Nile River. Inspired by the shared vision objective to achieve sustainable socio-economic development through equitable utilization of and benefit from the common Nile Basin water resources, the Nile Council of Ministers laid a foundation for Nile Basin that has evolved into a beacon of hope and inspiration for many. Since 2006, 22nd February of every year is commemorated as Nile Day. Today, we celebrate the 18th Nile Day and mark 25 years of existence of the Nile Basin Initiative. We want to appreciate you, Your Excellency, for joining the whole Nile Basin fraternity as we celebrate these 25 years of pioneering and facilitating Nile Basin-wide transboundary water resources. Your Excellency, the objective of Nile Day Regional Celebration is to raise awareness, increase visibility of NBI, communicate achievements, enable the member states, stakeholders and friends enjoy the rich and diverse cultures that have just been demonstrated within the basin. Your Excellency, allow me just to give a snapshot on one of the key pillars of achievements that has been demonstrated through transboundary cooperation in the Nile. The Nile Basin Initiative has facilitated preparation of 84 investment projects worth US $6.5 billion. And of these investments, US $1.3 billion have progressed to detailed preparation and implementation. Among these flagship projects is what the World Bank representative has just presented the 80 megawatts regional Rusumo hydroelectric power generation and the transmission lines currently distributing power to the national grids of Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania. With the support from the World Bank amounting to 340 million US dollars, this has been made possible, and we want to appreciate the World Bank for this support. In addition to that, we got support from African Development Bank to lay the transmission lines. As I talk now, synchronization of the energy grids for the 3 countries is complete, and the 3 countries now can trade power even beyond the project. Within the same project, the population within the project and around the project has benefited in different ways from improved livelihood projects amounting to 10 million US dollars per country. This flagship project gives us the momentum to celebrate, especially right now, Your Excellency, the benefits of cooperation. The only part that is awaiting is the high-level commissioning of this project. Otherwise, the power is flowing. I don't know whether it is a part of what is here in Bujumbura. There are other several projects, I cannot mention them, but we have documented them. Your Excellency, we have also, with the support from BMZ and EU, established 43 network of basin-wide state-of-the-art high-tech water monitoring stations in different countries. On 17th of this month, Your Excellency, the Nile Basin Initiative handed over 2 strategic monitoring stations of high-tech quality to government of Burundi in Gitega. One of them is very important, the one at Muyinga substation, because it is upstream the Rusumo hydropower, and it therefore it will help in giving real-time information for forecasting how much water is there and how much power can be generated. We hope to do this in the rest of the country and expand it even more. As I conclude, Your Excellency, within this quarter century of hard work and determination, there has been challenges. First and foremost, Nile Corporation, making Nile Corporation stronger and deeper requires permanent institutions.
A land of breathtaking landscapes and vibrant communities. Welcome to Uganda, a land of contrasts where innovation meets adversity in the battle for sustainable development. In this documentary, we explore the delicate balance between the environment and water resources, shedding light on the challenges and initiatives shaping the nation's future. Uganda, known as the Pearl of Africa, is blessed with abundant water resources, from the majestic River Nile to the picturesque of lakes. However, the country is grappling with water scarcity, environmental degradation, and the looming spectre of climate change.
There is no water if the environment is not there. Even the environment will not be sustained if there is no water. If climate change is not addressed, it jeopardizes the two. So it talks to each other.
The lush forests of Uganda and the wetlands are essential for maintaining water quality and regulating rainfall patterns. Unfortunately, rampant deforestation and encroachment on the wetlands pose a severe threat to this resource, which is an essential catalyst for economic development and transformation of this country.
Uganda's development is natural resources led. Therefore, the natural resources that we do have, which includes forests, wetlands, the water resources themselves together with their banks, and then those fragile ecosystems like the mountain slopes and mountain tops, etc., that need to be protected because, one, they are towers for water itself, but they are also filters, and they also purify the environment for us. These resources are actually part of our day-to-day life, and they are necessary for us to survive as a country. Hence, the need to protect and conserve them responsibly. Development can coexist with environment.
Government, through Parliament and the Ministry of Water and Environment, has put in place various policies and strategies to protect the country's degraded environment and water resources, and one of them is to partner with stakeholders and the communities surrounding the protected areas to conserve the environment.
As an agency of government, we want to replant, but replant with our communities, regenerate them. That's also an undertaking. In the wetlands where the president said they should be elected, we are putting in place alternative source of livelihood. We said we can engage them to have fish ponds along the wetlands. If our people start benefiting from the fish ponds, which is more viable than the rice in the middle of the wetland, then that is the way we think our wetlands will be protected. Beehives, ecotourism, we have even gone ahead and cancelled titles because dubious people went around behind the government and even created titles.
To bolster these efforts, in 2018, the Ministry, through its Water Resources Institute, introduced an annual advocacy event called the Uganda Water and Environment Week, Uwewk, through which it interfaces with the public, academia, and other stakeholders to create awareness and give the right information on how to harness water and environment resources.
We know that water, environment, and climate change issues affect everybody. So we use this opportunity to bring all the stakeholders from the grassroots, the community, the local level, the local governments, the civil society, the private sector, the cultural institutions, religious institutions, the youth, academia, government institutions, international organizations, to come together and reflect on how far we have gone with providing services to Ugandans, water, environment services, and how we are dealing with the current challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, high population growth, pollution, and so forth.
The week-long event, which has evolved and grown to become the flagship program for advocacy, information sharing, and learning within the water and environment spectrum, is preceded with a number of activities. This year's event, the 7th of its kind, kicked off with a 518-kilometre walk for water, environment, and climate change. The trekkers set off from Fort Portal on the 26th of February 2024 to the ministry headquarters via Mbarara City on the 14th of March 2024. Other activities with new innovations included mini Uwewk celebrations within the ministry's 6 regional offices. That's Moroto, Wakiso, Mbarara, Lira, Mbale, and Fort Portal, where tree planting, marathons, radio talk shows, football matches, clean-up exercises, and youth school debates took place.
We are having a special event for people who have retired. We call them water and environment elders. These are people who have made the sector what it is. Many of them retired a number of years ago, but we have brought them. We have also a half day where they are going to be engaging with us so that the young people can actually get to know them. We call it greet and meet the water and environment elders. We want people to get to know them, but also we want those elders also to get to know the young people so that interface and also motivate them, share with them the progress of the sector, but also for the people who have retired, also to get to know how the sector has grown.
This year's event running under the theme, Rethinking Collective Action and Innovative Solutions to Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda, also has 4 sub-themes, which are designed to address water, environment and climate change issues and challenges, outcomes and recommendations of key global water and environment-related events.
The theme is basically challenging the status quo. It is telling us, think outside the box. With these challenges, are you doing enough? So one the debate to reflect, to revolve around that. What more do we need to do to strengthen our action so that to address these challenges?
So there are professional, there are technical papers that are going to be presented, but also going to be very simple technologies that are affordable but very relevant at individual level that will be showcased. And I would like to invite the public to come and participate and also see what the Ministry of Water and Environment is doing to conserve these resources that we have been entrusted with by the people of Uganda. So see you there.
The event, which seeks to contribute towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040, will also be used to commemorate 3 international days, which resonate with the Ministry's mandate. That's the World Forest Day, which falls on 21st, the World Water Day on 22nd, and the World Meteorological Day on 23rd of March every year.
We are rich. We should really be proud of our country. We should protect what God has given us. We should be a solution to the global problem of climate change.
I'm Florence Grace Adongo, Director for Water Resources.
The water and environment sector is facing climate change effects, which also suffocates the economy. Experts who earlier worked in the ministry were retired, leaving no manpower with experience. Ministry of Water and Environment has launched a scheme to redeploy the once reliable officers in environmental management.
Members of the sector who are everywhere will not be lost. They will be together, and each time we need them, we can reach them as instead of getting consultants outside we just like also who have similar experience.
We hope that they will welcome the idea of serving again in other capacity, because these are really people we need. And I must say that, by the way, I must say, we miss you. We really miss you.
Minister for Public Service, Mururi Mukasa, advised retired servants to utilize this opportunity, carry out research and write books to pass on knowledge to the next generation. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Catherine Bitarakwate, guided how the Ministry of Water and Environment should relate with these experts.
You know, when people become very experienced and mature in the field, and take on a bigger role, then we will have those professionals who are perhaps taking a pass, and we don't want that.
Commissioner for Water Resources, Planning and Regulation at the Water and Environment Ministry, Dr. Kalisti Tindimugaya, is the brain behind the retired professionals scheme.
We actually started this process about 2 years ago. We ran an advert in the papers calling upon people who have retired to express their interest to join. We received 55 applications, which we evaluated, and we found that 5 were not qualifying because we had a criteria that you should have worked in the water and environment sector for a minimum of 10 years and should have actually have distinguished careers.
According to plan, the retired professionals will be deployed on a consultancy basis, while some have been asked to render services at the Water Resources Institute to ensure that Uganda's water resources are optimally utilized.
So to be helping us in reviewing policy documents. For example, if you have a document right now, we have a national water policy, a national environment policy, and we want it to be reviewed, to be updated. They will come in and review again because they're experts. We want also.
Dorcas Kimono, UBC News.
A land of
Uganda Water and Environment Week is a week-long event organized by the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute. This week has been successfully organized for the last 3 years. Uwewk was first celebrated in 2018 with the Vice President of Uganda, His Excellency Honorable Edward Sekandi, gracing the inaugural ceremony. During the same event, the Uganda Water Resources Institute was formally launched by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Hakana Rugunda. Being the interface between sector actors and other stakeholders, a lot of learning, knowledge exchange and dialogue was witnessed during the second event.
Plastics and other litter have invaded every ocean, lake and river at all depths. Floods are washing away our fellow children, men and women. To address these worldwide disasters, all of us must work together.
Since 2018, the annual Water and Environment Week has sought to contribute towards attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation of Ugandans in achieving Ugandan National Development Plan and Vision 2040. During this week, Uganda joins the rest of the world in commemorating 3 vital and interlinked days on the United Nations calendar. Every year, the UN works with governments, community organizations, and other civil society organizations to promote both local and global activities for the World Afforestation Day, World Water Day, and the World Meteorological Day. On 21st March, the World International Day of Forests is observed globally. Several activities are planned, and these include tree planting campaigns, exhibits, and events that portray the importance of forests and trees, sharing forest-related infographics, videos, news, and messages. On the 22nd of March, World Water Day is celebrated. This day focuses its attention on the importance of fresh water and advocates for sustainable management of freshwater resources. On 23rd March, the World Meteorological Day is celebrated. It commemorates the entry into force in 1950 of the convention that created the World Meteorological Organization. This day highlights the contribution of national meteorological and hydrological services to the safety and well-being of society. As part of the National Sensitization and Awareness Plan for the 3rd Uwewk celebrations, Ministry of Water and Environment partnered with Workers Association of Uganda and Global Consulting Services to organize a 330-kilometer walk from Mabira Central Forest Reserve in Buyikwa District to the banks of River Rizi in Bara District. The 10 days walk, dubbed Walk for Water, Environment and Climate Change, was graced by the Archbishop of Church of Uganda, His Grace Stephen Kazimba Mugalu. Thank you for being part of the online sessions for the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2020.
On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Republic of Uganda, I welcome you to the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is being celebrated under the theme, Rethinking, Collective Action and Innovative Solutions, Water, Environment and Climate Change Crisis in Uganda.
Today we gather united by a cause that transcends our individual
lives and touches the very essence of our stewardship of God's creation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Show some energy. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome you to this afternoon session, side event on understanding the role of peatland ecosystems as nature-based solutions to climate change. We have a program before us. I hope all of you have the program. We'll have a segment on remarks. Then we'll have a keynote address and then a panel discussion. We do apologize to the online participants for the delay, but we are going to begin and move forward very fast. Once again, welcome to this side event, which is part of the events that are taking place during this 1 week Uganda Water and Environment Week. I will go straight. Welcome to the PS. Welcome to our development partners and also you distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to begin with remarks from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies, we are starting late, but we had a very interesting session that ate into this one. And apologies for that. You bear with us, we'll catch up, but we should not lose the gist of our meeting here. So I implore you, if you have to take 15 or so more minutes, let us give it the time it deserves, because it's a very important topic. The Secretary General Ramsar Convention, the head of program GIZ, Director East Africa Wetlands International, Director Soko Foundation, Directors, Commissioners from the Ministry of Water and Environment, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you all to this side event and thank those present and those online for making time for this particular event. Allow me to recognize and extend a warm welcome once more to Dr. Musonda, the Secretary General of Ramsar Convention, and thank you for your participation with us in the morning. And again, we look forward to your insights on peatland. To the panelists, welcome, and we look forward to hearing your insightful discussions on this very important project. This event seeks to highlight the importance of water and environment resources and their contribution towards the attainment of sustainable socio-economic transformation and achieving Uganda's National Development Plan and Vision 2040. This is made possible through knowledge exchange, dialogue, and various events and information exchange on the management and development of water, environment, climate change, and related natural resources across the various sectors of the economy. This theme is about rethinking collective action and innovative solutions to water, environment, and climate change. And this rhymes very well with our session today, which is about understanding the role of peatland ecosystem as nature-based solutions to climate change. This is because nature-based solutions provide for sustainable management and use of natural features and processes to tackle social environmental issues effectively. Some of the issues include, for example, climate change, both mitigation and adaptation, water security, food security, preservation of biodiversity, and disaster risk reduction. This is possible if healthy peatlands are protected and managed so they can be preserved and degraded peatlands restored as soon as possible. Peatlands have not been given the attention in Africa and in Uganda in particular, but we know that they are crucial for regulating water flows, minimizing risk of flooding and drought, and preventing seawater intrusion. Wet peatlands lower temperatures in surrounding areas, providing refuge from extreme heat, and are less likely to burn during wildfires. Distinguished participants, in our Nationally Determined Contribution 2022, we present an ambitious mitigation target by 2030 by way of reducing emissions by 24.7%. And this has already been communicated. Under the updated NDCs, peatland was captured as a key resource for reduction of emissions. We are yet to compute their full contribution after a nationwide assessment. Colleagues, Uganda has approximately 22% of the total peatland area in the Nile Equatorial region, equivalent to 6,878 square kilometers. This peatland coverage represents a carbon content of 0.075 kilogram per meter square, with a carbon stock estimation of 192 metric tons. Preliminary studies, therefore, indicate that 38.6% of all the wetland area in Uganda are peatlands distributed in various quantities and mostly concentrated in the Southwest Choga and Lake Victoria Basin. And the bulk are understudied. I'm reliably informed, ladies and gentlemen, that there was a peatland technical dialogue prior to this side event, at which various study results on peatlands were presented and summary of emerging issues will be shared today. This addresses one of the objectives of this Water and Environment Week, that is to provide a platform for knowledge exchange and information sharing. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, that this side event will throw more light on peatlands, emerging policy concerns, and management issues. Furthermore, I also hope that this will also highlight the potential areas of further collaboration and financing mechanism for conservation of peatlands among you, the stakeholders. Finally, the role of peatlands as nature-based solutions to climate change and other environment issues will be explained. And this comes at a time when, as a country, we are trying to put in place specific policy and law for wetlands. And I think it should be wetlands and peatlands for avoidance of doubt. That should be the title. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank our partners, GIZ, Wetlands International, the Ramsar Convention Secretariat, Sako Stiffing, IKI, Global Peatlands Initiative, Griefswald, Maya Center, Food and Agriculture Organization, and the academia for the interest shown in providing peatlands. I would now like to wish you all very fruitful side event with meaningful outcomes. Thank you for listening, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, PS, for those insightful remarks. Next, we have the head of program, GIZ. Welcome.
Good afternoon also from my side. The PS, the commissioners present, especially the Wetlands Department colleagues here, the Secretary General of the Ramsar Convention, and all the partners and stakeholders in the peatland community of practice that has gathered here today. Well, first of all, let me also say that as GIZ, we really appreciate the ministry setting up the Uganda Water and Environment Week. GIZ has been a partner of this, I think, for a long time, and we have a lot of programs. So I'm personally the director of the Nile Basin Initiative programs, and it is in that capacity that we've been working very closely with the Wetlands Department on the topic of peatlands. So that is why I'm speaking here today. And yesterday we focused on Nile Basin Initiative topics. Today we are focusing on peatlands. And peatlands indeed have been moving higher on the international climate change agenda because of the enormous sink of organic matter that they constitute and the high potential releases of greenhouse gases when they are drained. So their potential as a nature-based climate mitigation action has really been more prominently realized and discussed over the last years. In addition to the, I think, already more better known aspects, the role wetlands in general have as ecosystems in terms of climate change adaptation, but also biodiversity conservation. So the issue of peatlands and mitigation is a bit the new aspect that is coming into the conversation. And one of the commonalities between Germany and Uganda, by the way, is that both countries have large peatlands, but they're quite different for us. They're temperate climate wetlands, here's tropical wetlands, but because of that, the German government does have a focus on sustainable management of peatland for many years, not only at home, but also in international cooperation. And the key instrument that we have as Germany in international cooperation around the global commons agendas of climate change, of biodiversity, is the so-called International Climate Change Initiative. You can also see the logo somewhere down here. And that is the initiative that has been working through the Nile Basin Initiative with the member states of the region to push forward this topic of peatland, sustainable peatland management. And there's been around 8 million, I think, that have been invested over about 5 years into this topic. And initially, it actually, from our side, the topic was brought into action through the Nile Basin Initiative. But now it has really developed into more broader partnerships with many more institutions and actors involved. And I think that's also part of, let me say, evidence of the topic taking up traction. So why did we come to NBI, or why is NBI involved? Well, obviously, I think you will hear that later from the colleagues. Wetlands have to be wet, peat has to be wet, so there's that linkage between water and wetlands, between the water management community and the wetland management community. And that NBI obviously is coming in from the angle of water. But this topic of peatlands really is something that at the intersection of so many stakeholders and subsectors, and that's why it's so important that all these different subsectors are involved in pushing forward this peatland agenda. So just to quickly summarize where we came from in our cooperation with also the Ugandan team, it started up under the NBI Regional Expert Wetland Working Group, and the commissioner, you've been part of it. So this has been some of the work where there was initial awareness raising, capacity building, and then there was a first mapping campaign of the potential of peatlands across the basin. And from that mapping, it became quite clear that Uganda is a hotspot of peatlands, has a lot of peatlands, but also the countries in the Kagera Basin, Rwanda, Burundi, potentially around the lake, but also potentially in South Sudan and the large Sud landscapes. And some of that work is captured in the Wetlands Atlas, which NBI is going to launch very soon. We don't have it yet here, but you should be looking out for that. That brings out some of the maps of where peatland can be expected across the basin. And this work also, it led, I think, to Uganda also really picking up the topic of peatlands and putting it into the NDCs as one of the first countries that has recognized that as an action item. And it also had furthered the conversation around what downstream action needs to be followed up to really make this happen. And these action plans, they were also developed under, some of it under the framework of the Nile Equatorial Lakes Basin. So together with those countries of that part of the basin, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi and Uganda, but also the Nile Council of Ministers, they took it up, to be, for example, to become a member of the Global Peatland Initiative and so on, to really underline that commitment on this peatland agenda. And now, from that initial phase, we are currently like in the second phase, and this dialogue and the action, the meetings that have been happening are somehow part of this second phase of the engagement. And our engagement at the moment is more focused again on translating peatland action to two landscapes. So the landscape of Sango Bay Minziro, which is shared between Uganda and Tanzania, but also the Akanyaru marshes, which is shared between Burundi and Rwanda, and to dig more deep into the matter, to get better assessments, to build capacity, to explore the action that can be taken. And this also relates to some of the cross-border wetland management plans that especially Uganda has also been developing with the neighboring countries. So there were more general wetland management plans, and I think now the topic of peatland is coming in more specifically. And the idea also being that there still need to mobilize so much more climate finance towards the wetland agenda, and to make the case, for example, for the GCF of what is really the mitigation contribution of the wetlands. So to make a very strong case to be able to leverage also these kind of funds into the wetland management agenda. And what we're also doing under this phase is to kind of see how the toolbox of wetland management can be enhanced a little bit. And in particular, looking at value chains. How can these peatlands be also used sustainably so that you don't only have a regulatory approach, but also like an economic approach? And I think one of the slogans that Uganda really needs to develop is like the papyrus economy, because these peatlands, a lot of them are on papyrus. If you travel to Uganda, you see all these papyrus swamps. But now the papyrus, you have the emerging bamboo economy, you have different, value chains around different, let me say, innovative land use. And I think the issue of papyrus economy, how can you develop papyrus into, like in the fiber industry and the like, that would also be part of developing approaches to manage peatland sustainably. So that's where we are at the moment, but as GIZ, we are really committed to continue supporting conservation and sustainable management of peatlands in the region, and to also, help mobilize resources to this effect. And we do really recognize and appreciate the leadership that the Wetlands Department particularly has taking the topic forward. And I think through that engagement, we have also now agreed that we would have a new project component under these IKI projects that is specifically focused on Uganda, and that is going to kind of kick off at this point in time. It is not a formal launch, but I think we are transitioning into also this Ugandan component, and it's a good time, a good point in time to take note of this new cooperation that is coming out of this NBI cooperation, but that is focused on Uganda going forward. So as GIZ, we appreciate the partnership with the ministry, but we also appreciate the many good partnerships that have developed in this very active peatland space. Just to mention again the Suku Foundation that has been really fundamental and pushing this forward, but also the other partners here, Sea Wetlands International, the FAO, the Global Peatland Initiative, and also the Ramsar Center, the Ramsar Convention and the Ramsar Center. So I think there's a very strong community of actors who've taken up this challenge, and we are very happy to be part of this and push this agenda forward. So let me leave it at that, but then also say, we are looking forward to that continued engagement with all of you, and also looking forward to the outcomes of today's discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malte. We'll now have remarks from the Director, East Africa, Wetlands International, who is online. I hope you're connected. Can we confirm that Ms. Mulonga is online? Okay. Please go ahead. We cannot hear you, but she's not muted. Julie, please unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Please go ahead, Julie.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. The Secretary General of Ramsar Convention, Dr. Musonda Mumba, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Water and Environment, Mr. Alfred Okidi, commissioners present from the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Director, Michael Suko Foundation, Mr. Jan Peters, distinguished colleagues from GIZ, Global Peatlands Initiative, and FAO, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome you today and give opening remarks at this side event, where the role of peatland ecosystems as nature-based solutions to climate change will be discussed. Now, I'm very pleased to acknowledge the collaborative efforts in Uganda to really raise the profile of peatlands ecosystems. And this was clearly outlined by Mr. Okidi in his opening remarks. Government and NGO actors have been eager to come together to enhance this agenda. As an organization, our collaborative efforts with Ministry of Water and Environment and GIZ dates back very many years. Notably, we have worked together in the Upper Nile and Kyoga water management zones, where we have developed catchment management plans and implemented ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, on-the-ground actions to mitigate climate change and related disasters. In 2019, we also worked with the ministry to review the National Wetlands Policy, although further resources need to be put in place to complete the review. More recently, we have developed the transboundary wetland management plans, and Dr. Malte alluded to this, and conservation investment plans for Sango Bay Minziro, Siositeko, and Samliki transboundary wetlands. We have also worked very closely with NBI and the Greifswald Meyer Center to undertake peatlands assessments, again, as mentioned by GIZ. In this and more ways we have collaborated is a testament to the commitment across organizations and the important role each one plays towards common goals on sustainable management of wetlands and peatlands. I therefore take this opportunity to thank all those who took time to present their research findings and contribute to the policy dialogue that just happened in the recent pre-event held 2 weeks ago. We are all eager to contribute to the final policy brief and translate research findings into on-ground action. Globally, Wetlands International has worked in peatlands for very many years and has set an ambitious target of rewetting 50 million hectares of peatlands by 2050 to mitigate emissions and restore their role as carbon sinks. Our role, of course, is to leverage our expertise, experience, and networks to drive the peatland restoration agenda. The current global focus on climate and biodiversity presents a very unique opportunity to translate knowledge into action and accelerate delivery across various scales. So our approach involves 3 key strategies: preventing the damage to the intact peatlands, reducing pressure on the damaged peatlands and restoring damaged peatlands. We achieve this in two ways. One is by influencing policies, practices, and investments to really address the threats to these peatlands, and of course, aligning to Agenda 30 Sustainable Development Goals. And then, of course, emphasizing cooperation among stakeholders. So it's good to see the different stakeholders, and it's good to see that we have been working very well. GIZ, Michael Suko Foundation, Ministry of Water, and of course, work towards upscaling the global peatland restoration efforts. So in conclusion, although there is some fundamental data on peatlands of Uganda, there still remains a notable gap in the understanding of the interaction, especially between peatlands and human activities. We became aware of this knowledge gap last year during the development of a 10-year peatlands program for the Nile Equatorial Lakes region. Some data is available, you've heard it being said, but there is a pressing need to expand upon it to generate meaningful baseline information and knowledge products, making events such as this especially timely. Therefore, I wish to thank all organizers of this event, particularly the Wetlands International team in Uganda, Lorna and Simon, GIZ, the Michael Suko Foundation, Ministry of Water and Environment, Wetlands Department. So on this note, please allow me to warmly welcome each one of you and wish you a fruitful side event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mulonga, and I'm glad that technology has worked this time round. Last but not least, we'll have the director, Michael Suko Foundation. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. Dear Permanent Secretary, dear Commissioners for Climate and for Wetlands from the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda, dear representatives from GIZ, from Wetlands International, it's a great pleasure to be here today at the Ugandan Water and Environment Week. And as we already heard, peatlands are so integral actually to water and environment, not only in Uganda, but also in the whole region and actually also globally. I always compare peatlands to huge sponges in the landscape, which can take and keep a lot of water in them, which can buffer water over like the different seasons so that there is a permanent water supply for drinking water, for agriculture, for the people and nature. But for that, of course, peatlands need to be intact. They need to be functioning and conserved. And then they can also sequester huge amounts of carbon. So peatlands are actually the biggest carbon store in terrestrial ecosystems worldwide. We calculate that or estimate that in peatlands worldwide, although they only cover 3% of the land surface, there is double the amount of carbon stored than in all forest biomass worldwide, which cover 33% of the land surface. So they are huge carbon stores and therefore very much instrumental for global climate change mitigation and also adaptation for people and communities. The Michael Suko Foundation is one of the partners of the Greifswald-Meyer Center. We are a science policy practice interface, so we are bringing together all kinds of peatland-related questions, might it be technical, scientific ones, but also socio-economic ones, political ones, which are connected to peatlands. And we are very happy, actually we looked at our calendars again, that we exactly today, 5 years ago, we started the first mission to really look deeper into the peatlands of Uganda and of the regions with the first assessment together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, with the Nile Basin Initiative facilitated through GIZ and generously funded by the IKI program of the German Ministry of Environment, which Malte already mentioned that actually we have this in common, that in Germany we have a lot of peatlands as well as in Uganda, but we have one thing which we don't have in common, because in Germany actually more than 90% of all the peatlands are degraded, destroyed, and actually we have huge problems in Germany with huge emissions from peatlands. So the German government is really fighting against that to bring it down, to restore and re-wet the peatlands. And we see here in Uganda, you still have a lot of well-conserved, protected areas, peatlands which are still intact. And for climate change mitigation and adaptation, we need to keep them wet. We need to keep the water in to have a healthy nature and healthy people. The Michael Zucker Foundation, the Greifswald-Meyer Center, is also one of the founding members of the Global Peatlands Initiative, which is led by UNEP and FAO. So we are very happy to collaborate also in the international sphere on the level of the United Nations, because we see that actually peatlands are not only the issue of one or another country, but it's a global issue. So we find actually peatlands in most of the countries worldwide, but we still have, in many regions, we have a quite poor understanding about the distribution and status of peatlands. And here I really need to say that Uganda, in that regard, and also the Nile Basin countries, are really front runners in tackling the issue of gathering more knowledge and experiences on peatlands, on their distribution, on their land use issues, because this is of course very important to also keep into mind that there is a lot of pressure on the wetlands, on the peatlands specifically, by agricultural activities, by forestry activities, by extraction activities, but that there are harmful pathways which we really should avoid. And that's why we are committed not only to give like scientific input, but also work on new innovative management options. We already heard that there are value chain development ongoing with the biomass from the papyrus, which you can find in many places. Of course, we don't want to promote taking papyrus from protected areas, but if there are areas which are restored, which are wet again outside the protected areas, there could be option to use that by the communities and by new innovative ways. I would also like to highlight the very fruitful cooperation with the Ministry of Water and Environment and the Nile Basin, but also with the Ramsar Convention and the Ramsar Regional Center in the international sphere under the lead of the Global Peatlands Initiative. So we had last year in Dubai at the COP 28 a very nice peatland side event, also together with Wetlands International, and with a strong and very fruitful intervention also from PS from Uganda. So that was very well received and actually also pushed the topic of peatlands more in these international negotiations. And at the moment we are working towards global targets for peatlands, for peatland conservation and protection, because now we have a lot of data at hand, we have a lot of knowledge, but we now need to gather it and come up with targets which are aligned with other freshwater, wetland and land targets we already have. So I would like to thank you again for hosting this very important event today at the Uganda Water and Environment Week here in the ministry. I'm really grateful to be here with you, and I'm really looking forward for the discussions and talks we will have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan Peters. Thank you, PS, and all those who have given remarks. We'll now go to the next part of the agenda. Can I confirm that Dr. Musonda is still online?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. I have the second opportunity to again introduce Dr. Musonda, who is the Ramsar Secretary General. Dr. Musonda has worked in the UNDP, UNEP circles for a long time. She's a proud environmentalist with over 25 years of experience. She has also been a forerunner in the area of congregating women, and she's a founder member of the Network of African Women Environmentalists. Interesting that Dr. Musonda was once started as a junior professional in the Ramsar Convention, 1998 and 1999, but is now the Secretary General. Let us welcome her.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and really all protocols observed, the PS and all the presenters. And I really appreciate this invitation by the government of Uganda and this fantastic week on the water and environment. And in the interest of time, perhaps I'll just share a few personal experiences. I see loads of familiar faces, Julia, Diana, and many other colleagues from GIZ who I had the opportunity of meeting when I was in Uganda. It's really fantastic to hear all the insight. And I remember as a child growing up in Wapula province when, as you may know, in northern Zambia, it's the lake region of Zambia, and we would receive fish at my grandmother's home. And I remember recognizing that there's the fish from Samfya, from the Bangwaulu, and mostly from the wetlands, and the fish from Mweru Wantipa. And the fish from Mweru was dark, incredibly dark and muddy. It's only much later, and thanks to Diana Kapansky and other colleagues, that I realized that Mweru Wantipa is actually a peatland system of a wetland. And then many years later, in 2008, I took an expedition of 25 colleagues up to Rwenzori mountain all the way to Margarita Peak. And I remember climbing that mountain in 10 days and experiencing the amazing peat bogs and landscapes and all these dynamics in this landscape and terrestrial scape and all these wetlands as we climbed higher and higher. And to realize, as the colleague, the last colleague spoke about sponges, how these peatland systems are sponges for water. You could hear the water trickling in these crevices and moving. And this really brings me to the fore that as a convention, the Convention on Wetlands, peatlands have been an important topic, mainly from very diverse background. They've been very much an important topic for biodiversity, which is why we're part of the Global Biodiversity Framework. They've been an important topic for climate change because we know over 30% of carbon is stored in peatland ecosystems. And also they've been very much important for land degradation. And we've seen how in many parts of the world, the very degradation of peatland we've seen in Indonesia and now parts of Canada, how fires are triggered because of the dry nature of these peatland ecosystems. And so it's really good to see spaces like Lesotho, for example, where there's a recognition also from South Africa, because the waters of Gauteng province in South Africa comes from the highlands of Lesotho, and the wetlands of Lesotho are peat ecosystems. And we have to see this connection and the connectivity, particularly when we talk about transboundary waters and why they matter. I did my doctorate at University College London, and thanks to the team there at UCL, they were able to use specific technologies to really measure the extent of the effect in Congo and Congo DRC, to really understand how peat expanse was. And during my time at UNEP, it was fascinating to really get an understanding of really some of the extent of spaces that you see from above as forests, but you do not realize that below them, these are peatland ecosystems. Which is also why during our conference of the parties, on the 15th conference of the party in Dubai in 2018, there was a dedicated resolution, resolution 13.13, which was adopted in Dubai to really talk about specifically on the restoration of degraded peatlands to mitigate and adapt to climate change, but also to enhance biodiversity and also reduce disasters, because we know what happens when these ecosystems are destroyed. And they are very important. We've heard there the reference to papyrus, and they've been used many a time by traditional and indigenous peoples for food systems and also for medicinal plants and many other products, ecosystem products that people have been dependent on. I want to really close by saying that part of the reason us as a convention are a part of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration is also for that simple reason, that in spaces where they are degraded, which are many, we have seen many regions in the world, in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, where these people and ecosystems are really degraded. And we're talking a lot about the restoration, working together with UNEP and FAO on the restoration agenda. And I'm glad that just on the back-to-back from our COP14, the Wuhan Geneva COP, my team was also part of the Global Peatland Initiative during COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to really be part of that peatland report that was shared there to really show the extent to which we need to invest and also protect this vital ecosystem. In closing, I just went really as a call of action to everyone, how do we work in a very intersectional way in these systems that are very fragile, but are also very relevant to our everyday livelihoods? And we've heard from many speakers that the drainage and transformation of these ecosystems has severe repercussions, not just to the considerable loss to a country, but also the release of these greenhouse gases that we do not want to see and the changes that are happening. So I'm really hoping that countries can also invest in wetland inventories to understand the true extent and also have a better understanding of the nature of these peatlands. And lastly, but not the least, the importance of the biodiversity and also the services to communities and to the livelihoods that they support. Last week, I had the honor of visiting just across Lake Geneva here. I went to a wetland system called the Marais du Marin, which is basically a Ramsar site under the French company Danone. And believe it or not, I have engaged with Danone for several months now, and they've been a partner of the convention for 25 years. But it was fascinating to visit the Danone factory and realize that the water that is bottled in the Evian bottle, and I'm sure some of you have drunk this water, is piped directly to the aquifer of this peatland wetland system, direct to the aquifer. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And each bottle, as it fills up with water, the water comes up to see light for the first time in 15 years. And this water, obviously the water from the peatland, its medicinal properties were discovered in 1739 as really being able to heal kidney stones. So you begin to realize how these peatland wetland ecosystems are so vital and very much diverse in the services that they provide and why they also need to be managed and protected well. So it's good to see so many familiar names and faces, and I want to just wish you a fantastic deliberations for the rest of the day. And thank you so much for inviting us as a secretariat, and I'm really deeply honored to be a part of this Water Week, Water and Environment Week. Thank you so much, and over to you, Lucy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Musonda, for those very enlightening remarks, keynote. You emphasized the benefits of peatlands, but also the fact that they are threatened and we need to come together to be able to save them for the benefits that they provide, especially as far as climate mitigation and adaptation is concerned, but also because of the biodiversity angle, habitat that they provide. I would now like to ask if you have just one or two questions before Dr. Musonda completely goes off. Just one or two. Anybody with a question? Okay, the subject will get harder, but allow me now to thank Dr. Musonda for the keynote address, and then invite the next moderator to come and take us through the next segment. Professor Kasimbanzi, you're welcome. Let's welcome him, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, wetlands and peatlands family. I hope you can hear me. We are discussing a topic. You know, I've never seen Uganda, I'm an old man. I've never seen Uganda as hot as this. But according to research, it is because of the, one of the causes is because of the peatlands, you know, degradation. So the debate today is very, very important. So protocol is observed. I will not go through the protocol. Now I'll go direct to the panel discussion. Now the purpose of this panel discussion, as you may know, is of course, first of all, to react to the keynote address. But number two, to discuss policy issues. We need good policies. We need to learn from you. So that's what this really panel discussion should really come up with. So I have distinguished speakers. Some are online and others are physical. So those who are physical, I would like to invite you to step forward. And those who are online, please make sure that your gadgets are also stepping forward so that we do not miss you. The first person I would like to invite who is online is Patrick Sierra. If I don't pronounce the name well, of course, you'll excuse with me. I hope you are online. Is he online? Okay. Then I would like to invite John Peters. I think he has he has just said something before, who is, as you know, the director of Michael Siko Foundation, which is really critical in terms of peatlands policies. Then the other person I would like to invite who is online is Diane. I hope Diane Kopaski, I hope I have said it well, who is the head of freshwater unit. Then I also like to now to invite, and now I'm bigger than you, so I will invite you. So Lucy, you are welcome. And also another big person, but I'm bigger than you now, is Margaret Mebesa. You can also step forward so that we can have the discussion. Now, I'll make a brief introduction, as far as these people are concerned. I'll use the first names so that it's easier for me. So the first person that I would like to introduce to you is Patrick, who is really very important because he's a specialist and is working with Global Peatlands Initiative. As we've heard, it has been really discussed. And he's based in Kenya, in the UN Development Program. And he has really worked a lot on global peatlands assessment. He's actually having a master's, in sustainable resource management. He's really an expert in that. So you're welcome, Peter. So the other person that I would like to introduce to you is Jans. I think they had already talked about you. So you are welcome. So Jan is also the managing director. Thank you very much because you are doing a lot of Michael Siko Foundation. And he's actually a landscape ecologist. I'm sure you know what that means. And he actually focuses on peatlands and climate change with main expertise on policy analysis and advocacy. We need you really because we are here to develop the policy. And he has a lot of experience because he has worked in Europe, Asia, Africa, and South America. And he's actually also the chair of the board of Wetlands International European Association. So you are welcome, you are welcome, Jan. So the other person I would like to introduce who will be on the panel is Lucy. Of course, Lucy may not need a lot of introduction. He's a commissioner, but to be fair to all speakers, to say something about her. Of course, as you know, he's assistant commissioner, and he has actually over 25 years really dealing with natural resources management, and he's actually an applied environmentalist. You know what that means, to apply environmentalists. And he has expertise in wetlands variation. I've had an opportunity to work with her, so I can assure you he's familiar with wetlands management. He's actually even a accredited trainer as a trainer of trainers in wetlands management by the Ramsar Convention. So the other person I would like to introduce to you is Diane, who is online. As I said, Dr. Diane, I will use the first name, who is actually UNEP, actually heads UNEP Freshwater Ecosystem Unit. And he has he has experience in many areas, landscape, biodiversity, climate change, and over 25 years he has really worked at global, regional, and national environmental issues, including, of course, FAO, and UN RED and many others. So I will not say much because he's really well experienced. Then also, then we have Maria. I think Maria, I don't know whether he's online. Is he here? If you are around, he's online. Yeah, he's also welcome. Maria is oh, did I miss him? No, I think I may have missed up. But another person, yeah, is it Maria is around? No? Is she? Is he online? Yes.
Apologies. I will be covering for Maria Nutinen.
Okay, you are welcome. Then the last person I need. Okay, you are welcome. The last person I'd like to introduce, who is very, very critical in terms of climate change issues, is Margaret Professor. Again, is well known to you as somebody who has been in climate change for a long time, as really a commissioner for climate change, and is actually a national focal point for UNFCCC, that is United Nations Convention on Climate Change, and is even the project coordinator for investing in forests and protected areas for climate smart development, which is a project in the Ministry of Water and Environment. So I would like to kindly request you to clap. Even before they say anything, clap for them, because they have the experience, so that when they speak, you also do some clapping again. So now we are going to the question session. So I will ask a question so that the speaker can respond. So I will start with Patrick. Patrick, are you with me? Patrick?
Oh, that's okay. I think that's in here.
Patrick?
Yes, can you hear me well?
All right, you hear me? So the first question I'd like to put to you that you can talk about is, what is GPI? And how can it support Uganda to enhance the protection and management of peatland resources? You have 5 minutes to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kasimbasi. Before I start, I would like to just hand it over to Diana Kopansky for a brief introduction, and then I can start replying to your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick, and thank you, colleagues. All protocols observed. I just wanted to pop in here just to say hello, and also to let everyone know that there has been a change that you may not be aware of. I've moved to the Freshwater Ecosystems Unit. I'm head of the Freshwater Ecosystems Unit within UNEP. And of course, this bridges all the categories of water, freshwater, wetlands, peatlands, and the whole remit. And I also have a colleague on the line, Fabrice, who's new to the team, and he's going to be the one that's taking forward the work of the Global Peatlands Initiative. But you can rest assured that you can count on me to continue to provide the strategic guidance and the technical support. But I just wanted to congratulate Uganda, and also really honestly appreciate Uganda for joining the Global Peatlands Initiative. You're one of the few countries that have stepped forward, and indeed, as the director Jan Peters mentioned, you have a lot of examples to share. globally with others. You're leading the way, and not only on the peatlands, but also I would love to speak further to you about the transboundary nature of your work with the Nile Basin Initiative. It's certainly something that other partnerships and other basin works can learn from. So I just wanted to congratulate everyone for this Water Week, Water and Environment Week, and also share that there's a beautiful bridge to our upcoming meetings in the water space for the 10th World Water Forum, which will be held in Bali. Love to connect to Uganda on that, as well as noting that the entire UN system has, and through UN Water, which is a group, we've got a strategy for water. And so I'm really honored to bring this element of peatlands into the strategic work of the UN system-wide strategy for water and sanitation. And just to let you know that I'm going to be championing these ecosystems, because indeed they're not only critical for us to meet our climate goals, but also our nature goals, our disaster risk reduction goals, and the SDGs. So thank you as well for BMUV, the German government's funding under the Environment and ICI, which supports the International Climate Initiative, but also love to talk more about how we can expand the work with BMSAT and also through amazing partners on the ground, Wetlands International, GIZ, as well as FAO. You know, the partnership is deep and broad, and Patrick will take you through that. But Fabrice had his video on. Please do say hello. Thanks so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Are we now going to Patrick?
Thank you. Yes, I hope I still have my 5 minutes. But thank you very much, Professor Kasimbasi, and good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished speakers, panelists, guests, and event organizers, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to see so many familiar faces and partners around here. And I mean, it's a pleasure to be here with you today, representing the Global Peatlands Initiative and recognizing all together the importance of peatlands as key nature-based solutions and advancing this work for Uganda, I mean, all together. So thank you very much for the invitation. And I want to start with our Global Peatlands Initiative motto that we always use to acknowledge that peatlands matter. They matter for the climate, but they also matter for nature, for the people, and for the planet in general. And well, we all know we're in the middle of this triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And the answer lies within the conservation, restoration, and sustainable management of peatlands, because these are key nature-based solutions to address this planetary crisis. And at the same time, they support sustainable livelihoods and human well-being all around the world. So we know the basics of the importance of peatlands, but it's important to be sure that if we secure this range of ecosystem services, we can definitely combat this triple planetary crisis. So yeah, let's begin with what is the GPI? So the Global Peatlands Initiative is a global partnership. It's led by the United Nations Environment Program, and we have been working since 2016 to bring key partners together and improve the conservation, restoration, and sustainable management of peatlands at a global level. And we started as a partnership of 13 members, and now we have grown to 55 international partner organizations. And we directly support 4 major tropical peatland countries, Indonesia, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Peru. But we still have we still extend our focus to a global scale. So the goal of the partnership is to enable and inspire action based upon scientific evidence that shows the importance of peatlands and the contribution they make to the climate, the people, and the planet. And we have 4 priority work areas, and these are exactly how we see our collaboration and how we can support Ugandan peatlands. So for our first priority area, we are working to know where peatlands are and how they are changing. And for this, we have developed the Global Peatlands Assessment to establish this first state of the world's peatlands. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. And we have also created the GPI Research Working Group And with this, we aim to build capacity among the global peatland research community, and we aim to develop policy briefs addressing the most crucial peatland knowledge gaps and peatland questions. That's our first priority area. Our second one, we're focusing on identifying financial solutions and instruments to develop ways that both the private and public sectors can invest in healthy peatlands. And for this, we have created a series of different guidelines and briefs and reports that I can also talk about it later, related to economics of peatlands. Then our third priority area, we are working with countries to develop and put in place specific peatland policies and institutional frameworks that take account of the uniqueness of peatlands and the need for urgent action. So we have developed the UNEA for Peatlands Resolution, for example, the Brazzaville Declaration, and we also provide support, direct support to countries to include peatlands in their indices, and we're moving this forward with some countries. And our fourth priority area, we are trying to identify productive uses of drainage-free livelihoods that at the same time can help protect peatlands and move forward towards sustainable management of these peatlands. Sorry. So these are our priority areas, and I just want to reiterate the importance of our global peatlands assessment, which is our main flagship product. And with this, the GPI is bringing together the latest science to inform and inspire action in policy, research, and practice. And with the GPI, we provide a better understanding of what peatlands are, where they are found, what condition they are in, and how actions can be taken to conserve these peatlands. I'm going to discuss this a little bit later, but this is just a general overview of what the Global Peatlands Assessment offer, together with a global peatland map and different hotspot maps. We have launched the main report. We also have a summary policymakers that we can also distribute the links afterwards for you to have. But in conclusion, so the question, how can the GPI support Ugandan peatlands? Well, the answer lies within the wealth of knowledge resources that we have available, not only the GPA, but also the research working group, the economics of peatlands, and many, many other policy briefs and reports that we have been developing with our partners. And also our second strongest thing is basically the active partnerships and collaborations that we have with diverse stakeholders across our GPI network. So that's how we can support basically the conservation of Ugandan peatlands. So I think that's for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Patrick. We've learned a lot from your support. I forgot to introduce, I actually talked about Maria, but the one who is online is Elizabeth, who is actually peatlands and climate change consultant with FAO. So he will be really discussing with us. So I'm sorry I forgot to mention. Now we proceed. Now we come to Jan Peters, the director, who is really an expert, peatlands, policy. Now, we'd like to hear from you, Jan Peters. Given your experience of working on peatlands globally, what key questions, what key policy questions Uganda as a country should address in its peatlands-related policies? Okay, so you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks again for having me on the panel. When we talk about peatland policies, we of course first have to define what is actually peatlands, yeah? Because we need to have a common understanding what we are talking about. So we need clear definitions. What is peat? So peatlands are definitely defined by having peat in the soil, which is decomposed, undecomposed organic matter, which is growing on these wetlands, like mainly papyrus, but also other grasses, other plants. And we need a clear definition when we are talking about peatlands so that we know which areas we are talking about, and that we can target our policies toward that. And Patrick already mentioned we have good indications now, as we have the Global Peatland Assessment, which has a whole chapter on the question of definitions worldwide. So every nation which is thinking about national peatland policies should first think about like common definitions, which are also in line, of course, with the international standards given by FAO or by the UNFCCC, which is always talking about organic soils, but organic peat is definitely organic soil because it has a lot of organic matter in it. Then second, we also already mentioned that we need to know where we find the peatlands, yeah, because we really need to, if we want to have targeted policy measures, and if we want to like go for action, then we need to know where to find them. So we need good information on the distribution of peatlands. We need good mapping, and as it was already mentioned, Uganda actually is one of the front runners in that. Uganda, together with international support from German government, from GIZ, from the Nile Basin initiative, has done like tremendous efforts to get better maps and better information on the peatlands. And I would also mention my colleague, our principal researcher on the peatlands in the region, Sama El-Shawi, who is also here in the room, who did like really immense work and spent weeks and weeks in the peatlands of the region, together with the colleagues actually of the Ministry of Water and Environment here. So there was a like really good cooperation, and I think that Uganda already made like huge steps ahead of that. And third, and that is probably the most important for climate but also land use policies, is that we need to know the status. So how the peatlands look like. Are they still in the intact state? Do we need to protect them? Do they have conservation status, for example? Is there land use on the peatlands? What kind of land use? Is drainage involved? But also what are the biodiversity values? So what kind of species you can find there? And you mentioned in the beginning that I'm landscape ecologist, because when we think about peatlands, we cannot see them separate from the surrounding landscape, because they are always connected to the landscape, because they are fed from the water, not only from rainfall here in the region, but also from ground and surface water, which is actually flowing into the peatlands. So we always have to see the whole landscape. What is happening there? Is there enough water? Are there pollutants? Is there any like harmful activity going on? And we of course need a very good monitoring of dynamics and changes to always like have adaptive policies which are really fit for purpose to serve the best conservation of the peatlands. And as peatlands like are covering so many different topics, we already heard that: biodiversity, climate, water, soil, agriculture. There are so many things connected to it. We need to streamline peatlands really in different policies. We don't need separate peatland policies. We need to streamline peatlands into existing policies and adjust them so that they also serve the needs of the peatlands. So we need clearly a cross-sectoral approach for that. And we have already a lot of things on the international but also on the national level implemented for nature. We have the Ramsar sites. Uganda is also one of the pioneers and frontrunners under the Ramsar Convention with their Ramsar sites. We have now the Global Biodiversity Framework under the CBD, which gives really clear guidelines for conservation of ecosystems. We have climate legislation and policies. The PS already mentioned that Uganda actually has ambitious targets for peatlands in their national determined contributions towards the climate convention, which is like really a crucial thing. We know that also other countries, I'm working a lot on the like international arena. We are requested, for example, by countries like Indonesia, like Costa Rica, like Peru, which are now working or having already implemented also the same approach, taking the peatlands in the NDCs as climate protectors. And then, yeah, we have land use there. The European Union, for example, is a very good example, which now has in their common agricultural policy, which is like providing subsidies to farmers all over Europe. They now also have peatlands standards in there, so that the farmers need to protect the peatlands to get the subsidies. So we are also worked on that quite a lot. But also, which is instrumental, is that the best policy is nothing if the people are not following it, and if the people are not aware what we are talking about. So we, together with partners, also the Global Peatlands Initiative was involved. We published last year in Brussels the Peatland Atlas, which is compared to the Global Peatland Assessment, which is a very technical, scientific report. This is actually a report for laymen, for people who don't know much about ecosystems, which don't need to be scientists or conservationists or whatever. It's really clear, easy text, a lot of graphs and maps. So I also have some copies here. If you want one, I can share it. It's also online, of course. And we need socioeconomics. We need business models to follow. We need incentives. So we working a lot with paludiculture, which is the wet use of peatlands. For example, here in the region, it could be papyrus, and we can make, for example, I have the packaging material, like this food tray, which you can make from biomass fibers. You can make boards for insulation or construction, even for furniture. So we started to build furnitures in Europe from this peatland biomass, and the same could be also applied here in Uganda. And Malte was already talking about the papyrus business, the papyrus economy, which you can build up. And I think there's a lot of prospects and perspective for that, but it also needs like proper policies to allow and incentivize this. So that's what we are working a lot on, like paludiculture value chains. And also we should not forget that this also not only needs the public sector, the government, but it also needs the private sector. So we need to bring businesses, companies on board to produce these things. Also local communities who can make like handicrafts from the biomass. So this all needs to go hand in hand, and we really need like these cross-sectoral approaches towards peatlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And I think he's making a very, very important point. You know, people say in Uganda we have good policies, but why are they not working? And I think you have touched on that, and I think we need to ask ourselves. Maybe that summary, maybe we can learn. I hope I can get a copy also as a moderator, so that because I'm always involved in policies and people ask me. So I think this is a good model. Now, now we come to Uganda. We want to hear the Ugandan experience. And now I come to Lucy. Now, Lucy, reflecting on the current research and studies, what do you know about peatlands in Uganda, especially in terms of resource base, management, challenges and opportunities?
Yeah, you can. Okay. Yes, thank you very much, moderator, for that question. In 2013, when we got a project, it was a research project by a PhD student from the UK. It was called the Alter Project. Little did we know that peatlands would be a very topical issue in Uganda. And it is only about 5 years later that it became. We do not know so much about peatlands in Uganda. However, we have had a number of projects that are looking at peatlands, coverage, extent, and also depth of peatlands. Most of these projects have been through the Diapol C project. We also had a project that is ongoing right now, which is looking at the socioeconomics of peatlands. And it is anticipated that arising out of that and the research on peatlands, we will be able to prepare a document, a proposal that should be financed for adaptation. Now, when you look at the definition of wetlands in Uganda, first of all, by the Ramsar Convention, peatlands is put as a separate type of wetland. So in our current definition of wetlands, we do not have peatlands, but I was happy to hear the PS talk about a law that is about wetlands and peatland law. That I think will take us very far. So right now, currently, we have a research that is ongoing with Exeter University in Pologoma. They've set up a tower there, and they'll be looking at the carbon sequestration, the gas levels, and other related issues on peatlands. Besides that, we do not have a lot that has been done in peatlands, and the projects will focus on the transboundary peatland areas initially, but we hope that it can be expanded countrywide. Most of our peatlands are located in the Choga Basin, Lake Victoria Basin, and Southwestern. And as you may be aware, in Southwestern, there's been a lot of degradation of peatland because of the policy of double production, so conversion to agricultural land. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. You have seen the peatlands, the issues. Thank you so much. Now we go back online, you see, online. You know, those are the benefits of COVID, you see. COVID was bad, but at least now we can teach online, we discuss online. Now, we go back to Diana. Is he still there online? I remember, I think he said something. Is he still online? Diane?
I'm still here.
Okay. Now we want to hear more about financing peatlands. And we want to hear more about financing peatlands. So the question is, you know, financing peatland is gaining traction in the East African region. Now, how can Uganda accelerate financing, stroke accessing financing for peatlands, and how can development partners such as UNEP support us?
Thanks so much for the question. And my colleague Patrick will probably take the nitty gritty of it. But I want to just give a sort of like a higher level view of it. Uganda and all countries, I think that recognizing peatlands, looking at the importance of peatlands with regard to how they connect to water, to nature, to climate aspects, and to livelihoods. Peatlands are a huge opportunity. And there's not a particular funding mechanism for peatlands, nor should there be. We should see the opportunity of peatlands and their importance as opening the doors towards garnering additional funds under the GEF portfolio or the GCF portfolio, or indeed looking towards developmental partners like BMZ and with GIZ together, charting a pathway that looks more broadly at sustainable development. So I wouldn't say that there's sort of one narrow piece for peatlands. I certainly wouldn't hope that there's too much of false expectation on a carbon market being created, because importantly, we need to not only restore peatlands, but urgently protect those ones that are already healthy and in good state. So we look towards financing that not only looks at the mitigation potential or the carbon, the greenhouse gas avoidance potential, but more importantly, looks at retaining these ecosystems as critical water sources, as critical nature places, as stopping over points for migratory species, and also the connection to cultural heritage and traditional knowledge. I think that broadly, we need to look broadly as peatlands as an opportunity. But Patrick has some more information for you to share more broadly some of the work at GPI that we've produced on peatlands investment and peatlands economics. And then with that, I'm going to leave you, but also not only for a moment. I'll be coming back and to Uganda in the near future. Thanks so much for having me.
Patrick wanted to say something?
Yes, if I can complement quickly what Diana was mentioning. Thank you. Because we launched a policy brief on economics of peatlands a couple of years ago, and I can also share it in the chat. And we identified that the leading causes of peatland mismanagement are underinvestment, but also undervaluation. So Basically, I mean, to properly finance peatlands, we need to work together with the public and private sectors with blended finance, but we also need to ensure that the ecosystem services provided by peatlands are adequately considered in reference to land use decisions to have that have the potential to degrade peatlands. And we need to ensure that peatlands are valued and considered under national policies and regulations, and ideally under NDCs of the countries. And well, just quickly, other things that we also need to consider is the enabling and forging partnerships and collaboration, but through South-South and triangular cooperation, to have developed countries, for example, assisting developing countries through more bilateral and multilateral aid, while also encouraging more innovative public and private financing mechanisms. And we know that peatlands offer multiple benefits. At the same time, we should be able to create creative, innovative ways to invest in peatlands. And in our different briefs that we have been publishing, we discuss different options like biodiversity offsets, payments for ecosystem services, voluntary carbon markets, debt for nature swaps, green bonds, etc. So we have different options, and at the end, we basically want to secure funding for peatlands, specifically focusing on blending the private and the public funding. And well, yeah, as the GPI, we are committed to keep translating peatland science into policy and into action, and by supporting the private sector to mobilize this private financing and increase investment in peatland restoration, because we've seen that peatland conservation and restoration can be a low-cost, low-tech, and high-impact nature-based solution. And we are certain that the private sector, working in collaboration with the public sector, hold the key to collectively preserve our global peatlands. Yeah, I think I'm going over the time, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. We are still online. Elizabeth is there. Elizabeth, are you online?
Here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So we want to hear from you. Principles of sustainable peatlands management. Now, the question you'd like us to really help us is based on your experience. What could be the key principles of sustainable peatlands management for application to a country like Uganda? You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the question, Professor Kazimbazi, and thanks also to the Uganda Ministry of Water and Environment, GIZ and partners for inviting FAO to participate in this important discussion. So my name is Elizabeth Rams, and it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, and the peatland team with Laura Villegas and under the technical lead of Maria Nutinen. So as peatlands are highly diverse and Uganda also has a great diversity of peatlands, I'd like to cover about the principles of sustainable management globally for application to any country. So one must be aware of the three elements of peatlands. That's the water, the peat, and the vegetation. These elements are closely interrelated, and it's these relations what supports many vital ecosystem services and the overall resilience of the ecosystem. So peatlands' high water table is an essential condition that allows peatlands to sequester and store carbon in the long term, but these huge carbon stocks are fragile. When the water table drops, the carbon is rapidly released into the atmosphere as the peat dries and decomposes. And unlike forest and mineral soils, where all the parts of a peatland are actually interconnected by its hydrology. Therefore, if you damage one small area, such as digging a drainage canal or construction of roads and infrastructure, it can impact actually the entire peatland area. And likewise, when you do changes to the vegetation, it will also affect the water table and thus the peat. So if you change one of these three components in any given area of a peatland hydrological unit, the others will also be affected, and it will result in unsustainable management. Therefore, when we talk about sustainable management, we always say that we need to maintain the high water levels near or at the surface for most of the year, the peat body integrity, and the wetland plant species that form that peat. So the wetland vegetation is the one that grows naturally in these areas saturated with water, and dryland species such as palm oil, ananas, aloe, banana, or others are all require drainage to some level and therefore should be avoided. The order of priority, as already mentioned, it's clear and it was defined already back in 2014 by an FAO publication called Towards Climate Responsible Peatlands Management. First and foremost, we need to conserve and protect intact peatlands. This is what provides the most benefits for climate mitigation and adaptation, water and biodiversity. Second, we need to stop the degradation and do full rewetting of drained peatlands and restoration of the wetland vegetation. This supports the return of various ecosystem services and effectively stops the emissions very rapidly when we do full rewetting. In some cases, it may take a very long time to say that a peatland is fully restored, and it's very difficult to return the peatland to its state before degradation. But abandoning drained peatlands carries with it huge risks like continued subsidence, emissions, fire, flood risk, etc. The Ramsar global guidelines, as already mentioned, for peatland rewetting and restoration are a great resource for countries that want to do peatland restoration. And under the priorities 1 and 2 of conservation and restoration, livelihoods such producing of biomass like fish, mushrooms, nuts, fibers, or other sustainable products under a natural or polyculture system is possible. And such alternative sources of income from wet peatlands provide a long-term solution compared to the business as usual of drainage-based management, which provides short-term benefits. In many cases, the cost of drainage become ever more expensive, and the loss in it loses the land productivity, and farmers end up abandoning the area. So this brings me to the third option, only when 1 and 2 may not be possible at the moment, which is adaptive management by rising water tables, reducing tillage and fertilization, the use of perennial plants, which contribute to reduce the rate and level of degradation. But it's important to note that while emissions are probably reduced by raising water tables, it will not stop them. Emissions, subsidence, high risk of floods and fires will continue for decades or centuries until full, comprehensive and successful rewetting and the reestablishment of peat-forming vegetation is carried out. Therefore, this third option can only be something temporary and in any case couldn't go beyond 2050 as all countries have agreed under the goals of the Paris Agreement. And to finalize very quickly, I'd like to bring 3 points which have already been mentioned. So it's important to understand the needs of local communities, but also to assess the local practices that take place in the peatland landscapes. And FAO has collected since 2014 over 20 cases of peatland management globally with a template that facilitates the collection of key data and information to assess the sustainability of such practices, not only environmental, but also social and economic sustainability. Second, developing value chains and ensuring also the access to those markets for polyculture products would support local communities' resilience, but investment in research, but also in practical efforts such as feasibility studies or pilots are needed to upscale sustainable livelihood and income-generating options worldwide and particularly in the tropics. While to achieve large-scale polyculture, a harmonization of the laws and policies, including incentives, needs to happen So to encourage the sustainable peatland management instead of the drainage-based. And finally, but not least, the monitoring and reporting, of which FAO has a great experience, also leading the task force under the UN Decade on ecosystem restoration, the task force on monitoring. It's an essential part, monitoring, for the planning and the managing of peatland sustainably. As Jan already covered, it starts with a peatland definition and a map, and depending on the status of the peatland, if it's pristine, drained, in the process of restoration, the objectives and targets set, a series of indicators exist. Monitoring is key to justify also the investments and attract climate finance. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Now we come back to Uganda again. Margaret. Margaret, of course, you are experienced in peatlands and climate change. So can you reflect, on Uganda's experience, why peatlands are important in national climate policies and strategies? And if you can reflect on the gaps, challenges, and opportunities.
Sorry for that. Thank you, Professor, for that question, and for my colleagues, the panelists, for all those very insightful contributions. As Uganda, the peatlands is something we haven't really dwelt in so much, but we have very relevant policies that we can use to really protect our peatlands. We have the wetland policy, we have the forestry policy, and the NEMA policies. So for us as Uganda, I think the issue of defining what wetlands is very critical. And I really liked what Michael brought up, because in Uganda, we only know about wetlands. But underneath those wetlands, we do have the peatlands. And as a country, we are really taking a very strong stand about conserving our wetlands. So that is a very big opportunity for us as a country, that as we conserve the wetlands, we are also looking at the peatlands. So the definition of peatlands has to come out very clearly, and I really urge our colleagues in the ministry responsible, Wetlands Department, to help us come up with this definition for peatlands. And also we need to disseminate this information countrywide, so that the other policymakers and implementers can really take this seriously. National peatlands policy and strategies can serve as a basis for identifying peatland-related objectives. So as a country, of course, much as we have these policies, we need to come up with plans and find resources to implement those plans. So if we have very well-defined peatland-related policies and objectives, I think even through the climate financing mechanisms, we can be able to tap onto those resources for peatlands. As it has been mentioned, peatlands cover just about 3% of the entire global land surface area. But however, it holds over 30% of the carbon. 30% of the world's carbon is sunk in these peatlands. So for us as a country, we have over about 6.9 thousand square kilometers of wetlands. So that is very big source of carbon. If we can only ensure that this carbon, our peatlands are well conserved, are well managed sustainably, then as a ministry responsible for climate change, we shall have gone a long way in reducing emissions from this particular source. And according to our nationally determined contribution, the Afolo sector, where wetlands and peatlands fall, is responsible for the greatest emission of carbon into the atmosphere. So you can imagine, if we really conserved our wetlands, our peatlands will also be conserved, and that is where we have a very big chunk of carbon. But also within the agricultural sector, we have peatlands. In the forests, we have peatlands. So the entire afolo sector, which is responsible for the biggest emissions in the country, if well managed, then we shall have gone a long way in reducing our emissions. Our NDC talks of 24.7% reduction of emissions. The permanent secretary brought this out in his speech. So we really need to ensure that this area is well tapped into and we are able to reduce emissions. However, there are a number of challenges. We do not have evidence-based information. And again, I really urge the ministry, together with our partners, to come up with real evidence-based information to enable us inform decisions, policies. And now that we are about to really update our NDC, the National Climate Change Action Plan for the country, this information is very critical. As I said, we just mentioned it in our NDC, and Uganda is one of the countries that has really brought up this in their NDCs. So in our next NDC update in 2025, if we have real evidence-based information, this will be very important for us as a country. And I think it is also very important now that we have the political support around conservation of our wetlands. Let us come up with a good definition and information to inform our policies, our strategies, and the updated NDC. Peatlands are also very significant, of course, as I said, in combating climate change, but it also cuts across many of our SDGs. The SDG 13 on climate action, if we really manage our wetlands and peatlands well, we shall have put some action to combat climate change. SDG 15, 14, and 6, that is 15, life on land, life below water, and then provision of clean water and sanitation for SDG 6. So wetlands are very special. Wetlands are very critical in sustaining livelihoods and life, both on land and in water. So to me, I think this is the time to really get enough information on our wetlands. And then also, it has been said, wetlands in their natural state offer a lot of natural solutions to climate change, such as regulating our water levels. I remember in 2020, 2021, when we were at the peak of COVID, we were having floods. And Uganda suffered a lot, especially where we had degraded our wetlands. And where we had just a strip of wetland, we didn't have a lot of flooding coming inland. So the role of wetlands in regulating our water levels is very critical, and we should take it up very seriously. Then minimizing, of course, flooding, it goes together. And reducing temperatures. If you sat next to a wetland, you really feel the coolness. So wetlands really help us in reducing temperatures around ecosystems. So the other gaps is that we have Uganda's population growth rate is very high. I think it is over 3% annually. And that means encroaching on including wetlands, forests, those very fragile ecosystems. So that is an area where we really need to see how we work together with the relevant authorities to ensure that we do not have this wetland degradation. Because many people go into wetlands. Even in Kampala here, you see people going into wetlands, destroying our peatlands and causing flooding. The roads, very nice infrastructure, is being washed down because we are not controlling the water levels because we have destroyed our wetlands, our peatlands. Then we also have poor land management. During dry season, you find this bush burning is all over the place, including burning of wetlands. The papyrus is being burnt, and yet we are releasing a lot of carbon dioxide as we burn this carbon dioxide. So some of these policies, some of these maybe laws need to be really revisited or enforced so that we do not destroy those very vital sources of carbon sinks that we have. Also deforestation. As I said, a follow sector, according to our NDC, you will see it, is the greatest area where we have the most emissions occurring. So when we go into deforestation, in some areas we have wetlands within that ecosystem with peatlands. It also affects our peatland coverage. We need to integrate scientific knowledge into local practices. Our farmers do not know the importance of wetlands and peatlands. So we really need this scientific information translated in very simple, clear, local languages, and we disseminate this to our local communities. So there is also very limited understanding between peatlands and climate change, as I said. So the information sharing and dissemination is very critical at this time. And as you can see, the temperatures are rising every now and then. And it is not sparing us. So if we send out this information to the people, I think it will go a long way to help us curb some of these climate change impacts. Then the undervaluing peatlands and wetlands. The socio-economic benefits of peatlands is leading to mismanagement. If we knew the value of these peatlands, including the environmental value, socio-economic value, then I think as a country we wouldn't destroy the wetlands and peatlands. So to me, I think those are some of the key elements that we really need to take up as a country. And I really urge our ministry to ensure that we really fill these gaps and we come out with this information as soon as possible so that in our next updated NDC in 2025, we can include peatlands strongly in our NDCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, sometimes it's very hard to stop somebody when he's giving points. I've had a challenge to chair this session from anyway. But now, you have listened. Do you have questions, comments? Now, this is your turn. You have listened. Any question? Feel free. I don't know whether you have a microphone or do you have somebody? Anybody would like to ask a question? Yes. A question? Hello? Any question? You like to ask a question? Right. To who? I have to authorize. You are taking it to who? Eh? Any question? Yes. Go ahead, please. You can actually introduce yourself so that the panelists can also know you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very humbled to be here. I'm called Nasamla Sulaina, a master's student in Makerere University. Yeah, I've heard everything, and thank you so much for enlightening us. My question is, as who are young researchers, I've seen an opportunity where I can go into more insights and I produce some knowledge because the commissioner has already told us that there is no evidence. And if I want to put across that evidence, how am I going to be helped? Thank you so much.
Is it for the commissioner? The question
For
is direct.
everyone.
Everyone, okay. Yeah. Would you like, Can anybody respond quickly? A young researcher is asking a very good question, and she wants the answer. So would like to try. Yes? I think somebody can. Yeah, Commissioner, yes. You are the one who raised it anyway. So answer.
Yes, thank you so much to our young researcher. I think what you can do, you can come over to us and we discuss together exactly what you want to do, the kind of research, and then we can also guide you on exactly the kind of information that we may require.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Yes, I will take one and then we close. Because we have another session. Yes, introduce yourself and then ask your question. You have a microphone? There was somebody, you have given up.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
one more, then we close.
Thank you, Professor, and the panelists. I am Charles Kawiso from Region Net Africa. I happened to participate in a previous engagement where we are talking a lot of research, evidence, and the potential Uganda has on peatlands. But I want to go back to the finance and probably on the policy. We don't seem to be attracting enough like we see in other sectors, forest, the water resources. And of course, despite all the evidence globally as far as the potential of carbon sequestration linked to the peatlands, and Uganda being like a #1 country, we see very minimal resources that are allocated. We are not attracting money from the GCF and adaptation. I think for me, this is still a very big gap, and I'm not saying addressing it to the government, but probably the stakeholders in the room and a colleague, Dr. Mumba, who actually left with a very big posting now on convention on the wetlands. I think those are huge posts, and for me, I don't see the money coming. We don't see money coming, and I think this is a big problem. Looking at the few programs that have been in place, even probably some from GIZ, this is very small money to do a bigger, tangible, conservation and the wetting of the peatlands. Are we not doing much enough to make sure that we position or we develop a business case for the peatland financing? Then two, it is on the policy issues. I think last week, 2 weeks ago, we talked about that. We do have the NDCs, and I think for me that is the low-hanging fruit. But again, when you look at the NDC, the peatland section doesn't even have baselines. We don't even have endline. We don't even have targets. Probably that is a data issue. See, that is something that we need again to make sure there is investment, but also you see the current wetlands policy is not a good enabling policy for the peatlands, because nothing is mentioned on the peatlands in the current policy. Probably that framework also has to be seen. Maybe the two commissioners can again highlight on that very important issue.
Okay, I think I'll have Simon, then you respond, and then we prepare one policy, one message, each panelist, one key message. Policy, one, not two.
Okay, thank you, Prof. My name is once again, I'm called Simon Apueteiro, Wetlands International. My question to the panelist is, it's not a question, okay. This culture is always being proposed as one of the best land use options we should adopt. Now my question is it a good thing for Uganda? It seems there are some mixed feelings about it among the conservation stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. So anybody would like to respond, to those two comments?
Yes, I would like to give my an insight onto the issue of financing. I did mention that Diapol CE project is actually undertaking a research which will inform a proposal that is going to be marketed internationally. So that is an opportunity for us to integrate peatlands in our day-to-day financing. But also, I was pleasantly surprised 3 weeks ago at the amount of information that is out there in the academia. It's a lot, and it took us a bit of time to synthesize, and we'll hear from a presentation what it's all about. So one of the things that we urged the researchers is that they should bring that information to be transformed into policy briefs and to support decision making, because for decision making to take place, we need information that is actually factual. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question on aquaculture, right? Anybody would like to respond? Right.
Jan, I think
you want to respond?
I can also quickly respond to the gaps in financing and attention, actually. I mean, you're completely right. Peatlands are still very much in a niche, that there's still very little awareness of policymakers worldwide towards that. And actually, that's why it's so important that we are here today, that we are here today at the Uganda Water and Environment Week in the ministry, to really highlight that peatlands are important, that we need these efforts on peatlands, and that we also need projects. I mean, when we look at the climate COPs, for example, where there are 10,000s of people, there are like hundreds of foresters, there are even more people from oil companies, from whatever businesses, but there are only like 5 or 10 peatland people, yeah? At the convention, because there is so like small communities still, and there's like very little awareness about this topic. So I think we need to build this on the national scale, but also on the international scale, and then this will attract also more of the multilateral and international donors to invest more into implementation, but also into research and better knowledge about the systems. And I completely agree that we also have to translate the knowledge and the scientific evidence into practical and understandable for policymakers examples and briefs. And in regard to paludiculture, of course, we need to be cautious that we are not promoting that as a way of using all the wetlands, all the peatlands. We still, of course, need the pristine nature, which is like so important for the biodiversity for plants and animal species. But we're talking about already degraded peatlands, which has been drained already, where there's already land use going on, and we could restore them, raise the water level. So raising the water level is always the most important thing, and then grow the plants which are growing there naturally. And this is here in the region mostly papyrus. So we, for many, many decades actually and centuries, we converted the land into something where the crops can grow. So we drained it, but now we have to turn it back and grow the plants and use them, which are actually adapted to this wet condition. And yeah, as I showed, there are a lot of examples. There's actually, I forgot that before, there's also this very nice example of the maca pads, sanitary pads, which are produced here from papyrus, from wetlands, and distributed in rural areas, villages for sanitation and also education of young women. So there's a lot of new and innovative actions around, but we also still need more more investments and more innovative approaches in this section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now there is a question. We don't have much time, but the question was: are there opportunities, open civil society organization to undertake studies on project for country level, on a country level application in Uganda? So I think what you can do is that I will ask the panelists, each one of you, to give one statement on policy, just one key message that all of these participants should go with. Maybe I should start with the last person. Margaret, what key message would you like to give? One message just, policy related.
Thank you, Professor. Of course, for me as a climate change activist, I would say, I would like to see that our wetlands and peatlands are well managed and conserved, but also I want to see that we have proper data, well-informed data to inform our policies and decisions, especially for the next round of our NDC, which is going to be updated in 2025.
Thank you. Elizabeth, sorry, online. What key message are you giving us? One. Are you listening?
Yes.
One message. Key.
Okay. If I say one message, I would go with meaningful stakeholder engagement and coordinated and harmonized long-term approaches, really focusing also on the vulnerable groups and inviting the experts also into the table so jointly they can find solutions that work for the context. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Diane, are you still online? What key message can you give us?
She's not here, but I can quickly give
Okay.
a message regarding the Global Peatlands Initiative. And I think we have been repeating this message over and over again. But for us is to produce evidence-based information and science-based targets. And for this, actually, that's why we have the Global Peatlands Assessment, which unfortunately I didn't have time to expand, but I'm going to share it on the link so people can access it. But basically, we want to translate science into policy and action. And it's also related to what Dan Peters was saying regarding the Peatland Atlas. And we're working on a hotspot atlas, the Global Peatlands Hotspot Atlas. And basically, we want to translate all of the maps that we also produce for the assessment, but into very simple, accessible language for the general public and policymakers. So basically, the message is to focus on translating science into policy and action. Thank you.
Thank you. Rusi, one key message.
Thank you very much, moderator. For me, it is to have science-based information that to help us to develop peatland strategies for the management of peatlands in Uganda.
Okay. The last one, Jan, one key message.
Yeah, I think the key message is that we should be very positive and optimistic, because I don't share the opinion that we don't know anything about peatlands in Uganda. We already know a lot. There had been many studies in the past years, and I think we, and especially Uganda, has went already far with the NDCs, with the policies. You're really front runner. But to stay a front runner, you need to go further. And I think there's a lot of potential. There's also support, which Malte already said, that there will be bilateral projects starting to work on peatlands in Uganda. So we need to go further. And yeah, we need to solve the peatland issue. And I think we can do it together.
Thank you. So we need to clap for these panelists. And you can go back. I don't want to waste a lot of time. You know, there's a country I was working in. When it reaches 5 people walk out. So I don't want to face that as a moderator. So I would like to invite Carol Kagaba and Monique Agaparu to come here and talk about outputs of the Peatlands Knowledge Exchange Policy Dialogue that was held, I think, 2 weeks ago or last week. The PS had already talked about it, so you are welcome. Maybe I can also sit now. Okay. Let me enjoy this.
The IT team, please project the presentation. I'll be making a presentation on behalf of the team that attended the technical dialogue that was held between the 6th and 7th of March here in Kampala. And in that forum, we did have a number of participants ranging from academia, researchers, policymakers, and practitioners in the area of peat and in the area of wetlands. I do not know how the IT will be managed. Next. Yes, the objectives of the dialogue were basically to bring together experts in this area to share knowledge, to see where we are, to identify the gaps that we need to address moving forward. We also realized that we are at different levels of awareness. What I know, some other people might not know. So it was an opportunity to build awareness among the different players, but also to identify key policy issues that we need to push forward when we think of policy reviews, development of strategies. So this was an opportunity to be together and tease out these key policy issues. Okay, and finally, we needed to look at restoration, think of the actions and areas of collaboration, because within that meeting we had some donors, different partners, so it was an opportunity for us to identify opportunities for collaboration as well. Technology is not okay. That is the representation during the forum. We had with us GIZ, Wetlands International, the Ministry of Water and Environment, represented by Wetlands Management Department, and several other participants, including academia, Chambogo University, Makerere, Busitema, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. We had some CSOs and NGOs, Regenerate Africa, Michael Sacco Foundation, and representation from the media. One might wonder why peatlands, why now? The reason we came together, beyond the objectives, we realized that there is scanty scientific information to inform the different policies that we want to put across, but also realize that there's growing concern over the level of degradation of these peatlands. There is inadequate support in terms of financing. There's limited expertise. Many of us will agree that very few of us have been involved in peatlands work. And then there's also limited awareness about the benefits of these peatland ecosystems. I don't know if it has no battery or something. So during that dialogue, we started from defining peatlands and peat. What is the difference? Because you realize we're at different levels. We had a few professors who are dealing with soils, and were able to exchange and realize, first and foremost, is for us to appreciate that all peatlands are wetlands, but not all wetlands are peatlands. So we needed to start at the same level. We went into peat, understanding what it is, also to briefly look through where we are in terms of where peat exists in this country. There are a few studies that have been done, and we can begin to say we know a bit of our peat and peatland. Then we also try to identify, map out different stakeholders to know who is working where, who is doing what in the different peatland landscapes. And finally, to look at the financing for peatlands management, which I think we ably did through a number of presentations that were made that day. So quickly, much as the many presenters have said, there's no information on peatlands in the country. If you look through the different research topics and projects that have been undertaken in the country, you realize that there's information. The information is there, but it is scattered, maybe in isolated landscapes. It doesn't cover certain parts of the country. But if we put it together, I believe it's a good starting point and forms the baseline for us to move forward. So Madame Lucy talked about the Pan-Tropical project that we're working closely with the University of Exeter. And we are looking at carbon and methane emissions in Impologoma wetland in Chibuku. And there is, I think, the first of its kind, an eddy coverage tower that has been installed in that area. So it's giving real-time data. It's being transmitted directly. So by end of this year, we should have some results to share. So it's work in progress, so we cannot report on its findings. Then there's been national soil mapping. We currently have 2 soil maps, but the scales were really not good. So there was an effort to update and have a finer scale at 150,000. Why we talk of the soil mapping? Because pits are covered under soils. So under that mapping, the pits are mapped as the histosols. So when you look at the FAO classification of soils and look at where the histosols are, then you're able to identify where these peatlands are. So that is still work in progress. They've already covered, I think, 8 scenes on the map, but they had a bit of challenge. But moving forward, it's an opportunity for us to collect more data on the peatlands. There is some PhD being undertaken, majorly looking at swamp forests in the Lake Victoria Basin. And the student is trying to characterize the swamp forests in terms of their organic matter profile, but also looking at soil carbon stocks in these peat swamp forests. We have had support, like the Assistant Commissioner mentioned earlier, under Diapol CE Phase 1, where preliminary mapping of peatlands within the Nile Equatorial Lakes region was undertaken, and Uganda, of course, was a beneficiary. Capacity was built under that project, and that information is what we used to incorporate into our NDCs. Under Diapol CE Phase 2, we are looking at capacity building, but also spreading out monitoring and assessment to cover more landscapes, because focus for Phase 1 was majorly on the Sango Bay area and a few peatlands, but now we have identified more peatlands where we will be able to do some assessment, but also build capacity both at national and the local government level. So we're working closely with GIZ, Michael's Griffiths Wildfire Center, and of course we'll work closely with the local governments as well when we embark on the work. There's work ongoing under the dialogues and assessment of transboundary peatlands in the Kagera sub-basin. This one is looking at 2 wetland systems, the Sango Bay Minziro, shared between Uganda and Tanzania, but also have the Akanyaro, shared between Burundi and Rwanda. So that is work ongoing. Some socioeconomic assessment has been undertaken. I will share with you some key findings, but more is still being undertaken. We did start, when we started our peatlands work, with the Alta project, which was focusing majorly in the Kabale Chigezi area. And their main area of focus was on the carbon and methane emissions in agricultural fields. If you know the Chigezi area, you'll know that most of these peatlands are being converted for potato growing. So there were measurements in that area, carbon and methane. I'll share with you the results. Then some studies have been done under MAIF, basically focusing on Lake Victoria Basin because their interest is palm oil in that region. And they have interesting results, which we might need to investigate further as we move into further assessment. Then, of course, with GIZ, they're looking at financing peatlands restoration and and developing proposals to see how we can tap into the carbon finance. Working with Wetlands International and the Ramsar Center for Eastern Africa, we've been able to do probability mapping for 3 landscape areas, Sangobe, Semliki, and Siosteko. That is under the assessment of peatlands in transboundary landscapes of those 3 areas I've mentioned. But as well, we also have some people undertaking PhD studies. One is looking at sedimentation dynamics and its impact on carbon accumulation in Lubigi wetland, which is a wetland close to us here in Kampala, Wakiso. Then another one is looking at pollution in wetlands and greenhouse gas emissions in urban, highly impacted Lubigi, and also a rural wetland, Rufuha, where we've done restoration before. So there's a lot of work going on. I know there are other people doing research, maybe which I've not mentioned here, but this is as a result of what was presented in our dialogue. We are welcome to receive all that information that you might have to share with us. So what were the key technical highlights from that forum? One, of course, we now know the preliminary cover of our peatlands being put at 6,878 square kilometers. And that is 22% of the coverage of peatlands in the Nile equatorial region. So we do have a big coverage of our peatlands, and if we're going to manage them or to conserve them, we need to do something great. And those peatlands have a carbon stock of 192 metric tons. So you can imagine what we can do. Madam Margaret, you can imagine what we can do in terms of climate change mitigation and adaptation. But also realize that through these different interventions and projects, there's been capacity, in-house capacity. Some of us have been involved in these peatland assessments, and I think it is an opportunity to also build further capacity, but also leverage on what is already in existence. Just quick results, I'll share from a few of those presentations. From the Alta project, we're informed that the emissions from those potato fields, from those gardens, were 98.79 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year. Those of you who know about emissions, you know how high this is. If you're to compare from some of the studies on oil palm, this is rather high yes, this is rather high. Then from the swamp forest study in the Lake Victoria Basin, we know that 65% of these swamp forests are gone. This is reason for alarm. But peat in that area was ranging between 0.3 to 5 meters deep. So we need to do something in that area. I don't know if my colleagues from forestry are here or online. I think these are areas we need to think about seriously. How can we reweight these swamp forests? Then regarding the peat mapping, the peat soils, of course, I mentioned earlier that peat are classified under the histosols. But then there's also extensive peat in the Chigezi area. Some studies have been put between 30 to 152 centimeters, and then Buganda and Busoga areas, of course, looking at the Victoria Basin and Choga. Then, of course, the Ankola and Toro regions were found to have thinner peat. Of course, these are areas that need further investigation. But one thing that struck me most was on the issue of acid sulfate soils. Some of these peatlands actually have acid sulfate soils, which, whereas we are worried about oxidation because of the carbon dioxide emissions, we should also be worried about acidification. So as we open up these peatlands, we are allowing for acidification of these soils. What happens in the long run? our soils are not productive anymore, then you'll need to apply fertilizer, you need to apply lime to neutralize the pH. If you look at the graph on my extreme left, you'll see what's happening. The more you open up pit, if you look at the virgin pit, which is wet, you have pH levels that are high, about 6, 7, which is normal. But as you begin to open up pit for cultivation, you realize the pH levels are dropping. Furthermore, as it dries, you see pH levels dropping even further. So that is cause for concern. These are studies that were done by some professors and were presented during that technical forum. So these are areas we need to further investigate as we talk of agriculture in peatlands. What are we doing? Are we acidifying further? Are we leading to acidification? And then, of course, as we acidify, as we lower pH, of course, we are limiting the phosphorus because it's getting fixed and then it's not available for the plants, etc., etc. So we need to think beyond promotion of agriculture in our wetlands and the peatlands. Then the table below, the graph below, the table below gives you quick figures about the socioeconomics that was done in the Kagera, under the Kagera project. You can see where we have values. Something we take for granted, the grass for fodder, for example, gave a value of $4,416 per hectare. So some of these values need to come out strongly. Grass for mulching. Of course, these values will vary depending on location and what people use these different peatlands for. But that was what was picked from that Kagera project. So what direction are we seeing ourselves take in terms of peatlands management in Uganda? One, we need to map all our peatlands. If we're going to manage, if we're going to develop strategies that are applicable, then we need to map. We need a comprehensive map of all our peatlands. We need to engage, raise awareness, and build capacity. We also need to conserve what is still pristine. Let's not run into restoration, but we still have peatlands that are still pristine, where we need to put a lot of focus. So we need to conserve those ones, but as well as restore and rewet the peatlands that are degraded. Of course, we need to think of our policy review to include peatlands. We need to think of strategies. We need to think of standards for sustainable use and management of these peatlands. And then finally, of course, we'll need to provide alternatives. If we say we keep the peatlands wet, what happens to those that have been benefiting from them? We need to think of alternatives. We need to think of how best the value chains can be promoted for the different products that are being obtained from the peatlands. So I think I had one of the young researchers talk about areas of focus. This is to you. I think this addresses your concerns. So we have, of course, gaps that we need addressed, and that's where academia comes in handy. We need to know the extent, but also need to know, most of the focus has been put on the papyrus wetlands. What is happening to other types of, the other wetland types or the other peatlands that have different vegetation? For example, where there's phragmites, is it behaving the same way as the papyrus wetland, where there's cladium or typha? So we need to think beyond just the papyrus peatlands. But also need to think of innovative value chains. I'm happy one Peter's brought for us the marker pads. We already have people who are using papyrus to make pads. How can such innovations be promoted? Are they feasible? Are they sustainable? How can they be scaled up? Then as we talk of peat, we need to know our carbon stock. If we're going to talk of carbon financing, we need to know what stock we have. So we need to delve further into understanding our peatlands so that we know what stock we have, how old is that peat we are talking about, etc. But also need to think about the effectiveness of our restoration efforts. Yes, we are doing a bit of restoration. Is it getting us to where we want to be? Is it actually restoring these peatlands? What are the dynamics involved? Then we're talking of paludiculture. How viable is it? You'll appreciate that many people growing food in wetlands use a lot of chemicals, in Uganda at least. So how viable is the paludiculture if we're to talk of paludiculture? But one thing that should be clear is the peatlands must remain wet. So if we're to keep peatlands wet, there are very few practices that can be promoted in these wetlands because you want minimal disturbance. Of course, the carbon dating, at what stage of papyrus do we have highest emissions? Is it the juvenile or the mature or those that are dying out? So are we looking at peatlands as emitters, as sinks? Because that debate has also been on because intact wetlands still emit some methane. So are we looking at them as emitters or sinks? And how is the level of water influencing the carbon and methane emissions? So these are some of the areas we've been to. Nachivale, Semliki, Mpologoma, you see the tower we have that's measuring methane and carbon dioxide. And yes, Nabajuzi. So we've tried to do quick sampling, quite covering a lot of areas, but there's still more to be done. And that's where we need all your support. Yeah, basically that is what came out in terms of the technical outcomes of that forum. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Carol. I think I attended the dialogue, so he has totally summarized well. Anyway, do you have questions? Any questions? Would like contribution? Anybody would like to? You want to say something? You want to add? Sorry? Oh, there is another presentation. Oh, sorry. Come. Sorry. Policy track. Yeah, that was technical track. Sorry. Yeah, you are welcome. Sorry. Yeah, so we are now on the policy track. I'm sorry.
As the presentation comes on, my name is Monica Anguparu. I'm here representing Wetlands International. I work as a process facilitator at Wetlands International here in Uganda. I observe protocol, and I'm basically going to present to you the policy issues and the recommendations that came from the workshop, the policy dialogue workshop that we had with the cross-section of stakeholders, as mentioned by Carol. Looking at my presentation, I have the issues that came up during the workshop, and then the recommendations that the key stakeholders came up with for each of the issues. And this may not be the entire of it. So one of the key issues that came out during our workshop was that peatlands are under or not represented in the current wetlands policy, 1995. It's neither represented in the adaptation plans and including the climate agenda. And even the land use policy does not have any statements about peatlands. And therefore, the recommendations are that there is need to develop national strategy and action plans for management of peatlands. There's also need to incorporate peatlands into the National Development Plans, NDP4, National Climate Mitigation and Adaptation Plans. I think from the presentations that we've had, these are some of the areas that we really, as a country, need to focus attention on. We also need policy mapping. You remember during Carol's presentation, there is a lot of work ongoing, but they are in silos, and therefore we need to consolidate mapping of the policies and also and ensure that peatlands are included in most of the policies that are crucial in this country. We also learned that most of the peatland landscapes are transboundary, and therefore, in management of peatlands, we need to have that transboundary lens on all the natural resources, and especially the peatlands. I think you heard that we have peatlands in the Kagera Basin, and that is a transboundary landscape. It's not going. Okay. Which one goes forward and? Ish. It's not helping me. Can I need? Yes. From Carol's presentation, we also realized that there is still room for improvement. We have currently capacity gaps, including in both government and other non-state actors, in as far as peatland thematic area is concerned. And therefore, the recommendation is that we need capacity building, both thank you. This is both in personnel and including equipments. That's if we are going to engage in assessments or in research, we need the equipments to do this work very, very well. There's also the issue of limited alternatives to local community livelihoods and socioeconomic development, especially in the peatland areas. I think we have all heard the presentation from Carol very clearly. And communities will still go back if alternatives are not clearly defined for them, alternatives that are very sustainable in these peatland landscapes. So there is need to develop and implement sustainable livelihood models, agriculture and agroforestry, business models for peatlands restoration and management. We also need to enhance multi-stakeholder partnerships to support the peatlands management interventions. The other issue that we talked about was limited or lack of incentives. And from the presentations, we had that clear. And here, the team recommended that we need to emphasize the issue of biodiversity and ecosystems function in intact peat landscapes. And I'm told to point the other direction. Yes. Yes, the other issue that came out very vividly was the low awareness on peatlands, and including during that workshop, technical people also confirmed to the meeting or to the workshop that they had learned new things from the various research findings that were presented. Tied to that, there is also a lack of community of practice on peatlands. Both at national level and at local levels, or the district local governments. And the team recommended that we need to innovatively conduct awareness campaigns, develop information, education, and communication materials, including those that need to be translated and taken across the country from both the national up to the last man who is living side by side with these peatland landscapes. And we also need to strengthen coordination and involvement of partners. Just like in the morning, the young man said that it's all of us. So partnerships and collaborations are very key here for coordinating work around the peatlands sustainable management. The team also recommended that we need to develop a gender mainstreaming strategy for peatland management. Why? Because it's both the male and the females engaged in using the peatlands for either agriculture or other means. So gender mainstreaming is very critical here. And also this is one of the key interests of the government, including the globe, that in all we do, we need to have the gender lens. The other issue that the team also came up with is that peatland conversion for large and small scale land use is big. And here the example was given to the palm oil investment. And of course, this was seen as a big degradation investment to the peatlands, because where the palm oil investments are is part of the landscape where we find peat reserves. And here the team recommended that we need to strengthen coordination and involvement of key actors, especially the private sector, government, researchers, and academia, including the NGOs, in dialoguing around how we best can engage in these investments that will not damage the peatlands more. And similarly, we also came up with another recommendation that says private sector needs to develop and implement the environmental, social, and governance and sustainable strategies across the value chain, so that we can sustainably, use these resources or keep them intact where they are not yet degraded. Critical here was also that at a national level, we actually lack the soil map. What we have and what we have been using was developed during the colonial time in 1955. And therefore, the soil maps need to be updated. Some work was started, but not completed. We were told that I think 2 soil maps for Kampala and Masaka were validated, but not disseminated, while the others out of the 154 that were earmarked have not yet been completed. And this was largely because of shortage in funds. So we here recommended that government needs to support and expedite the whole process of national soil mapping to inform land use planning and management, and peatlands fall under this as well. We noted lack of occurrence and distribution of peat soils in Uganda. It's from the various research papers presented to us. We noted that they are in isolation, and where they occur and how they are distributed is not yet well documented, including the types of the peat that we have in Uganda. And therefore, the team recommended that we need policy guidance on distribution of peatlands. We also need research on different soil peats, soil characterization, soil types, and we also need to assess the carbon stocks of these peat types that we have in the country. We need to engage in sensitization of the local communities and national leaders, including the policy makers, on findings of the peat soils that will have been consolidated. And then we also need to involve international organizations in planning and management of the peatlands. There is expertise out there, and we need to take advantage of that and domesticate what is crucial or what is important for us, so that we are able to do it better. And as it was also mentioned, we lack a clear definition of peatlands at a national level, and this is crucial. Interestingly, studies from the field indicated that communities already even have local names for peatlands in different landscapes. So at a national level, we need to have a clear definition and scale that down also to the communities, whether it will tally with what they already have. What was worrying, just like Carol presented, we have 65% reduction of our swamp forest cover 1,500 kilometers squared in 1990 has been reduced to only 354 by 2017. Between that and now, what has changed is not tracked yet. And that is a reason for worry. But the recommendations, we need to promote sustainable use of the swamp forests. We need to sensitize at all levels on value of swamp forests and enforce the law. A continuation is that governments need to give sufficient support, especially the financial support and human resources in the management of the remaining swamp forests. We need to emphasize restoration and forest swamps. Government needs to demarcate and carry out a mapping of the swamps. And all land titles in swamps and peatlands should be cancelled. We need zoning of peatlands to identify what can be done in each area, aware that they are of different types. And we also need the constant monitoring of the swamps and the peatlands. We also had the issue of reduction in wetlands. And we are told that 29,300 hectares is being lost per year. This was a study by a PhD student from Makerere. And the recommendations are that we need to there is need for extensive soil characterization of wetlands. There's need for to know the types of peat soils and also overall management of and use of the wetlands. I'm coming to the end. It's not moving. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are just pictures from the field. Somebody is doing a study on the swamp forest in Kalango, and you can already see what other human activities are going on. And over there is a map. I don't know whether this will, it can't show properly. Just allow me go there briefly. Yes, these are man activities, but over here is a group of women and men trying to restore the degraded part of the degraded area in the palm oil area. And over here is satellite image from Wakiso. You can see somewhere here, there was still the swamp forest. It's dark, but over here is where human activities have taken place. They've eaten parts of the swampland, and also definitely the northern bypass investment or infrastructure has also taken a part of the swamp forest. And those are part of the reasons why we have the alarming reduction in our swamp forest as presented by the research findings that we had in our policy dialogue workshop. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we have gone beyond the working hours, past 5. But is there any burning question? If not, I think we may go to closing. Don't even miss the photo. You see, there is a group photo. Maybe I hand over to the commissioner. Commissioner, can you come and close? Because, yes. Yeah, I think, yeah, come and close because it is past 5. Thank you. And I hand over now because me, I'm a small man.
But I want to the rest of you to join me to thank all the people who have made these presentations, including those who are online. We want to thank you for this side event. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Department of Wetlands and Management, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the participation during this week. Personally, this week has been very, very important to me. And those who have not learned from this week, then I don't know, because this week has a lot of information that we have exchanged. But before I say the closing remarks, I also want to convey the last message from the Permanent Secretary. He has excused himself because of an urgent appointment he was to meet in town, and therefore he requested me to inform you that that's why he left without telling you. 3, 4 things that we need to consider. I note that the area of peat land is not new, but in terms of management of resources in this country and in this ministry and other ministries, I think it is a new phenomenon. And therefore, this calls us to understand the categorization of peat wherever they exist. There are those that are existing in wetlands. There are those that are existing in areas which are not wetlands, which are forests. There are those that are in mountainous areas. And therefore, as we plan to start to manage, we need to take this under consideration. Number 2, we need to have a comprehensive assessment of all these wetland areas in the country. This is very key. You can see from all the presentations, it has clearly come out. And this is one of the areas as a department that we need now to take into consideration, moving way forward to see the extent of wetlands in all these different landscapes. And therefore, this will inform our decisions. Number 3, the current wetland policy, which is under review, clearly does not tackle issues to do with the peat management. And therefore, as teams, as colleagues, as development partners who are gathered here, we think that we need even to refocus on the name of the policy now. Should it remain a wetland policy or it should be wetland and a peat policy? This is very, very critical in order to ensure that we manage our peatlands. The presentations here from the groups that attended the trainings, the presentation which has just been made, a lot of issues have been raised. And we need to take advantage of this information that has been raised as colleagues in the sector to champion the issues of policy and also the strategies that we need to undertake in order to address the issues of peat management. Lastly, we need to note that peat, like the presentations have been made, everybody, we need to understand the simple science. And as stakeholders, this needs to be translated to the local people across sectors. Wetlands, Ministry of Agriculture, other departments, we all engage in this. And therefore, we need to understand the danger of exposing peat, the dangers. So as a Department of Wetlands, as we move forward to restore all these degraded fragile ecosystems, our colleagues in other ministries are taking advantage of these fragile ecosystems for agriculture. And in one way or the other, they are exposing this peat into degradation, into mineralization and exposure of gases that have a direct effect on our climate. So as Climate Change Department, we also need to work together, all stakeholders together. And I want also to take this very opportunity to thank all our development partners that have supported us in one way or the other. And we still need your support, especially in areas of coming up with policies, coming up with strategies to ensure that we effectively manage these wetlands. I want to stop there and wish each one of you a safe journey back home for God and my country. Taking a group photo here? Okay, please come forward.